Okay, here it comes again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our schedule for today and just change it.
Perfect.
Once I get a good URL. Okay, there we are. Here we go. I started streaming. So we are at, here comes Paula. So Adrian, I have all of the sounds turned off for when somebody needs to be let in.
Ooh, so I have to pay attention.
So you kind of have to, yeah. Otherwise, and everybody's set so that they cannot, they come in as a mute.
Right.
And nobody can take over the whiteboard.
Yay. No, I would find that amusing if someone did that on my.
Like, oh, look, we have a troll.
Then trying to figure out who it is.
Oh, that'd be very exciting.
Yeah. My guess is it's Rob Palmer.
Well, he's not here yet, so we can't blame
him. He can be the scapegoat.
Yeah. He's might as well. Okay, let's see. YouTube channel, join the conversation. Okay, I gotta change that. Getting a weird hum. Do you hear that?
I hear that, yes.
Let me try. I just muted Lois. Let's see if that was it.
Oh, is Lois here?
Well, her.
Oh, yes, she is. Hi, Lois.
Kitty is here. She hasn't said anything.
Oh, it's great. She's here.
There's
Hello.
Lois. Yeah. Oh, wow. There's Lois. I like that kitty cat. That was so sweet. YouTube channel. Join the conversation. So.
Oh, you're muted, Lois. There we go.
The kitty's in my lap.
Oh, I have one beside me. Ham.
Oh, oh yes. Oh.
There's one right there. I don't know where the others are. It's too early for them. They're shocked that I'm up as early as I am.
Yeah, you've been sleeping in a lot lately.
I don't think I got out of bed till 11:30 yesterday. Paula, I'm here. Just log in. Just waking up and stuff. I'm thinking about not replying.
I like it because you guys are an hour behind us, so I got to not have to get up too early.
There you go. Okay, so now I've edited the page. Let's see that it did that.
So we don't have to monitor YouTube then?
Yeah, but I mean, I have it there.
Yeah.
I will type something. Apparently it's working.
Oh, waiting room. There we go.
Oh, Romero's here.
Yeah.
Okay, close that down. I've muted that. And get rid of that. Here's our schedule. Our first up today is going to be Klaus and Sven. Is that how you say his name? I gotta make sure I know how to say his name. Sven.
You can't be out of character though, Susan.
Me?
Yeah.
What?
How's it spelled?
Steen.
Oh, okay.
Stein. Oh, Steen. Yeah, Steen.
Steen. He's from Copenhagen or something.
Hopefully we'll visit him this summer.
Oh
my goodness. What a day. What a world. Who would have ever thought we'd be in this situation?
For 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And more. We thought we'd be way over this by now.
Well, it's funny because I remember listening to Paul Offit at the very, very beginning. And maybe I saw some of his tweets and him saying, yeah, this is going to be a couple of years. I think he knew.
Nobody wanted to listen to that.
No. But, he's been doing this long enough. I think he knows how long it takes to do stuff. And
well, also at the very beginning, you have to remember, there's no way we believed we were going to get vaccines out that quickly.
No, that's
that
right.
Was really odd.
And then to have the hesitancy around it was unpredictable too.
Yeah, that's totally unpredictable.
Yeah.
So they probably thought vaccines wouldn't be out for a couple of years. Or, you know, even at a rush, a couple of years would have been a lot.
It would have been very good. Yeah.
Paul Offit's going to be on something soon. I can't remember what it is, but he's going to be on some. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing something too, Lois. I don't remember what it was
Really?
either.
Well, I'll be having my morning breakfast, and all of a sudden he'll pop up on MSNBC, whatever I'm watching. I'll be like making my eggs, and then it's like, and we have an expert, Paul Offit, and you're like, oh, Paul.
He seems like
joining me for breakfast this morning.
He seems like such a nice guy. I read one of his books, and I Twittered him or whatever, messaged him, and he responded. I thought that was really nice because I don't expect responses. I just want to show my appreciation for the work they do.
He must get thousands of.
He must.
Well, if I email him, he emails me back like the next morning. It's like he's amazing. But I mean, I don't get a huge long response or anything. It's most Susan, thank you, sir, for everything you do. I keep him abreast of the stuff we do on GSOW that's vaccine related, and just to let him know. And he'll write back. But he says, I have a feeling that he and people like Stephen Navala and stuff like that, they just got the schedule. And it's like, okay, I'm sitting down and responding on my email schedule, because you'll get it at the same time. You know, it's always, you can expect a response at a certain time. So you think that he's got it all like compartmentalized or something about how he does it. And he's like, okay, next. I don't know. I'm responding all the time.
He's on Skeptical Inquirer. I think it's the 20th.
Oh, of this month?
Yeah.
Of January. I'm on in February.
Oh.
I got a spot. They said they want to catch up with me. And I'm like, well, okay. So I want Leanne to do a interview so that I can cover lots of little areas, like, okay, so what's new in this area? What's new in that area? What's new in that area? Instead of just being like, I'm going to do a talk. Oh, here's Faith. What happened to Romero?
Oh, Romero's there.
I'm right here.
Oh, hi, Romero.
Well, he has his own feed.
Here, let me go over to the side so I can wave back. But I got to look that way too. Faith's in another room.
Yeah, she's downstairs. I think she's making food.
Well, Bob's at Costco. Hi, Faith.
Hey, Faith.
Hello.
She's making us breakfast.
Actually, it's noon here, so I'm making dinner.
Oh, well, fine. Well, yesterday I was just telling everybody I woke up at 11:30, so that was my breakfast is like at noon. All right, where's Steen? I just found out, as sad as it could be, is that the elementary school that I and my older siblings went to and my children went to is being torn down.
Oh,
I just found that out. I was like, how do I feel about that? How do I feel about that?
Well, it depends on your memories, I guess.
Yeah.
I discovered that mine was torn down and I was devastated.
Yeah.
I thought it was the most fantastically well-designed elementary school in the world, and they tore it down.
Wow.
It was.
Well, I felt
What did
that
they
way.
replace it with?
They haven't.
Our school that I taught in for 13 years was deemed unsafe, and they closed it down. That's at the Chinook Learning, right, Lois? At off Crow Child.
What was unsafe about it? Like the structure, or was it asbestos, or what?
All of the above. It was. We were there when I first. When we moved here in 2005, and I got the job at Chinook, and they said that year that we would be moving within the next 2 years, and it never happened. In fact, what happened is they kind of got caught out. Every year I was there, there was a flood of some sort because there was a hole in a roof somewhere. We would be walking down the halls and there's water dripping down into a bucket. I mean, it was pretty sad that we actually worked in this building. But even though it was so decrepit and awful, it was such a wonderful place to work. It was very emotional to have to
Was
leave.
it the people that were made it?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Yeah. It was and it was the students. We were dealing with students who hadn't made it in the regular system, so they were a very special group. And
those are great memories.
Yeah, it was a very good place to work. And I loved my interview because it was all about, if a student has these issues, what will you do? Instead of what's your philosophy of education? Like, they were very pointed about helping kids. English as a second language was very common. A lot of them had severe anxiety, obsessive compulsiveness, ADHD. There were lots of issues. Cancer survivors, so people who couldn't graduate because they developed cancer in high school. So it was a very unique population, and it was a great place to work, and I miss it.
Yeah.
It's still standing, but it's boarded up, and I don't know if it got sold. It was for sale, and they're going to tear it down and probably build apartment buildings.
Apartments.
Yeah.
So there's not room for a school in that area. I mean, it's not a need, I should say.
Yeah. Oh, there's always, well, probably not, because it's sort of central Calgary where there's not a lot of kid population, most likely, I'm guessing. So yeah, it became too expensive to maintain it, and it was basically condemned, I'm pretty sure.
Lois, you said they tore your school down. Are they planning on putting something in the spot?
I have no idea, because I grew up in Kansas City, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not in touch with anybody back there. So I have no idea. And they tore down my high school too, which was the most beautiful high school building that ever happened. And they did rebuild something there, and it was just a normal, ordinary old, nothing school. And they tore down this gorgeous stone. It looked like a castle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And they tore it down. I was everybody, there was a big, crusade to save it, but they didn't. So
probably looks just like Hogwarts.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So we can't have that here. Not in Kansas.
Oh, it was beautiful. I loved it. Yeah.
We're getting the Calgary contingent. Vincent's coming.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Yes.
We're just really going to have a massive Calgary group.
It's awesome, is it? I don't know.
I'm
pretty depressed right now. So
Aww.
Well.
We'll come here.
So, Adrian.
Yes.
My mom was looking around Stan's place, and she thought it was going to be pretty simple.
Mm.
It's not.
Okay. This is a friend of Vincent's who's died. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not going to be simple. We need a lot more help.
Okay.
We're going to do what we can do.
Yep.
We'll do what we can
having
do.
An estate sale for somebody.
Yeah.
And
my husband's coming tomorrow, and Troy and maybe one of his friends is coming to help tomorrow.
Good.
I'll be there.
That would be great.
Oh, Susan, I would love to see you.
And Susan.
I'll fly up from Salinas, California to Calgary.
That would be
the plane will land skidding.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me how there's very little weather where the airport shuts down here. They're so well prepared that we can get the biggest snowfall, and the planes won't fly only because they haven't arrived from other airports. But if they can make it here, they're flying.
If your stomach can handle the turbulence. Oh my God.
My son left for school one year. I was so afraid of him flying because we had almost hurricane force winds here, and they still were flying. And he said it was a little bumpy, but it wasn't too bad.
Hurricane force. Oh,
yeah. Do you remember when they closed the downtown?
I remember it.
Yeah, because stuff fell down off, like there was stuff being blown off buildings, and it was falling down. So they closed the whole downtown area of Calgary, but they were still flying.
Yeah.
One time I was in Boise in the airport waiting to take off. It was really bad winter blizzard, and this was many, many years ago. And I heard an announcement, would everyone on West Coast flight such and such come to the West Coast desk? So I went and I said, I'm on flight such and such. And they said, how much do you weigh? They were
How much is your
literally
luggage? And
adding up whether or not they could take off. Uh-huh.
Oh, it
That's
was
not
that
creepy at
close.
all.
That's scary.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they
That's not
wouldn't have
creepy.
me on there.
Well, it just has a balance. I have been on flights where they have put us, they didn't ask us how much we weighed, but they put people on some side and then they take you out of your seat and put
Yep.
you on the other side of the plane so to balance the plane.
Yeah.
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 I've seen that. And they're like, okay, then now you can move to your seat again. You're like, is it really that fickle? I mean, 'cause, that seems a little odd.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wonder what kind of
That's-
plane that was.
That's kind of scary.
Well,
Mhm.
we flew on a little, I think,
It
a
was a
da-
bigger
da-
plane.
Small planes might be like that, but I
Yeah.
don't know about big
It was a
passengers.
bigger plane. I think I was flying to New Zealand
Really?
from California. So it was a big plane, I think.
yeah,
No,
if
maybe
if-
it wasn't, but it was
if
a bigger
going to New
plane.
Zealand, it would be a bigger plane.
Yeah, I would never fly a small tiny plane. No.
Well, we had to fly in a small plane, a Dash 8, when Cam was getting interviewed by universities down in the East Coast, and we had to fly from New York to Albany, and there were, as it turned out, 3 people on the plane, and we were all bunched up on one side, and they came, and I had to be one side, the other Cam was on the other, and the guy was at the back. Like they split us up to balance us. And I think what was it, Mitch, who said that it's because it's a small plane, and I think that was it.
Mhm. Well, the
So
one I was on from Boise was a DC-3.
Oh,
The aisle was like uphill. It,
that's crazy.
it was wild. Oh,
I don't even know if they fly those commercially anymore.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
That
not
was,
in
that
North
was the
America
workhorse.
anyway.
It was the workhorse of airplanes.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is the SkeptiCAMP
Social.
one here.
Yeah, this is
SkeptiCAMP social.
so Susan.
The social. This is so that we iron out all the little bugs that might be coming up.
Oh, okay.
This is
Oh,
just
and
kind
I
of-
should check the YouTube.
Oh, I haven't looked either. Yeah, I guess I could. I could put it on another monitor, but I have Facebook on that one.
Oh, there
Yeah,
it
I
is.
have it. But it is up. You guys can see that we're there.
Yeah, now I can see it.
It's funny to see you guys delayed.
I know, it is so weird, and it's so weird to see my face reversed.
Oh, I have,
It's
Adrian,
so
I
sweet.
have more pictures for you if you'd like to see them
Of what?
Pictures of
of
what?
Stan's place.
Oh, yes, you sure, send them.
Oh,
Send them.
there's,
That would be great.
there's like,
I know my son is interested in those bookshelves, so we'll take a look at them tomorrow.
Bookshelf. Hey,
Okay.
Mitchell, since I've got you there, I didn't get to go to the New York City Skeptic. How did that go? Did you get the videos up online? Because I really would like to see them.
Yeah, we don't have the videos up online yet, but it all went relatively well. We had a couple of little technical hiccups here and there, but it largely went very well. And yeah, so I'll try to get the videos up relatively soon, but there's
I
other.
think I've subscribed to your channel, so I think I would get a notification when they upload. I think so.
I listened to
Yeah,
that
we-
one,
we have a
Susan. That
few
was pretty
things Russ
good.
wants us to get out, but.
You went to it?
Yeah, it said it on mine.
Yeah, some of the talks look real interesting, so I'm looking forward to
And the
going.
one, the guy with the audio pareidolia, it was hysterical, my God.
Who had that?
Oh, he did he
I
do
don't
that
know,
last
but
year?
he-
That was so fun.
He played,
Um,
songs and singing, people singing in foreign languages, but then put up captions that sounded, and then you heard what the caption said. It was just,
Yeah, that was me,
it was
actually.
hysterical.
It was you, Mitch?
Oh,
You did
there
it?
you
That
go,
was me,
Mitch.
that was
You?
mine.
Oh, okay.
Well done.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Bob.
I grew a beard since then, but it was me.
I have no memory for stuff like that, but I speak from the heart, so.
Okay,
I
I
didn't know it was
definitely
you.
got to see that then, since that comes highly recommended. So
Yeah.
yeah, we got to see
I
that.
discovered there's a K-pop song with my name in it. Like my first name and my last name are in a K-pop song. Well, not really. It just sounds like that.
kind of sounds like you're saying your name.
They're singing in Korean,
Hey,
but
my
to
name.
my ears, it sounds like they're singing Mitchell, and in another part, they're singing the name Lampert.
Oh,
and
not
I'm
at the
like-
same time.
Not at the same time. But Maybe I'll share that video. At some
Oh, that's
point.
very interesting.
There's a TikTok trend going on with that right now. Like there's one audio thing. The song is titled Pope is a Rock Star, but everybody tags it as Go Little Rock Star. So they're talking about things that they're doing and people go in the comments and they're correcting them that no, that's not what the audio says.
What's the title called? Coke?
Pope.
Hey, Adrian,
Pope is
you
a
should
rock
be
star.
getting it.
Oh, is Pope a rapper?
No, it's just they're talking about the Pope of the Catholic Church being a rock star. But the way she sings it, it sounds like Go Little
Right.
Rock Star. Yeah.
I guess.
And now I can't
fans on
hear Go
TikTok?
Little Rock Star anymore. I hear Pope is a rock star every time.
Oh, because
These types of things have existed since the invention of recordings of songs.
Oh yeah. Like
They're
back
referred,
in the-
they're referred to as mondegreens
yeah.
or Lady Mondegreen.
Mondegreens?
Mondegreen.
Yeah, if you go back to like albino black sheep, the early days of internet memes, there was one trend that they did that was Colin Mockery and the French erotic film, and they would take French songs, German songs, and create English words over what it sounded like they were saying.
Yep, yep.
And like Colin Mockery was saving the world.
Oh, interesting. I remember growing up, there was a song my sister had, and it was Edie Amin. Edie Amin. That's what I thought it was. I don't know what it is. It's by the Kinks, I think, isn't it?
And when I was a child, I used to sing "Sweet Dreams Are Made of Cheese."
I disagree.
I disagree.
Yes.
Oh, I do. I love
The
Sweet Dreams Are Made of
Mondegreen thing, it comes from an old song where they killed
Yes.
the Lord
Oh yeah,
so
I was
and
about to
so
explain
and
that.
laid him on the green, and it comes out as Lady Mondegreen. So that's
Right.
the origin of the Mondegreens.
Yeah, I was going to explain that too. Yeah, but what else is there? There's a bunch of things like that. So there's a whole. In my presentation, I showed a whole video. Someone posted on the internet a long time ago an Indian pop song that is called Benny. To our ears, it was called Benny Lava. And if you go to YouTube and look for Benny Lava, you'll probably find copies of it.
Benny Lava.
Benny Lava. But yeah, I'll link you to the best. I'll link it to the best. There's several. The original copy of that video was taken off, and so what's on YouTube now are like copies of copies or recreations. So they vary in quality, and I'll link you to the. I'll link you to the put the link in the description for like the better ones.
Straighten the hat of, because that was going to bug the heck out of me all day. Gotta have the hat straight. Oh my gosh.
Is anybody old enough to remember that little kid's song, Maresy Dotes and Dozy Dotes?
Oh, a little lambs eat ivy.
Yes, it was
Ivy
years
Ivy.
before I knew that it was really words.
Thank you for bringing
Really?
back that memory.
Vincent,
Jeez.
you'll just have it in your head for the rest of
Yeah.
your world. Dozy dotes.
Love it. Yeah.
Dozy dotes. And little lambs eat ivy. I would eat ivy too.
The kid'll eat ivy too.
Is that what it was? A kid will eat ivy too.
Yeah,
Look,
Maresy.
Jan. Hi, Jan. Jan is a longtime Monterey County skeptic member that moved to Podunk, nowhere, I think. Where'd you go, Jan? Iowa? Indiana? Seems like it's an I word. Idaho.
Oh,
No.
that's not nowhere.
Well, Benny Lava. Okay, thanks, Mitch. She moved a long ways away. She was in one of our first stings. She was in she was in Operation Bumblebee. We went to the Chip Coffee Show, her and I and Sheldon Helms. And we sat together and they pretended they knew each other for years. And Chip Coffee got up there and started telling Jan about her sister who had died in 9/11. Something to do with 9/11. I think her sister had something to do with 9/11, and we just hugged each other and cried because he was just so accurate. It was all fake, of course, but it was so funny. I mean, not funny, funny. And then he was just going on and on. And then finally, after he read all three of us, I just kind of leaned way down in the seat and I'm like, all right, you guys, we gotta go. I can't handle any more of this. It was awful. Remember that, Jan? You're on mute. You're on mute, dear. Jan, you're on mute.
Okay.
There
Now
she
I'm on.
is. Okay.
Yes, I remember it very clearly.
Oh, what an adventure. What an adventure that was. That started us off, really. And then we just kept going with more operations. But that was the first one. Bumblebee's the only one that doesn't have a food name in the title. And it's a one word. All the others have been 2-word operations that deal with food.
Very memorable experience for me.
Good old Chip. He's still around.
That's too bad.
I know. And we had a nice photo with him. Each of us took a photo with him. He held my little pink purse and he just, oh, what a nice purse. And he held it and took a picture of me and him and he's holding my dude, you couldn't tell that I was there to scam you. Okay. Well, you're
I think you still have a photo.
Oh yeah. I'm sure we do somewhere. I know I have. Okay, I'm just double checking to make sure everything is all set here.
So
9:30.
over the rainbow.
Oh, stop. There's McGregor again. She's trying to get back in. Gail Myrna. I don't know Gail Myrna. Okay, we'll soon. Sherry Miller. I wonder if that Sherry Miller, is that who that is? She's muted. I don't see her, so she's not here. So I think you're not supposed to address people who aren't really here, who can't hear you, you know. That is her.
Did
Did you see your husband on the front page of the weekly article?
Yeah, we had a few phone calls from people.
No way, really?
Yeah.
They said, I know you. I know that person.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Usually he's on the news just because somebody's rescuing him from the water or something. So this time it was a nice one.
Somebody's rescuing him from the water. Oh, he does do a kayak thing, right?
Yeah, and there's been a few times when he's promised me when the 12-foot swells are out that he wouldn't go, and things happened and he ended up on the news. So then he had to confess and
sorry, honey, I was out on the kayak and it was only 11.5-foot swell. So I was okay.
I didn't really mean to go out. It just, I was out there paddling and it just happened.
And you got a couple calls. That's interesting,
Yeah.
That you got a couple calls. We had a surge of people who joined the group after it. So that I'm pleased.
Yeah, it was that Coast Weekly is a good way to get the word out.
The woman contacted Kathy. And so we didn't even do outreach saying, hey, do an article on us. She found us.
Cool.
I should have thought about that. I should have said, we should have done outreach. We've done it in the past, but always because it was physical. So,
yeah.
So I don't know. Good morning, Gail.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning. Where are you at?
Oregon City, Oregon.
Oh, in Oregon City, in Oregon. I don't think I know where that is. What is it near?
It's a suburb. We're part of the Portland metro area.
Oh.
Yeah. If I say
Oregon City.
Yeah, we're a historic city in historic small town.
Why would they name themselves Oregon City? I guess if it was a historic town and that's where.
When we're it's the end of the Oregon Trail.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is History City. All right.
I'm at the end of where I'm living right now is the end of the Oregon Trail.
I'm looking up the Wikipedia page right now. Oh yeah, look at that. On the Willamette River.
Willamette.
Willamette.
Willamette, damn it.
Oh, that's an easy way of remembering it, huh?
It's the rhymes of damn it, Willamette.
Oh, neat. Oh yeah, that's built up. Paper mill. Huh. I don't think I'd ever heard of that before. Look at all these notable people from there. Okay, well, yeah. Huh.
I mean, I could just say I'm from Portland, but I'm not in Portland, so, but it's,
No, I think you should give Oregon City its full due.
yeah, I'm about maybe 12 or so miles from, from the Portland proper.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, that's well, welcome. I think I want to go check out that city. That looks like a very historical place. I love Oregon. Oregon is
Oregon, yeah, wonderful
terrific.
place. I love Oregon.
Yeah. So you came over from Janine's probably message that are you part of the Oregonians for?
I'm a part of several groups, like I'm actually part of the Humanists of Greater Portland and also Freedom from Religion Foundation
Mhm.
and CFI.
Oh, yeah.
I think this was just some of the other things I was going to, and it sounded interesting, so I wanted to check it out.
Well, we'll try. We'll try to get it interesting. I haven't heard from our first speaker at this moment. I mean, I've heard from them yesterday, but I'm not here right now. I'll have to do their talk for them. That'll be odd. No, they know. They're professionals. They'll be all right. And who just joined that I just saw? Come on. Who was
That's
it?
me.
Oh, Deborah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you see the you guys all, I guess, could see that the YouTube's there, right?
I announced it. Yeah.
And I changed I couldn't get it to go to the normal About Time channel. So I just said, the heck with it. It's going where it goes and we'll just move it. And I changed the URL.
Ah, okay, cool. There.
Much better.
Much better.
So we're selling a car for $9,000. Anybody want to buy a car?
Is that 9,000 Canadian?
9,000 Canadian. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, so that's not much.
that's what 7,000 here.
Yeah.
That's you pay us to take it. So.
We'd have to go to Canada to get it.
You'd have to come and pick it up and drive it across.
Mhm.
Drive across the border. That's the hardest part,
Yeah.
probably.
Where we don't know how to switch the insurance and the vehicle registration. So
Mhm.
that's going to be a tough part.
Yeah. Seems like that would be up to whoever bought it.
No. The person that bought it is no longer.
Oh no, but the person who buys it from you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but we have to sell it. So we have to incur the cost of the vehicle registration and everything. We can't just.
So you don't own the
Unfortunately.
car. Do you own the car yourself right now?
No, we don't own the car.
He owns
So
it.
yeah,
Well, the dead person's
So,
name
the
is
dead
still on.
person owns it. So
Oh.
we're gonna have to try to get the car. Oh, it's
Well-
all a mess. It's a mess and yeah, and the people next of kin don't live in the country. So
They're in Poland.
they're in
Yeah.
Poland.
How
So
old
it's
is the
kinda
car? What
like-
year is the car?
The car is 2008.
Oh, wow, that is a good price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Is it in
And-
good
and
shape?
It is in excellent shape.
You didn't drive it that much, huh?
He didn't drive it that much. We're going to try to get the mileage off of it. And it is in incredible good shape. And yeah, and that's the next thing to try to sell.
No salt corrosion on the undercarriage or any of that?
No salt corrosion on the undercarriage. No. No, it's in excellent condition.
Well,
For
you'd
the
have to live closer to
price.
wherever you are, probably.
I
I don't think
There's a few
California.
Calgarians here. Maybe somebody
Yeah,
will
there you
pass it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good advertising.
Oh,
for
but
Cal-
you gotta, but you gotta know how to drive a standard. It's a
Oh,
standard.
I could do that.
Yeah,
Deborah
and
can do
I do
that's-
that.
that too.
yeah.
I finally got a non-manual transmission the last time I bought a car, but I
Same
had
here.
all my life. I never owned an automatic until a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's pretty common for our generation, right? Because I mean, there wasn't a lot of choice and it was a lot more expensive when we were growing up to have an automatic.
Yeah.
So
Well, my
I-
first car was a Volkswagen Square, a 1963 Volkswagen Squareback.
Oh, I didn't know that. I had a 73
I don't know what that is.
fastback. It
Yeah,
was fun,
okay.
fun. Yeah, Karen. Yeah, I love stick
Mine
shift.
had a sunroof.
Oh, nice.
Oh man, she's a California girl. She's the original California girl. Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good to see you. And look, there's Craig. Hi, Craig. He's on the moon or the hoax moon. You're muted, Craig. Insufficient memory. That's
Hi, Craig.
And Jan is here. I haven't seen Jan in
Hi.
forever. Hi, Jan.
yeah, Janice is here.
Here.
She was one of the first ones here.
All right.
I finally get to come to SkeptiCAMp again.
Yeah,
Yay.
finally. What state are you in? Jan?
Iowa.
Yeah, I knew it was an
Iowa.
I named something. Iowa. What the heck? It is must be freezing cold over there.
Oh, it's about 5 degrees.
Ah.
5
Thank you.
degrees.
Oh, there's
It's a warm day there.
It's
then.
right, it's spring weather.
American measurements.
I
No.
know, but it's still spring weather.
The days are
Even
getting
if you
longer every day.
Even if you did
Yep.
the conversion, it's still spring weather to us.
Well, we're
That's
below
true.
freezing here in North Carolina, and a week ago it was like summer weather or spring weather.
Oh. Yeah, you
Well,
gotta love the
we're-
middle of the country for that variation, right?
Yeah, we've had I think all 4 seasons. So it snowed on Monday, but didn't stick.
It makes life very interesting. I
Yes,
know here we're minus 23 Celsius and
Uh,
we're supposed to be on Tuesday, I think it is, plus 12.
Wow, balmy.
Yeah.
So that's
We're-
spring weather for sure.
It's 46 degrees here.
Yeah, 40, almost 50 here at my house.
Nice.
Closer to
I've-
the ocean, I guess, or something.
Yeah, we're getting a little tired of this very, very cold weather. Our poor dog
Oh,
can't. I mean, could you imagine having to go to the toilet out in minus 30 weather?
yeah, you
Yes.
drop a little. It
Our
freezes.
ancestors did it all the time. They had to walk down and do their, or they used a little convenience thing.
A little cup
Honey
of
pot. They called it a
Little
honey
pot.
pot.
honey
The honey
pot or a
pot.
chamber pot. Yeah. But somebody had to go empty it. I mean, someone had to go out in the cold.
I guess it was normal. I went to I think it was Indiana. I love historical places. And I went in and they had those recreated places where you recreate things and that shows that they had one of the little chamber pots, but it was all crocheted and everything at the top. And they said that the reason why they crocheted it is so that when they put the lid back on, you didn't hear a clink. So if it's the middle of the night, you wouldn't be disturbed by the person next to you who had to go and use it.
You're gonna
I
wake
thought,
everybody up.
"Well, that's
every
clever."
time.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like everybody's muted almost for some weird reason.
Yeah, as you enter.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I
it's
mean,
because my dog's barking.
other people are muted too, but okay.
I just turned myself on.
All right. Oh, I have to go for a minute.
Oh, the bread's done.
Yeah, sort of.
She's on her. So everybody's party at Deborah's after this is all over.
In my humble opinion, everyone who isn't actually speaking at the time should be muted. It avoids dog barking,
Yeah,
sirens going off, and lots of other problems.
everybody will be once we get started. You're absolutely right. Hello, Tracy, who's having a nice cup of something there. That's nice.
Caffeine.
A cup of caffeine. Hi, Peter.
Hi,
Where are you at?
Monterey.
Oh, okay, cool. Edward Gracie's here. Hello. I started talking to him as soon as he shoved something in his mouth. That's just the way I am.
3 people here from the same city. That's
Weird. Hi,
That's
Linda.
impressive.
Linda's going to be one of our speakers today. Lots
Not
of
too many
people
other
here.
people here from Sicklerville, I don't imagine.
Where are you at?
Sicklerville,
I don't know where that is.
New Jersey.
Oh,
Oh, yay.
oh, well, welcome from New Jersey. Is that what we're supposed to
Yeah,
say?
yeah, I'm on your friends list on Facebook, so I got the notice.
Well, fantastic. Who else is here that we haven't said hello to yet that I don't see?
Eric,
Well, I mean, that I do.
hopped on. Looks like we've got 4 repping Raleigh now.
4 from
I
Raleigh?
thought you were an
We're going to
Apex.
have a fight with who's got the most. What was that? Did I see?
You're in
And I
this.
thought y'all were in Nightdale.
No, we're in Raleigh. I'm 15 minutes from downtown.
I'm
Mhm.
using the term loosely.
I think Noreen is in Calgary, isn't she? Or in that area? No? Oregon?
Ooh.
You're on mute, so I can't.
I'm in San Jose. I went to the SkeptiCAMP in
Right.
2019.
It's so confusing. I know people and I'm going, I'm putting them in the wrong place.
I met you at the San Jose Atheist community.
That's right. Absolutely. Gosh, that was 100 years ago, wasn't it? It feels like it now. Anything before the pandemic was way long ago. Look at all these people joining. Oh, we're supposed to be starting right now. Okay. 9:46. I'm letting people in. Mrs. Butterworth is almost here, I see.
9:46.
9:46.
10:49.
9:46. All right, everybody, welcome to, I guess I should put myself. Hey, is it just me, you guys? Did I do this correctly? I'm not hearing anything.
I didn't get muted, but I'll mute myself.
Okay, I should be all you see right now is me. Just
I
all
see,
me.
see you and yes,
Yeah.
and some people on the top, and I hear you.
Okay, good. So, all right. So we did this right. Well, welcome to Monterey County SkeptiCAMP 2020. I did not think we would be doing this again alive. That's for sure, because I thought for sure the pandemic would be all over with by now, but no. So we have a really great schedule for you here today. Just a little bit nervous because our first speaker hasn't shown up, which is going to be interesting because they're not here yet. So we may go with a plan B if we have to, but that's fine. We'll roll with it. They're in Copenhagen. So maybe they've got their time zones a little mixed up or something like that. I've messaged them and we're hoping that they'll see here and get here really quickly. Anyway, this is we started doing SkeptiCAMPs in 2015, and we've always done them live. And our purpose is to get everybody together, hopefully in one room, and to get people to start thinking about maybe doing their own presentations in the future. We really like to encourage people who have not really been the type that have gone out and done a lot of speaking gigs, that are more kind of like local. Here's something I'm very passionate about, and let's go ahead and talk about it and introduce it. So that's been the history of a SkeptiCAMP over the past. But as we have gone into this world that we're in right now, where we're able to go to Zoom, there's blessing and curses. Obviously, we're not meeting in person as much anymore, though we are still meeting for pizza this upcoming Wednesday, and at Gianni's if you're local. And the blessings of it is that we are able to meet on Zoom, and we are able to stay in the comforts of our nice home and not be in 5-degree weather outside to travel to one location to another. And we're able to get speakers from far away, which is really kind of nice because we're able to have people that are normally wouldn't be able to speak at a Monterey County SkeptiCAMP. So that's always been really kind of fun. Oh, here comes Klaus. So I guess we'll be on time. One of the things that I should mention also is that we do have a YouTube channel, and our YouTube channel has all the talks from all the past conferences. And these are all bite-sized kind of talks. So they're going to be about 20 minutes or so for each talk. And all of the videos will be up on our YouTube channel probably within a week. because it takes me a little bit of time to get them formatted and so on, and cut down into from one long thing to just short little bits because I'm recording everything. If you wanted to revisit SkeptiCAMP again and just watch it from beginning to end, because whatever reason you want to do that, some people do actually in the background like to just listen to us as if they're attending at the moment, and that we're ignoring them whenever they talk to us, because of course they're not watching a live video. You could do that because that's going to be right now. It's on a YouTube channel that is there. Deborah and Adrian are going to be our admins today and our co-hosts, and they're going to get keep everybody muted. And if there's anybody that needs to be thrown out, or if there's a lot of movement, they're going to go ahead and turn off your video. So it's nothing personal if they do. It might be there's just something going on in the background. We've got it set up today so that everything is, when people enter the room, they're entering the room muted, and also they're entering the room without a doorbell. So I think that's kind of distracting. So I've changed it so it's that way. So hopefully anybody who's entering our waiting room isn't totally distracted because of the sound of a doorbell. So those kinds of things, and hopefully they get in quickly. Other things I want to mention are we are a nonprofit that is called About Time. And that is a nonprofit that started whenever James Randi and the James Randi Educational Foundation decided that they would give us a grant and to be able to become a nonprofit. And let me tell you, that is a project. Deborah will tell you all about it. It is quite a project to get the paperwork and everything done for that. It took us, I think, two and a half years to get it all taken care of. So it was an adventure. So we are a nonprofit. And if you'd like to make donations, we will be putting up our donation box as we go. A little bottle that you shake, that kind of thing. Even a few dollars is helpful, but we're not asking for a door amount for sure, because we want to make sure this is open to everybody possible. So maybe at the end or the middle, if you're having a very good time, you might want to throw us some money. That would be really appreciated. We are a nonprofit, so it is tax deductible if that matters to you. Our funding goes towards multiple projects that we run. The one we're at is Monterey County Skeptics at the moment, which is located in beautiful Monterey, California area, Monterey County. We're at about 50 degrees here. So January is a wonderful time to visit if you like mild weather and nice weather. So hopefully 2023 we'll be meeting in person again. The money, when we are having a in-person SkeptiCAMP, can be quite pricey. We have to rent a building. We have to have insurance. We have food for sale, but we usually take a little bit of a loss on the food for sale. So we usually spend about $1,000 to run a SkeptiCAMP, and we usually make up maybe $600 of it. So we're always running at a loss. So this year, obviously, this is not going to run at a loss because we're already here. Another project that we run is the Guerrilla Skeptics, which is the sting operation part that I run, where we sting different psychics. And we have been extremely successful in stinging psychics. We're going to be hearing from, I don't think we're going to hear from anybody about any of our stings this time. I was just thinking that we would, but no, I have a lot of videos and a lot of articles up about all the different stings we've done. Jan is here, which is really great, from Iowa, because she was in our first sting, Operation Bumblebee, that I ever did, which was on the psychic medium Chip Coffee. You can read all about that on our website. Everything's on our website, by the way, you guys. And after that, we did Operation Ice Cream Cone, Operation, what was next? Operation Ice Cream Tater Tot, which was Tyler Henry, the Hollywood medium. Operation Ice Cream Cone with some no-name psychic. That was very interesting. We did a phone reading and with him. Operation, trying to do them in order, but I guess I can't do them in order. Onion Ring, Operation Peach Pit, Operation Lemon Meringue. And the most recent one with Thomas John is Operation Onion Ring. That is Operation Onion Ring. We had also done Operation Pizza Roll with him. And the most recent one is Operation Onion Ring. And this is where a psychic on Zoom was giving readings to 5-year-olds to 12-year-olds. So it was quite egregious. And that was $400 for each person who was in the event. And we spent $800 on that sting. So these are the reasons why we have to have money, is because we actually have to pay, and we have to attend as a VIP when we go in person, or if we can get into the Zoom call. And the event that Jan went to, Operation Bumblebee, was $161 a person, I believe, or something like that. We paid for all of the people who attended. So that gets quite expensive.
I'll send it Messenger.
What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I didn't know I was, somehow I'm not muted. I don't know what happened.
Oh, well,
I apologize.
That's okay. We won't ban you. So that was that. So the operation, the stings with the psychics always cost a lot of money. We are also in the GSOW project, which is the largest Wikipedia editing group of any time. And we edit in all languages we can. And I think we're going to be having a talk from somebody. No, I know we're having a talk from somebody today about that. And she is one of our GSOW editors who will be talking about her experience with the team in Maine, Maine, USA. And we are going to be giving scholarships this year, hopefully, which will to our GSOW members and our Girl Skeptic members, and maybe our Monterey County Skeptic members, to attend future conferences. So SciCon is the next big conference that's coming up, I believe, in Las Vegas. And I think there's one in Manchester, England, called QED. And that is also going to be, we're hoping to be able to send people to those conferences. So we obviously need funds to be able to send people for those. So anyway, yeah, toss a coin to your skeptic. I like that. Okay, so Klaus is saying my video is either turned off or doesn't work. So Klaus.
I can see Klaus.
He figured it out.
Oh, it might have been an older message when you.
Yes.
Okay, so that's okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So we are a little ahead of time. And I'm going to open this up. Let me unpin myself so that I'm not here. And I need to go back to gallery view, I think, to be able to do that right. Okay, there you guys are. Oh, look at, there's a whole bunch more people that were here before I started pinning. That's really great. Oh, there you goes. Oh, I see Klaus. I see Steen. Okay, sounds great. Hi, Kyle. I see you now. I see Mono. I'm like on that. Do you guys remember, what was that show that'd be like, he had like a tellus thing and he'd go, I see.
Romper Room.
Romper Room. Janice is like, Romper Room. Romper Room.
I prefer to think of more like Hollywood Squares.
With a bunch of people.
Or the start of the Brady Bunch.
Oh, that's good. Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Nice to meet you there. See you there. Oh, look at this. This is so great. Deborah is the president of the Monterey County Humanist Association, which is, kind of our sister organization in the humanist world. Deborah, why don't you have a say of something or two?
Let's see. Well, we actually haven't really been very active since COVID because our meeting place closed and we don't really have another meeting place. So, we still have our members, they're still out there. I don't know, there's not a whole lot to say. We participated recently in First Night Monterey, which is the New Year's Eve. There's like a little really short parade down Alvarado Street in Monterey. It's like 2 blocks or something like that. And we had our peace banners because it's a peace group, and our group isn't necessarily strictly a peace group, but we're another member of another peace group. So we did that. And Usually we do 4th of July, but they didn't have it the last 2 years. So I don't know if we're going to have it this year. But anyway, get vaccinated. Wear your mask. Stay away from people.
We're doing that right now. We're staying away from people.
I know we're being very good, and
we're spending a lot of time with our pets, I think, which is
people
really
are behaving. Maybe we can, go to a conference one of these days.
Oh, I know. We got to get there someday.
Yeah.
So, what else should I make sure I say? I wasn't prepared to be so early. I expected a whole bunch of problems. So, that's usually what happens. And sorry, it didn't happen. Oh, we are broadcasting this live to a YouTube. If you are interested in seeing that together. Oh, I see a couple people there. Allison. Oh, okay. She'll be a speaker later. And
I see Hamilton decided to join us.
Yes, this is Hamilton, and he was named Hamilton. Thank you. Before the musical, right, Ham?
Long before.
Long before. He's much older than that. He was named after Alexander Hamilton, believe it or not. So we will be visited hopefully by multiple, and hopefully they'll keep it clean, whatever they're doing back here. Let me know if he's starting to do something that is inappropriate, because they are cats and they love the internet, as we all know. Okay, anything else I need to know or say? I can't think of anything. We will be doing, there are going to be doing conferences throughout the whole year, hopefully in 2023. Oh my gosh, you guys, there's so many wonderful things that are coming up in the year. I appreciate skeptical conferences so much more now that we have had this break from things. Is if there's nothing else that anybody thinks that I need to cover, then I'm going to allow this to go over to our first speakers early, only because we can, and the topic is so interesting. And if we have a little bit more in the, I'm also going to put the donate button in here. And
Susan, before you do that, would you post the YouTube link in the chat?
Sure.
Well, the other thing that can happen is you just click on the live on YouTube at the top of the screen, and it will take you straight there.
Oh, hey, you guys.
Not sure everybody with a phone can do that.
No, so the link is still a good idea.
So we should probably just put links in the chat as we go as well. So many screens open. Okay, great. So I'm going to introduce our first speakers. Let me pin myself again. Okay, so I want to introduce our first speakers for today. We're a little early, so you have a little more time than you thought, which is great. And these are two old friends. Oh, I shouldn't say old friends. That makes it sound like you're old, doesn't it? These are two really interesting characters that I've known for some time.
That can cover a lot of territory.
It sure can. So let me tell you a few things about these guys. They are in, oh, here comes somebody else. They are in Copenhagen, or in that vicinity. They have, Klaus has been attending conferences in the United States for years, and he used to be a volunteer at the TAMs and the different kinds of events, the amazing meetings of the JREF. I got to make sure I'm clear. At the amazing meetings, he's also been to SciCon, and they were able to come out to SciCon in Vegas a few years ago to attend, because they had sued someone. I hope I'm not giving away anything that they were going to talk in their talk, who had used their copyrights on their channel for the 911 thing, and they were able to sue somebody, and that person had to pay a fee, had to pay them, and gave them enough money that they were both able to travel to Vegas to attend SciCon. And that just is like one of the most wonderful stories. I don't think anybody's ever had that happen. I as far as I know, I've never heard of anybody actually winning an award from one of these people and then using it to come over here. Mark Edward and I went to Copenhagen in 2019, and Klaus took, I'm not going to say, Klaus, don't freak out what it is, the surprise. No, I will never reveal that. He has a surprise. So anybody who comes to Copenhagen,
Yes.
he will give you a tour of, it's a beautiful city. And there's a lot of historical sites there where, that are the typical touristy kind of things, the typical neat, really amazing things that anybody can see. But Klaus has one stop on his tour that I can't talk about because it's a surprise, but it is relevant to the skeptic community, and it's really kind of cool.
Yeah.
The only suggestion I would give to people who are going to Copenhagen in the future on a tour with Klaus is to make sure that you get your stamina up, because he is really got a tour set up, and those cobblestones are so uncomfortable on your feet. You gotta wear good shoes. Gotta wear good shoes.
Yes.
Lots of great things to see up there.
Well, it's a big city.
It's walkable. There's a Scientology building there that you can go see as well.
Oh yeah, yes.
Wonderful parks. Don't see the Little Mermaid statue that's there. No. It's only like a few feet tall, isn't it?
Why do you think it's called the Little Mermaid?
Oh, because the tour buses all stop there and they take pictures of people by the. It's just I've never seen it, but I've been warned off. Anyway, so let me pin you guys. Let me remove my pin, and I'm going to, let me see how I do this. If I pin,
I can add, while you look for it, that the amount that we won from the trial was in the neighborhood of $9,000. And as we said when we were there, we said it was the first time that someone went to join your meetings on a scholarship from a conspiracy theorist.
Okay, so I've spotlighted one. How do I do the other? Janice, can you tell me? No, Janice, Adrian, can you know what? Maybe I should just do that. Adrian, can you spotlight the two?
Okay, so Klaus and what's the other name?
Steen. S-T.
My name is Steen. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It's
He's got a guitar behind him.
okay. Well,
I've made them co-hosts so they can share their screens or whatever they need to do.
I'm still looking. I'll give it a try.
I could spotlight one, but I'm not sure how I spotlight.
You should be able to do two, because I've done that before, but it's been a while.
Add spotlight. Okay, here. Oh, I did it.
Oh, okay, good, because I just was about to do that and then he disappeared. So I guess it's because you spotlighted him.
Dun, 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 dun. So you guys can let's mute everybody, please. If you have questions, please go ahead and put them in your in the chat. And YouTube also will keep a track and see if there's anything there. And everybody will go ahead, Adrian or Deborah, if you'll mute everybody, and then Klaus and Steen, you'll just have to unmute yourselves.
And one other note for those, especially if you're on a PC, you want to make sure that when you go to view at the top right, it's under speaker, not gallery. Otherwise, you're going to just see everybody small still.
Okay, put everybody under speaker. And then when we're done with that and we're ready to go back to the group again, I think you have to go to gallery so that you can see everybody in the little spot.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
all ready.
There's also going to be a PowerPoint as part of the picture. But just
you've got permissions to make it that way, so go for it. And if you have audio that you want to show, make sure that you click the button at the bottom that says show sound.
Okay, let's see. How does that work?
It looks great.
Okie dokie.
Adrian, can you mute us all?
Yeah, I think everybody's muted.
Oh, but I'm not.
Hopefully I'm not either.
No, I just kind of did it individually. So I just forgot to do you.
We really have to come up with a better term than do you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
Just for starters, it's not that I want to postpone anything. I just want to let you know that I've spoken to some people who expect it to begin in 20 minutes. So, but
on the other hand, they can see it on
True.
YouTube.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Recording in progress. Okay, let's go then.
All
Steve,
right.
shall
Yeah.
I go?
Sure.
Okay. Here we go. Welcome to our lecture, Facepalm, the absurdities of the truth movement. My name is Claus Larsen, which makes the other guy Sten Svenholm. And we have for more than 10 years investigated conspiracy theories, mainly regarding 9/11, but also done more broad research into the subject. Conspiracy theorists present their alternative explanations as far better supported than the official accounts. The official accounts are all lies, you see, but in reality, the conspiracy theories are not only lacking in evidence, they are also absurd and often contradict each other. In this lecture, we will take a closer look at what the absurdities are, and we will also explain the thinking behind these problems and how the truth movement handles the absurdities in a truly Orwellian manner.
We're not going to address the issue of whether the evidence claimed to exist by conspiracy theorists is real or not. That issue is already settled. 20 years after the terror attack on September 11, 2001, and counting, conspiracy theorists haven't been able to present a coherent case that the terror attack was not planned and carried out by the Al-Qaeda, as the official investigations have concluded. Instead, conspiracy theorists claim that a cabal of powerful politicians, high-ranking military personnel, the media, and so on and so forth were behind it. However, conspiracy theorists have only been able to present an incoherent case.
And it's this incoherence that we will describe in this lecture, where we examine how well the conspiracy theories about 9/11 hold up to a logical scrutiny. Now, we can only include a fraction of the hundreds of claims, so we've focused on the major ones. Now, the claims are not made by all members of the truth movement, but they are currently the trending ones. And to that effect, Sten will play the role of the conspiracy theorist, while I will play the role of the party pooper skeptic. Now, please note that this mock conversation that follows, it's not a realistic one. We do it this way to illustrate that the claims and how absurd they are. It would never happen so smoothly in real life because the conspiracy theorists would never just accept that their claims are shown to be absurd. We would personally also always leave them room to counter our responses. So in a word or a handful, we are cutting to the chase here, not to be arrogant, but to be pedagogic. So, Sten,
yeah,
donning your imaginary tinfoil hat, what happened on that fateful day more than 20 years ago?
Well, the official account is a lie. It wasn't Osama bin Laden and 19 hijackers who planned and carried out the attack. There were no hijackers. The 4 planes were all remotely controlled. Flight 175 didn't hit the World Trade Center 2. Flight 77 didn't hit the Pentagon, and Flight 93 didn't crash in Pennsylvania. As for the events in New York, World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7 were destroyed by controlled demolitions. Explosives and nanothermite were placed in the buildings beforehand. After the attack, there was a massive cover-up.
Okay, that is a lot to process. Maybe we better take it step by step. Could you tell me about Osama bin Laden?
Well, of course. Did you, for instance, know that the bin Laden family and the Bush family are old business partners? And did you know that Osama bin Laden was trained and paid by the CIA? And did you know that Osama bin Laden's family was airlifted out of the US shortly after the day of the attack?
Well, actually, yes, I did. But what I don't know is why you point to Osama bin Laden. Why is he relevant if he isn't behind the attack? A while ago, you dismissed Osama bin Laden as irrelevant. You said he didn't do it. And then you do your best to link him to the Bush family and to the attack itself. That makes no sense whatsoever. If you don't think that Osama bin Laden was behind the attack, any reference to him is nonsense. You are contradicting your own claim. Now, you also said that there were no hijackers.
I did.
Oh, sorry.
In the time leading up to the attack, the CIA ordered visas for the 15 of the 19 people claimed to be hijackers. And also, the government procedures regarding hijacking were changed. So it would take longer for the authorities to intervene in case of hijackings. Furthermore, Vice President Dick Cheney was in control of NORAD, so he could make sure that the military wouldn't prevent the planes from reaching their targets.
Yeah, but if all of this is true, it means that there were hijackers and that the planes were in fact hijacked. Otherwise, it makes no sense to seek to make hijackings easier, only not to have hijackers at all. What happened during the 109 minutes between the first hijacking and the last plane crashing, Flight 93?
Well, one of the passengers on board Flight 93 made a phone call saying that he saw a gun. And Dick Cheney, he issued a stand-down order so that the planes heading towards their goals were not to be shot down, but were allowed to hit their targets. There was also plenty of time for the Air Force to shoot down the planes. And the air defense was even warned 20 minutes earlier than reported.
Yeah, but again, all this points to there being hijackers. Why would you issue a stand-down order if the planes were not hijacked? What about some of the passengers who called in saying that the planes had been hijacked?
You know, it was impossible in 2001 to use a cell phone from a passenger plane. The reports of phone calls from passengers and of hijackers were all hoaxes.
But hold on, didn't you just say that one of the passengers on board Flight 93 made a phone call saying that he saw a gun? You're contradicting yourself again. You know, perhaps we should just move on to the planes. If the planes weren't hijacked, what happened?
Well, you know, all 4 planes were remotely controlled. As for Flight 93, it wasn't crashed by the hijackers as the official account claims. Instead, the plane was shut down. Did you know that debris was found at the crash site in Pennsylvania? No debris was found at the crash site in Pennsylvania.
So Flight 93 was first remotely controlled, then shut down despite there was a stand-down order not to shoot it down. And then either they, whoever are behind it, removed the plane parts from Flight 93 from the crash site. Maybe it was shut down elsewhere where nobody discovered the debris, while a crater suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Or perhaps, I mean, did they dig the crater in advance, but fail to put plane parts in it? It doesn't make any sense, okay? Why don't we move on to Flight 77? Was there no plane at the Pentagon either?
No, there wasn't. No plane hit the Pentagon. Flight 77's route towards the Pentagon was impossible. Nobody could make that sharp right turn just before the plane was supposed to hit the Pentagon. And also Flight 77 couldn't fly so fast, so close to the ground. The most damning evidence, however, is that no surveillance cameras show that a plane hit the building.
But what about the debris from a plane found on the lawn at the impact site, as well as inside the building?
Those plane parts didn't belong to a Boeing 757. They came from another type of plane.
Let me get this right. You say that there was no plane at the Pentagon, but that something else caused the big explosion and the damage. Then they placed what was supposed to be plane debris from a Boeing 757, only they had prepared parts from a different type of plane. Why would they swap plane type? And, you know, also, why would they prepare and place plane debris at the Pentagon, but not at the crash site in Pennsylvania? And why would you remotely control a plane that wasn't intended to hit its target anyway? What about Flight 175?
Well, it wasn't Flight 175 that hit the World Trade Center 2. The plane that came in was going way too fast for a Boeing 767. And also the plane engine found later in the streets of Manhattan wasn't even from a Boeing 767.
So Flight 175 was swapped with a different plane type. One was that was moderated so it could fly faster than a Boeing 767, yet photos and videos clearly show a plane that is indistinguishable from a Boeing 767. What about Flight 11?
Well, That was really Flight 11, only it was remotely controlled.
So Flight 93 wasn't there, Flight 77 wasn't there, Flight 175 wasn't there, but was swapped with another plane, but Flight 11 was there. Okay. This is going really, really well. Not. What about the catastrophe in New York City following the attack? You said that the World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7 were destroyed by explosives and nanothermite placed in the buildings beforehand. Could you elaborate a little bit there?
Of course I can. The official account claims that the 3 buildings collapsed due to fires, and that's a lie. After the planes had hit the World Trade Center 1 and 2, the jet fuel quickly burned out, leaving only few small fires that couldn't have melted the steel. And when the World Trade Center 1 collapsed, the debris didn't damage the World Trade Center 7 much. Besides, steel-framed high-rises have never collapsed due to fires before. And that means it's impossible for these 3 buildings to collapse due to fires.
Okay, so the buildings were not destroyed by fires, but by what?
Well, you know, in the time leading up to the attack, between 10 and 100 tons of explosives and nanothermite were secretly placed in all 3 buildings. This was done by people posing as maintenance workers.
Wait a minute. There were usually many thousands of people working in the buildings, and none of them discovered anything unusual? Okay, you mentioned explosives. What about those?
Well, many witnesses heard explosions and saw flashes of light. And photos also show symmetrical dust clouds emerging from the World Trade Center 1 and 2. Those flashes of light and dust clouds are signs of controlled demolitions. And also, all 3 buildings collapsed suddenly, symmetrical, in free fall, and in their own footprints. The concrete in World Trade Center 1 and 2 was pulverized, and the steel was fragmented. You can see this easily when you look at the photos and the videos from the collapses and compare them to big buildings being destroyed by controlled demolitions.
Let me get this right. Someone, they, secretly planted explosives in buildings filled with people who didn't notice. A procedure that usually takes months with full access to every crook and nanny in the building and makes a lot of noise, drilling holes for the explosives. Then they deliberately waited 56 minutes and 102 minutes after the impact of the planes to detonate the explosives, all of which was captured on many videos and seen by millions of people all around the world. Yet, nobody on that day or in the months, even years after, saw the destruction of the buildings as controlled demolitions. You needed to be told that the collapses were indistinguishable from controlled demolitions. Now, you also mentioned nanothermite. What is that?
Yeah. Nanothermite is a compound secretly developed by the US military. It can melt steel, which is what caused the 3 buildings to collapse, along with explosives, of course. And in the months after the catastrophe, there were pools of melted metal at ground zero. You know, Niels Harrit, the Danish professor emeritus of chemistry, he has found tons of unreacted nanothermite in the dust from ground zero.
So they planted both explosives and nanothermite in the buildings, yet when the buildings were demolished, they looked like buildings being destroyed by explosives only. Why would you use nanothermite? You know, what about the cover-up then? Who really did this?
Larry Silverstein, who owned the World Trade Center 7, and he had leased the World Trade Center 1 and 2. In the weeks before the attack, he had insured against terror attacks from planes. Silverstein later ordered the controlled demolition of World Trade Center 7. He actually said so in a documentary. The day before the attack, Donald Rumsfeld admitted that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. Rumsfeld had knowledge that the terror attack would take place the next day, knowing that the news of the missing trillions would be buried in the massive media cover of the attack. Furthermore, the hijacked Flight 77 was intended to impact the Pentagon at the exact spot where the documents would reveal the fraud would be. The impact and the subsequent damage and fires were then to destroy the evidence. The missing money was used to wage war in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, the media was in on it too. For instance, the BBC, they revealed on live television that the World Trade Center 7 had collapsed 20 minutes before it really happened.
So Larry Silverstein, Donald Rumsfeld, and the BBC revealed the plot as well as their own involvement in the world's largest terror attack. Why would they do that? I mean, the people behind it, are they morons? Also, you said earlier that Flight 77 did not hit the Pentagon, but now you do. Did Flight 77 hit the Pentagon or not? How can you call this a cover-up?
Well, it is, or it was. For instance, it took several court trials to release images from the surveillance cameras from the Pentagon. And you know, no images showed a plane.
So they are powerful enough to stage a false flag terror attack, but they can't prevent the courts from revealing that it was all a hoax. Furthermore, if they can place plane parts that didn't even come from a Boeing 757, but they can't make some fake photos of a plane, you know, I hesitate to ask, but do you have more?
Of course, I always have more. You know, Osama bin Laden, he wasn't wanted by the FBI for 9/11. And the video of him, Osama bin Laden, admitting to the attack, it was faked. The translation was a hoax. He didn't admit to the attack. And also the person in the video, it wasn't even Osama bin Laden.
Hold on. They can produce a fake video of Osama bin Laden, but not fake photos showing a plane at the Pentagon. Also, if the video doesn't show Osama bin Laden, it's irrelevant what the person says. It's only relevant if the person is Osama bin Laden. The person in the video cannot both be Osama bin Laden and not Osama bin Laden. You are contradicting yourself here once again. As for the warrant, they can stage a huge false flag operation, yet they can't get the FBI to issue a warrant for Osama bin Laden's arrest. I mean, who are they? Are they completely powerless?
Yeah, but you know, people have been killed for knowing and revealing the truth.
Yeah, well, the most known people claiming that 9/11 was a hoax, they're still alive. Alex Jones is alive. Richard Gage is alive. Christopher Berlin is alive. Eric Hofschmidt is alive. Niels Harrit, whom you mentioned before, all are known because they have exposed the hoax, yet they are very much alive and active 2 decades after the attack. They, whoever are behind it, seem to be killing the wrong people. You know what, Steen? I think we are done here.
I think so.
Yeah, fair enough. So, you know, well, while Steen takes off his imaginary tinfoil hat, allow me to summarize what the truth movement overall is claiming. The terror attack on 9/11 was a huge false flag operation planned and carried out by a secret cabal. The cabal is omnipotent. The plan happened without anyone spotting it on the day or in the weeks or months after. But the cabal is also at the same time so incompetent that all you have to do is Google to find evidence to reveal who did it and their whole plan. A plan that makes no sense whatsoever and even contradicts itself. I see that Steen is back from the rabbit hole. Bring it on home.
Yeah. Did I win an Oscar? No. Any
No.
movement will, of course, have its point of disagreement. You know, the animal rights movement, they cannot agree on which animals should have rights and which shouldn't. And the feminist movement cannot agree on whether Muslim women wearing hijabs is a good or bad thing. And the skeptical movement, they can't agree. We can't agree on whether to include religious believers or not. But the points of disagreement pose a different problem for the truth movement. We're not talking about disagreements on ideological issues or technical details. No, here we're talking about whether physical objects were present at a specific place at a specific time. Either there were hijackers or there weren't hijackers. Either there were planes or there were no planes. The truth movement has decided to accept all viewpoints on all issues. It doesn't matter if you believe that there were planes or if you believe there weren't, as long as you believe that the official account is a lie. The main goal is not to find out what the truth is. The truth is whatever you make it in the moment. And as long as you focus on the external enemy. Even the truth movement fight among themselves, sometimes literally, over which truth is the true one. But in public, they always argue not in favor of one alternative truth, but in favor of one falsehood, namely the official account. So, ideologically, the truth movement is thus a counter-truth movement. And ethically, that makes the truth movement fundamentally corrupt.
And it's that corrupt foundation that makes it impossible for the truth movement to obtain their goal of a so-called new independent investigation of 9/11. Because those who can instigate such an investigation will never do so as long as the truth movement hold these conflicting views. Can anyone imagine a congressional hearing 25 years or more after the attack, starting with, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to find out if there were planes or not. Oh, and also if there were hijackers or not." That is absurd. And with those three words, we put a nail in the coffin of the truth movement. That's it from us. Over to Q&A. Well, I can't hear you clapping anyway, so, but thanks. Susan?
I'm here. I'm just unmuting myself. Very, very good. So unscreen share.
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have the power now. No.
You have the power.
Yes.
Hey, I'm
Wait,
still the host.
There you go.
Okay,
There you
so
go.
now I want to make myself spotlight gallery. Hold on just one second. That was great, you guys. I'm so glad that you came all the way over here from Denmark to give that talk. Oh, thank you, Janice, for putting your. Why do I keep saying Janice? I am just really not okay today. I love Janice, but Adrian probably did that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. So we've got a lot of questions, and yes, we did start a little early. So sorry, anybody who just showed up, which was only a couple people that showed up at 10:30. So it'll be fine. Here we are in 2022, right? So one of the questions that we have received is probably the question that you get the most often, which is, oh, here, I got to move this over. Why are we still here with people? Why is this such a huge deal still 2022 in January? I mean, what is going on? Either there's a lot of money in this to be made from this community who continues to not to perpetuate this, or a political motive, which money obviously still in the same area. Why are we still talking about this in such great detail when there is no evidence, as you guys just showed? It's all bull hockey. Why are we still here? Who wants to take that question?
I can try. If you have invested yourself to such a degree that your identity has become that conspiracy theory or any conspiracy theory, it's very, very difficult to let go and admit that either you were fooled, or even worse, that you have lied to people. If you really become identical with your beliefs, and you are known, especially in out in the world, as someone who believes so and this and that conspiracy theory, it's very difficult to let go. It becomes almost impossible. It is possible, but it happens once in a while. But we rarely hear a hardcore conspiracy theorist admit that he was wrong or she was wrong. So,
can I just do a quick follow up on that?
Yes.
I agree with what Klaus said, and also the beliefs in these conspiracy theories, they seem to also have seasons. For instance, the belief in the assassination of JFK, that it was CIA or whatever, some sort of conspiracy that was behind it, it varies from year to year. In 2013, there were about 20 percentage point more people who believed in the conspiracy theory than the following year. And a good reason why this is so is probably because that was the 50th anniversary. So there was more mentioning of the conspiracy theory in the media. And we know from other research that people tend to believe in conspiracy theories even if they just hear about them. And that's it's a bit strange that it's like that. But we are all prone to conspiracy theories just by hearing about them. So that could be part of the answer.
I'm sorry, I muted myself just in case there's noises in my background. Is there money in this?
Yes, to some extent. For instance, the largest for various for generous amounts of the largest organization, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, they paid for an investigation done by Leroy Halsey from the University of Alaska in Fairbanks. He investigated whether the National Institute of Standards and Technology, their conclusion about World Trade Center 7, was that true or not? And he came up and they collected about, I think it was about $300,000 for that investigation alone. So there is money out there, but we're not talking millions here. Mm-hmm. Alex Jones is probably the one who has benefited the most monetary wise, because he has literally he had a media empire. So yeah, there is money, but it's centered on very, very few people. They have a very strong.
Yeah, and it seems also, because that's a funny thing, because Niels Harry, the Danish chemistry professor that we mentioned, he doesn't seem to earn that much money on this. But still, he has been traveling the world and doing more than 500 lectures all over. So there might be a lot of status in it that they are reaching for as well, because he has this kind of he's kind of a guru amongst his followers. So it's kind of a lifestyle for him as well. And there's also this problem that Klaus mentioned, that if you leave the mainstream belief, then your social network decreases, and that means that you only you lose a lot of friends, and then you have a lot less friends. So imagine that you were to leave that also, then you would be left with no friends at all, because no one would believe you on both sides. So it's very hard to get out again.
Mm-hmm. In the skeptical community, we've had a very few people who have left this world of conspiracy theories and so on, and actually have tried to have a life or career outside of it, maybe being the opposite. I'm thinking of somebody like, not like Kenny Biddle, who wasn't super prominent as a Ghostbuster kind of thing, that was really into the ghost hunting, and now is part of the skeptic community, making a life and a world out of it. But there's other people who've done it, Natalie Grams and Britt Hermes, who have left the cancer, the homeopathic and the alternative medicine world, and have come out. But I don't think they've made any money or of any kind necessarily. I think they've written a book or something. I think Natalie Grams has written a book on homeopathic methods. But yeah, so there isn't a huge pull to bring over into the skeptic community and admit that they were, maybe from an inside. Oh, that'd be interesting. An inside look at the 9/11 world from an insider that would be, I just don't think there's the money. And like you said, that they would lose everybody, all their friends.
There's a horrifying example. What was his name, Klaus? Charlie Weitz?
Charlie Weitz, I think it's.
Charlie Weitz. Yeah. He was an American who participated, a British, I can't remember. He was a Brit, wasn't he? He participated in a BBC documentary called Conspiracy Road Trip. And he was a truther. And but during this documentary, he changed his view, and he realized that he was wrong. But afterwards, leaving his former beliefs, he received a lot of death threats, and I think he was attacked as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. I remember that conspiracy road trip. I think Michael Shermer participated in that. It was a bus and they went around and looked at things. Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yes.
Happened in LA. And I don't think they convinced anybody.
Oh, they convinced him.
Oh, that just, well, I mean, very few people. Well, maybe the lurkers, people who are watching. So we have a few other questions for you. This one from Tracy. What's the difference between the truth movement and this recent post-truth movement?
What is the post? Oh, well, the truth movement is that's the conspiracy theorists who concentrate on 9/11. It's basically the movement started around 2003, 4, maybe 5, and in earnest in 2006. It's rare that we see a movement per se about a specific conspiracy theory. Of course, we have now QAnon. That's also a movement centered around a bunch of conspiracy theories. When you say post-truth movement, I think you're talking about, the whole Trump area populist Fox News. They don't really give a hoot about what the truth is, because it's, as Stephen Colbert said, he used the term truthiness. It sounds true, therefore it is true. So
can we clarify what actually is meant by the post-truth movement? Because I haven't heard that phrase before.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So if Tracy, if you want to clarify that, I have another question for you.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
there are people who go more on feelings. They feel strongly in their heart that Trump won, so it must be true. That's what I've heard, but I'm not an expert on this, but they put feelings ahead of facts.
Thanks,
Well, that's general to that's not specific for post-truthers. The original truthers do the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so from Linda, do we have any kind of gauge of how many people believe this? I know Steen had said that there's a lot of people who they just hear the conspiracy, like if they were asked on a survey or something, they would probably say, yes, I believe it, not necessarily understanding really what they're saying. But do we have any gauge?
Well, it's quite difficult to put a specific number on it, because there are due to Klaus's and my investigation, the research, there seems to be several types of conspiracy theorists. We operate with now 3 types of conspiracy theorists. There's type 1, which there might be pretty many of, maybe up to 50% of a population. So that's pretty many. But they seem to, their characteristics is that they believe in one or a very few conspiracy theories and they don't connect them. Then there's type 2 conspiracy theorists. He connects everything. And he can't talk about anything else. The conspiracy theorist just intervenes his life and it just fills him up. He starts conversations every time, just without being provocated to it, and talks about his conspiracy theories. It just fills his life. And then there's type 3, which we call the warriors. They are pretty much like type 2, but the conspiracy theories are really not that important anymore. They just want to attack the establishment, and they are active. Type 2 is pretty passive. They just talk and talk and talk. Type 3 are ready to perform violence. They're ready to attack. They are the types that attacked the Capitol almost exactly 1 year ago. So these 3 kinds of conspiracy theories we distinguish between. There are very few of type 3, luckily, so far, it seems. And when we say very few, it's probably they were all there at the Capitol. And there are not many, but perhaps between 1 and 5% of type 2 in a population. but they have a lot of impact because they use the social media very much. So they're very loud. They're not very many, but they're very loud. And then, of course, as I said, type 1, there might be very many of those, but they don't pose a threat really. Not until they change into becoming type 2 or even type 3. A long question, but I hope it was.
No. You've given a talk, or I've seen at least, I think Klaus has given a talk on this, which you guys put together, and I think I've read about this too. It's really fascinating. If you could put a link in the chat, I would appreciate it. Maybe we'll attach it to the YouTube video too. But this idea of these 3 different personality kind of conspiracy theory types should be getting, I think, should get a lot more coverage, because I think what you guys have done is really brilliant, how you've kind of summarized it into this 3, like you just did. I think people should be more interested in that. Has that been in an article in Skeptical? Has that been an article in Skeptical Inquirer or Skeptic or anything like that I can't remember?
No, not yet. We are putting the finishing touch on an article about the 3 types and possible subtypes as well. Coming soon.
Okay, yeah, I think it's really brilliant the way you guys have done that, and let's get a link to that in the chat if we can. I also
can I interrupt for a second, Susan? I've just been notified by Jeff and Rob Palmer that apparently chat has been disabled for many people, and we don't know why that would be.
That
Jeff,
is weird.
would you know how to enable that? Like, where is that?
I just wrote testing.
So it's okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay for me too.
And we've obviously been getting some, but we're just getting feedback now that people can't. Oh,
Deborah says she can chat.
But we're all hosts, so
Mine just says chat disabled at the bottom.
Yeah, so all the hosts
maybe
are okay.
So chat is disabled for anybody who's not a host, but that's odd because they've been able to chat earlier. I didn't check.
They were, so something happened.
Something got pushed or it just clicked wrong in the system because it happened. I went out of Zoom back and forth, didn't make a difference. And I was wondering if it was only me, but apparently not.
Yeah, and Jeff just sent me a thing as well, so that's how I knew it was not just
Okay,
Rob.
we'll see what we can do here in a second. So if you guys have a question, also the YouTube channel is open. You can write there. I can also channel your thoughts. So that's another thing is.
So I found it. I fixed it, I think. Can people try putting stuff into chat?
Yeah, it's fixed now. It's fixed.
Thank you.
So for future reference, what was that? Where'd you do that?
I did that in the chat box. There's a little dots down at the bottom, and it says participant can chat with, and no one was checked. And I don't know how that happened. It was obviously an accident.
Yeah, somebody who was an administrator must have done it because that's not the selection that we have. It only says save chat. Yeah.
Yes, and so people who are hosts or co-hosts can see that. So I just changed it to everyone, and it should be working. So thanks for letting us know.
That's one of our flummoxes. You got to have a few when you're doing something live like this.
No, you're not thinking. It's a conspiracy.
Well, somebody's already suggested that in
Clearly.
chat.
Yes,
Conspiracy.
It's a
Your volume is lower, and you were playing the rational person on the discussion, and his was actually louder. Steen's was louder. So it was suggested that it's a conspiracy and it's a good point because this anti-vaxxer community, they're loud. They look like they're everywhere. Yes. They look like they are the biggest group, and they're not. They're a little tiny world, and people don't want to intercede. They're like, okay, I got my vaccines. I'm not dealing with that person over there, and it makes them look like they're prevalent when they're not.
Well, we have things are going to change on social media. We have sources everywhere, Steen and I, and our sources in the Danish government tells us that there are something in the pipeline, both for Denmark, but also for the EU, the European Union. Something will happen. We don't know what will happen, but it's not gonna. There will be some rules or regulations coming up. What they will be, So yeah,
Wait,
something-
just for
something-
9/11 truthers, or
no, for fake news or
okay, is this in
misinformation.
Denmark? You're saying it's all for the EU?
For the EU, probably.
It sounds like a conspiracy, something I should know about.
No, it's called politics.
Oh, so I got a couple more chat questions, which is nice. We went a little early. Thank you for bearing with me and doing that. It allows me to get a few more questions in here. Tracy has a question that says, can you give resources for learning how to check sources to distinguish fact from fiction, especially learning how to critically fact check internet sources? Put them in the chat also, but can you give us a summary real quick?
Well, we might put our own website in, because if at least that would be the best resource for fact checking claims about 9/11, because our website is both in Danish and in English.
Okay, and that was a question I wanted to ask you too. Why?
Can I just?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Add to that on our website, there's a whole lot of resources under the menu. What's it called? Documentation?
Yes. Yes.
So because we collect a lot of all kinds of research that is relevant for 9/11, but also in a more broader scope around conspiracy theories in general.
Fantastic. So one of the questions that I want to ask is, you guys are in Denmark. What the heck that you're experts on something that happened in the United States? Is there you have
simple.
a nice summation for that?
Oh yeah, that's due to the guy we mentioned, Niels Harrit, because he was very he got a lot of media attention in Denmark when he published his report about nanothermite back in 2009. So that actually made Klaus and I sit down and just think we got to do some sort of debunking, because debunking sites were only American at that time. But we've got one of the big shots here, so we have to act on that.
Also, I was living in New York at the time of the attack.
Oh.
So when I moved back to Denmark a couple of years later, I ran into some truthers. They were having a demonstration at the main central square in Copenhagen, and each one by one, I spoke to them. One by one, they lied to me. And that is a very, very bad idea. Sorry for using the F word. I know it's, don't fucking lie to me, okay? That pisses me off. So I went back and I wrote an article about it, and Sten saw the article, and we began to, and that's how we basically met each other, and we decided to create 911facts.dk, and as they say, the rest is history.
More people should lie to you. So passionate about something and
maybe
amazing.
You get married more than once.
From Jeff, he wants to know, you mentioned Alex Jones by name as someone who has run a successful grift by selling silly supplements on the back of the 9/11 truth movement. Are there any other notable figures doing so specifically in this context?
You're skipping a question, Susan. That was,
I know.
One from Cherry. Oh, okay.
I will. I'll come back.
Okay, great. I don't know.
On your feet. Come on now.
Well, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, they have these pledges for money for various projects. It doesn't seem as, I mean, the leader or then leader, he has now left the organization, Richard Gage. He had a pretty neat annual salary with money coming in from supporters, truthers. But they are not selling projects or products per se. Alex Jones seems to have cornered that market pretty well, at least in the US. We're not familiar with anything similar of that magnitude in Denmark or in Europe. But we do have conspiracy theorists, especially during the pandemic, who are trying to sell either products or lectures or classes on how to improve your health without these without the vaccines. So yeah, there is a market for it, definitely, in conspiracy land.
Okay, let's go back to Sherry. She says, is there an effective way to reach those who believe in conspiracy theory to encourage them to look at the truth? Where, for instance, when we're talking to family or friends, you only just have like a minute on this one.
Well, the short answer is no. And I think there will be something, as we will write about it in the same article that we mentioned earlier. There is a pretty effective way of talking to them and debating with them in order to narrow it down. And we're going to be writing about that too in that article that we mentioned. But it's very, 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 very difficult. It's not impossible to make them realize that they are on a wrong path here, because it has, as I said earlier, it comes at a very big cost for them to leave the path that they're on now, because it's such a narrow path, and they would have to. I think that what you need to change that path would be some sort of a revelation. To go into following another path, and that might even not solve the problem, because that would be changing one strange or crazy belief with another crazy belief. So it's close to impossible, and the motivation probably has to come from within. And how do you put that into people? We're still looking for. I don't think there's an easy way.
I'm glad you said that, because I hear this question all the time about what can we do for these people, and there really isn't much you can do. The only thing that we can do, I guess, is to try to get them before they get into the rabbit hole with great information, critical thinking skills, and so on. I guess that's probably where we are. Is we're going to lose a lot of people to these kinds of things, but let's make that pool as small as possible by trying to inoculate people before they get to that.
I would love, however, have you, if any of you have seen, what's his name, Matt Dillahunty, when at the Atheist Experience, the way he answers this when people ask similar questions is that if they're closely related to you, if they're family, if they're friends, avoid talking about it. So try to talk about something else. Talk about things that connect you, that makes you feel good together, especially if it's, because there are too many emotions involved with this. And I think the same piece of advice goes with people who are in the United States who are split between Trump voters and not Trump voters. I can only imagine how terrible it must be for you.
It is. And I guess remember the good times, keep the communication open if you can, and it keeps you, and you can healthily do it. So I need to end it because it's time. And that was terrific, you guys. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Denmark. It's one of the only times we can do something like this is during a pandemic, I guess, because we have to do it this way. But I really appreciate it. That was very informative. It's very important what you guys are doing. Lots of great lessons. Put all the links that you want in the chat, and I'll try to get them on the videos that we have that are coming up too. So everybody, please check out their website, check out their work, and I'm looking forward to that article coming out for sure.
Thank you very much for having us, and lovely to see and hear your voice again, Susan.
Yes, please stay around if you can. I know it's late over there.
We will.
Okay, fantastic. So let me unspotlight and go back, and we're going to start on our next talk. That was really interesting, but I have another really interesting talk for you today in a completely different subject, which is always interesting. I like that these are mixed up a little bit. And our next speaker is a good friend of mine. Her name is Linda Rosa. She has an awful lot of expertise in a lot of different areas, and she has a lot of really interesting past in the world of journals and therapeutic touch. But what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a subject today that is completely different. I don't have a real good basis on this, and I'm looking forward to this, to learning more about attachment therapy. So Linda, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm a virgin at Zoom presentation, so I'm hoping this goes fairly smoothly. I think I've got this. Okay, have you got this on your screens? Excuse me.
No, I just see
Not
you.
yet.
How do I show my
So go down to the bottom of
my
your screen,
slides?
Linda. If you look at the bottom of your screen, it should have a
Oh,
little
share.
green box. Yes.
And I do desktop one?
Yeah, whatever your PowerPoint is on, that's the one you share. Yes.
Okay.
And we can always go back if you need to, if you pick the wrong screen. We've all done that, so don't worry too much.
And if you have any audio in it, you needed to also check another box. Do you have any audio in it?
Like a video of anything?
Yes, I do.
Yes. So when you share the screen, it will say, oh, that's changed. Oh, good grief. Oh yeah, it should say optimize for video clip. There should be a little box right at the bottom on the left. After you, so if you click share screen. And
hang on just a minute.
Share
Okay,
sound.
click. Okay. Desktop one.
So if you look at the bottom of that white box, it should say optimize for video clip. You need that to check that box.
Okay, got it.
Got it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Share sound.
Yeah,
And
it
share
worked.
I think you also have to check the share sound. I'm not sure that they go together. The video clip may mean if you're running a video in the background of your own, camera image.
Yeah, I usually just check the one. Well, hopefully it'll work. We'll find out, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll mute myself now.
All right. Do you see this? See the slide now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you do. Okay, great. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about attachment therapy too. I've been with Advocates for Children in Therapy since it started 20 years ago when a 10-year-old girl was killed in a therapy session in Colorado. Our mission has been to oppose unvalidated and abusive psychotherapy for children. Our main target has been attachment therapy. It's such an awful practice that we thought 20 years ago that all we'd have to do is expose that it's being done and it would end, but it has, alas, a lot of appeal for some people. I will be showing some film clips of children being abused, and I'm trying to keep it down just to 1 minute because those are hard to watch. I've lost my, excuse me, folks. Are we back? Okay.
Yes, it's good.
Even in the mental health field, there have been some pretty awful contenders for worst quackery. But attachment therapy clearly ranks up there because its goal is to do nothing less than inflict physical and emotional pain, and mainly on adopted children. The torture goes on both in therapy and in the home because parents are considered co-therapists, and it robs children of their childhoods, sometimes their lives. Those who escape at age 18 find a future, they face a future with no family support, poor health, and little education. So what do these attachment therapists do? The therapists assume all children have been traumatized in early life, all adopted children, at which time they have repressed memories of that trauma. The therapist intentionally re-traumatize the child with hours of coercive restraint and aversives, such as knuckling their sternum or putting their hand over their face so they can't breathe. Rape is reenacted with the therapist lying on top of the child and licking the child's face. Attachment therapists claim this will regress a child back to infancy so that repressed memories can surface and infantile rage can be drained off with forced catharsis. After hours of this, when the child is reduced to a sort of whimpering little puddle, he's handed over to his adoptive mother to be cuddled and treated like an infant. It's hoped at this point that he will accept her authority over him and attach to her. Of course, all of this is just utter nonsense but torture for the children. That picture on the lower left, you see of the therapist elbowing the abdomen of a child. On the right is a form of holding therapy that's particularly painful and dangerous, subjecting the child to possible suffocation. And the boy in the middle is with attachment therapy, psychodrama, and his attachment mother is on the right and a therapist is over on the left, taking the role of his biological mother, who he never met, but he's being forced to accept one and reject the other. This all started with Robert Zaslow and Martha Welch some 40 years ago. German psychologist Robert Zaslow and Columbia University's physician Martha Welch believed autism to be caused by attachment problems between mother and child. Zaslow happened to be the consultant for the last Elvis Presley movie in which Elvis did the first holding therapy session ever filmed. Elvis was really especially trying to be gentle with this girl, but it seems he was holding a real autistic child and she did not want to be restrained. After Welch was featured on the cover of Life magazine, she was successful in persuading a lot of parents of autistic children to restrain them, force eye contact, and demand affection. I have a film clip of Welch method attachment therapy, and that's Martha Welch in the background. Let's see, and little Stacy here has his adoptive mother on top.
We want you to love mommy. We want you to give mommy kisses. What? You are too stubborn. I need you to want me, Steve. You are too stubborn. I need you to want me. I need you to want me, Steve. That's me. I need you. That feels good. Yes. Hold on. Yes. Oh, that feels good. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Stacy. You. Give me a kiss. Stacy, you are pushing me away. This is taking so long, and I will do it forever. I am so mad you pushed me away. I have a ton of strength. I have more strength, and I am fighting for you. I know I am so mad you're pushing me away. I am a good mom. I am a good mom, and I can take good care of you. I haven't, and I'm sorry. But I can take good care of you. I can take good care of you, Faith. And I'm mad. I'm mad that you won't hold me and hug me and give me kisses. Give me a chance, Faith. I say give me a kiss. Give me a...
Enough of that. Very shortly on, little Stacy is threatened with not being able to eat that day if she doesn't give her mother kisses. And Zaslow later came to Colorado to the school for the blind. He claimed that doing holding therapy with forced eye contact with blind children could cure them of blindness. That probably didn't work out too well, but Colorado psychiatrists Foster Klein was very impressed with the holding therapy and set up a center, the Attachment Center at Evergreen outside of Denver, which became the nation's go-to place for attachment therapy. Klein claimed that a child's inability to attach is the root cause of many other mental disorders, but needs to be addressed first. He told parents that without this therapy, unattached children would become homicidal, and that probably scared the bejesus out of some parents, enough to get them to pay $10,000 for his 2-week intensive with 20 hours of holding therapy. After the intensive, many of these children were typically warehoused at the center for months or years. This center did a 3-hour training tape, and I'll play a clip from that. I should explain that this therapist, Neil Feinberg, is following a script. It's almost like a ritual. What he says to the child has nothing to do with the child's history. Here he assumes, as he does with all adopted children, that they hate their adoptive mother. Okay. Sorry, let's move on to the next one.
Scared? Did you act scared? When mom told you not to come out of your room, what did you do? You're gonna go into your whiny, wimpy routine now? Is that what you're gonna do? If you don't start dealing with the man inside of you, you're gonna kill somebody. Do you understand that?
Yes, no.
How often do you think about killing your mother? How often do you think about killing your mother? When I ask you a question, I expect you to respond. Got it?
Got it.
Got it?
Got it.
I didn't like that. Got it. I want it louder and snappier. Got it?
Got it.
How often do you think about killing your mother, Stevie?
Often.
Thank you. So you say that in a full sentence.
I feel I don't like killing my mother often.
What? So I want mumbling here, kick. I don't want you to mumble in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it?
Got it.
Got it?
Got it.
How you feeling right now?
Scared.
Do I want one-word answers in here?
No, no.
No, I don't want one-word answers. Got it?
Got it.
How do you feel about me being the boss right now? Do you like other people being the boss of you?
No, no.
Say, I hate it.
I hate it.
Is that the truth?
Yes, no.
Then you...
Enough of that. Can you imagine 2 hours, going through 2 hours of that? Moving on, another hallmark of quackery is inventing your own disorder and then offering the only cure for it. Attachment therapists invented attachment disorder. And typical of a quack disorder, it has a long laundry list of signs to ensure that any child can be diagnosed with attachment disorder. These are just a few of the over 100 signs we've seen used. Typically, these children are said to be violent, destructive, manipulative, and with no conscience, and that the mother is the only one many times who can see this. Even, you'll note there that even good behavior is a sign of this disorder, but they interpret it as a child who is stalking his prey. Without attachment therapy, adopted children are predicted to take on many or most of these behaviors until ultimately the repressed infant rage will make them homicidal. That's why attachment disorder is nicknamed Ted Bundy disease. Yes, they claim Ted Bundy had attachment disorder. Also Hitler, Saddam Hussein, and Edgar Allan Poe. Because these children may identify with Satan, parents are advised to never let them pray because you never know who they are praying to. Interesting that Mother Teresa's on, I would put her on the other end of that scale. Attachment therapy has roots, many, many roots. Some of them are in Freud's notion of regression, Bessel van der Kolk on repressed memories, Wilhelm Reich's character armor that needs to be broken down, and psychiatrist Milton Erickson, the hypnotist who was very popular in the 1960s, who advised mothers to sit on children for hours with a good book. Attachment therapists commonly teach that separation of the infant from the biological mother, even at birth, creates a primal wound. Most of these therapists claim attachment begins in utero, and that attachment disorder can be caused simply by a pregnant woman having a negative thought about her pregnancy. And when doesn't that happen? Others say attachment disorder can begin at conception when the poor defenseless ovum is attacked by drunken sperm. On the science side of things, we know that child development researchers think that attachment is very robust in children, with attachment behaviors beginning not at birth or in utero, but beginning around 6 months of age, and because of good reactions and good experiences with caregivers. This is the infamous Nancy Thomas, a layperson in Colorado who worked for years at the Attachment Center at Evergreen and became the leading proponent of attachment therapy parenting. I don't have time to cover much of the parenting side of attachment therapy. Briefly, the idea is to create children who are gratefully and unquestioningly obedient. That is the sign of attachment, they think. And think of it as creating little Stepford children. A child's bedroom is stripped bare. The child may sleep on the floor with a bucket to pee in, alarms on the door. Some survivors have told me the worst thing about the therapy and its parenting is that they are hungry all the time. This sort of parenting is unlikely to create a happy family, so the methods tend to escalate, oftentimes into extreme abuse. Reparenting is done at home as well as in therapy. This is forced age regression that is supposed to help redo the child's early development. The mother treats the older child like an infant or toddler with bottle feeding and also with bathing and dressing the child. Children are also forced to do long periods of motionless sitting called strong sitting. And they do get put in cages. This, by the way, the state of Ohio funded holding therapy for this family with 11 adopted children. This couple started a support group for parents of children with attachment disorder. They were found keeping their 4 children in plywood cages. The mother had made child-size prison uniforms for them. And these, alas, are photos of some of the children killed by attachment therapy and its parenting. Many more have been rescued, but found severely abused. Many of them will have medical problems for the rest of their life. Starvation was very common. Details of their cases, each case was horrific. The most well-known death is that of Candace Newmaker at the hands of 2 licensed social workers in Evergreen, Colorado. 11 hours of her therapy had been filmed and was shown at the therapist's trial, including the fatal rebirthing where Candace was wrapped for 70 minutes in a flannel sheet with 13 cushions and 4 adults pushing down on her. Her adoptive mother, a pediatric nurse practitioner, sat next to Candace's head and did nothing to save her while the therapist taunted her. Candace even tried to tell them she was dying, but they thought she was just trying to manipulate them. In the video, we could hear Candace vomiting and her agonal breathing at the end. It was a slow, horrible death that drove the jury to tears. The therapists were sentenced to 16 years in prison. The mother and the assistants got off quite lightly. We wrote a book trying to explain what in the Sam Hill those therapists and the mother were thinking when they ignored Candace's distress. We assisted the prosecutors for that trial, and we continued to help other prosecutors understand what attachment therapy and the parenting is all about. We also have assisted families trying to rescue these children. We have a website, tells all about it, about these, about the therapy and the parenting. And we've helped over 250 survivors who are members of a private Facebook site. Some conversion therapy is based on the belief that homosexuality is an attachment disorder. They refer to Martha Welch. We're beginning to see that where conversion therapy is and kids are being sent to attachment therapists. We've had a lot of war stories along the years. I don't think I have time to go through them all. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act has not been our friend, just any kind of bogus complaint, and ISPs will drop you. There was a terrible judgment against one of our colleagues for continuing to speak up about attachment therapy being used in Utah schools. 3 slap suits against us caused us to lose affordable liability insurance. And the craziest thing was one therapist hired a reputation repair company to harass us, and they attempted to incite a jihad against us and Stephen Barrett, who has a article about attachment therapy on Quackwatch. They set up a bogus website with our home addresses and some ghastly graphics about the profit. We have had successes. We got physical restraint therapy outlawed in Colorado, meaning that physical restraint as therapy. But the therapist got around that by having the parents do the holding. Better was when Craig Foster, Jean Mercer, and I worked on a problem of attachment therapy being funded by the Colorado Department of Human Services. The upshot, after quite a while, was that in 2019, Colorado became the first state to have guidelines for selecting science-based mental health therapy for people in care of the state. We were really thrilled about this because it not only affected attachment therapy by any name, but also hundreds of other crazy therapies. And we hope other states will follow Colorado's good example. So that was a lot to throw at you. You might be confused by that, but any questions?
That was terrific-ish. I'm God. Whew. Adrian, can you spotlight me as well?
Yeah,
Gosh,
that's just
Linda,
so emotional. Oh my
that
God.
was just horrible. I've been near tears watching that. I don't even know what to say. That I knew I'd heard of. I mean, I knew this, and I'd known. Now that I know about that, thank you. I had known about Candace. I'd heard about that as well, and oh my gosh, this is why it's so important. As Steen said, or Klaus had said, this is why we have to do what we do, and to in the skeptic community. And I'm throwing out the first thing because that's my prerogative. We don't have a lot of time. We can get to what we can. Just like with facilitated communication, when you go and you look at the videos online, I want to make sure I point out that these videos that are up on these, that you could find about these aren't sting organizations. These aren't sting operations where somebody's filmed them and then snuckily put the videos up. These are videos that they put up. Am I right? Because they think this represents them well. They're proud of this. They think this is good.
I don't think they are posting them anymore themselves, but these were clips from training tapes, and they tend, according to the survivors, they're showing a more restrained way of treating children. Sometimes these things would really get out of hand. But yes, they were proud of this. They showed many of those clips that are on YouTube, on news programs and whatnot. They were helping these horrific children to be turned around, and nobody questioned the good intentions of therapists and adoptive parents.
Okay, let's see if I can get through some of these questions. We got almost 15 minutes. So I feel like something in the pit of my stomach. I'm glad you showed those videos, as hard as it was to watch, but to have you just explain what was going on, I don't think has the power that those video clips did. And I can't imagine watching more. Okay, from Tracy, doesn't some regulatory agency have rules and guidelines on touching and restraint?
Well, professional organizations do. When you make complaints about these people, it goes to their licensing boards, and many of the people on these licensing boards will, if they're concerned at all, just give a slap on the wrist to these people, or they are already think that this is reasonable, accepted therapies. That's what happened with, you almost have to kill a child in order to get some reasonable discipline of these therapists.
Oh my God, I just feel sick. Okay, from Adrian, were there lawsuits as a result of this therapy?
With Candace Newmaker?
No, in general, I think she asked that question before you got to Candace.
Okay, that's probably the problem. A lot of times really awful psychotherapy is controlled by something called regulation by litigation. But in this case, the survivors of this are leave their homes at age 18, very damaged. They don't realize that they have only 2 years in order to file a lawsuit, the people who tormented them. And it's often years later that they realize that attachment therapy wasn't legitimate therapy, but it's too late for them to file a case. There was one girl in Iowa who recently filed a successful case against her parents. And that's it.
One. So from Deborah, what are valid and effective approaches to adopt these specific issues, if any, especially for children who spend their infancy and early childhood in an institution such as the children in Romania?
Okay. There is another disorder called reactive attachment disorder, which is a problem that children who have had extremely neglected or physical abuse in early childhood, and it's it's a rare disorder. It is recognized in the DSM, and it is described as the child being very, very withdrawn. Okay, and there is no recognized therapy for it, but researchers are finding that when these children are placed in a good home, when the parents are very responsive and patient with the child, the disorder resolves itself in 3 years or less without therapy. Now, the attachment therapists like to conflate their attachment disorder, their phony disorder, with reactive attachment disorder. And they almost always refer to it as reactive attachment disorder, as RAD. And the parents refer to their kids as rad kids or radishes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Next question from Tracy. Don't psychiatric and psychological treatments have to undergo scientific studies to demonstrate some kind of safety for psychological health and effectiveness? Or can just anyone with any bizarre theory just start treating someone?
Yes, they can. One of the thing is whether they're going to get insurance reimbursement. That's another reason why the attachment therapists say they treat reactive attachment disorder, so that they can get insurance reimbursement. But yeah, there's a, can I, let's see, share the screen again and show, let's see. I don't know what I've got here. Let me just cut to the quick here. I'm sorry.
She didn't share the screen. We're not seeing it.
I didn't see. Okay, there was a study done. There was a study done a couple of years ago by two researchers who went 3 months online to look at the websites and conferences of social workers. They found 480 some bizarre quack practices that social workers were doing. It's an amazing list. I'll post the link to it. If you ever want to feel like the world of irrationality is closing in on you, just take a look at this incredibly long list of practices done by therapists.
If we really want a downer, you mean? Another?
Yeah, real.
I mean, after hearing the 911 talk and now yours, I'm just kind of like in need of a drink or something. I don't drink. Next question is from Brian Hart. I wonder if Linda knows about the episode of This American Life. It has a case of a successful attachment therapy. And he's got the link in the chat if you're not aware of it or not. I liked This American Life, but I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Do you know of that?
Oh yeah, we do. There was a Russian adoptee, and we complained bitterly and repeatedly because they kept re-airing that program. The therapist that poor boy went through gave him a really hard time. If you recall on my my slides, there was a drawing of two parents sitting on top of a boy. That one of the therapists he was sent to, that was his method of therapy. So this was showed the power of adopted children, of adopted parents when they go to the media. The media is just does not question these methods. They take the word of the therapists and the adopted parents on how terrible these children are. And, some children may have serious problems. Others may not, but it seems like a lot of adoptive parents are going into adoption for the wrong reasons.
Very life, and they should definitely not be parents of any kind. From Ed, he wants to know, what was the legal basis for the $25,000 judgment? Can you sum it up?
I'm not. I don't know. It didn't seem to add up. Our colleague worked for the school district, and he was told repeatedly not to talk about attachment therapy being used at the school. And I think it was that he had defied this, and that attachment therapy was wildly popular in Utah at this time. We failed to get legislation through the Utah legislature. And actually the judgment was initially 100,000, got down to. So it was long and drawn out, and I really can't give you any more information at this time on it.
That's something there. So from Karen, are attachment disorders legitimate concerns that are treatable by respected, successful standard methods, and this horrendous attachment therapy being a fringe, bastardized, ineffective, misguided offshoot from accepted practices, or are attachment disorders non-existent in total? And she's hoping she's clear.
All mental health national professional organizations have a code of ethics that on touch. And it seems that they never even imagined coercive restraint therapy, but it certainly violates their code of ethics on touch. And some of them have been making statements about coercive restraint as therapy as well, like the social workers. So it's so far beyond what practice should be.
Right. Okay. Jeff and Adrian and other people want to know how you got your way into this in the activism world. I should say, Linda has been involved in multiple alternative method kind of alt med kind of stuff. So this isn't her first rodeo, and and so you can look her up and see some of the things she's been able to do. She's really great at doing. One of the things I've noticed that she's done that I've never been able to figure out is how to get a freedom of information, file that form to get that information from somebody. But how did you find yourself involved in this area?
Well, with attachment therapy, there was the news on the line that this girl had died at the hands of these two therapists. And everybody thought, well, that is so crazy, that therapy, wrapping a kid up and suffocating her. We all thought that this was just two total nuts, okay? But what drew my attention to it was the mother was a nurse practitioner. And I wondered, what is a nurse involved in this? As far as being involved in skepticism and whatnot, I was working in South America, and the pseudoscience down there is it's just everywhere. I mean, if UFOs visit the United States, they live down in South America, and I saw the Zetetic, and I got a subscription to that. And I loved reading about skepticism. And then when I had my daughter, I was home and puttering around the house and got all this literature about getting continuing education in nursing by taking courses on crystal healing and therapeutic touch. And I thought not in my profession. So that's where it started.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So the last question I'm going to ask is from Jan, and she asks, are you saying that there's no such thing as attachment disorder? And she disagrees that attachment behavior manifests around 6 months of age. I would say that an early attachment is necessary for survival. It can go wrong if there's not consistent meeting of the child's needs.
Well, yes, children need their needs met. What was the first part of that?
Is that, are you saying there is no such thing as attachment disorder?
Right. As the attachment therapist put it on their attachment disorder, that no child has that. Okay, that is just absolutely crazy insane. There is the reactive attachment disorder that I described that's rare with a withdrawn child. And then there are attachment issues, which can be fairly common with children who are foster children or attachment or adopted children. But those are not really considered a disorder as that. Now, why researchers think that attachment begins around 6 or 7 months is that, well, first of all, we don't know what's going on in an infant's mind, but it seems at that point the child is able to discern that there are individuals in the life, that there's me and there's other people who are taking care of me, and that we can interact and whatnot. And it doesn't, from birth until about 6 months or so, it really doesn't matter who is taking care of the child, just so long as the child is getting needs met. There is really no appearance of attachment to a particular child, according to what the researchers think at this time.
Okay, so Linda, thank you so much for agreeing to do this. I really appreciate it. I didn't really fully understand attachment therapy before this. We hear people all the time talk about what we can do. How do we change the laws? What is it we got to do? And I know that it's way too complex of an answer of what to answer that. So what I would suggest to anybody who finds this as important as I do, and wishes they could just get these laws changed and so on, I assume probably didn't be in touch with you, but and read the literature, read everything they can, about it. But more importantly is just having you speak about this today in our smallish group, and it'll go onto YouTube, and it'll be a video that can be shared, is just getting information about it. We found that in facilitated communication as well, as people don't believe that this actually is being done, and it's so abusive. And just the fact of having the knowledge of this to understand it and be able to define it and know it exists, I think is powerful. So I really appreciate you talking today and this horrible subject. I think I'm going to go find a cat and put it or something, because it's awful.
I'm sorry. It's
a downer, but it's an important thing we should know. So
just don't restrain your cat.
Oh, come on, man. I gotta touch that cat. That's a cat.
It's a good example of how extreme something can get when it's not restrained by good research.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of this out there. Thank you, Linda. Clap, clap, clap for everybody that's guys, this is important work, and Linda's doing it. Adrian, thanks, Linda. Adrian, can you flip me over to Robert? Oh, look at all these faces that are here now. Wow. So with that downer, we're going to be talking next to Robert Palmer, who is not the Robert Palmer that just got 4 years in prison for his attack on the Capitol.
Or am I?
No, you are not, and you're not the famous Robert Palmer, who is the.
No, he's been gone 15 years or so, unfortunately.
Yeah. So has he really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he was still alive, or he wasn't still alive. Anyway, so the talk we're going to hear next is Robert Palmer, Critical Thinking 101, Inoculating Yourself Against False Beliefs. You have a bit of a challenge here, Rob, that you're going to need to kind of up the mood a little bit, which is going to be really kind of hard. But
well, I don't at least have any horrendous videos in it. In fact, this is a 20-minute version of an hour talk that I've given before, and I'm going to give it again. I'll tell you about that later as an hour. So this has got a lot of stuff shaved out. All the videos are gone, even though it didn't have any horrendous videos like Linda's did, but no videos in this one. I tried to keep in all the main points to try to keep this to 20, 25 minutes. And one point, I created this talk to give to non-skeptics. It was for actually recovering from religion. They asked me to create this because they have people coming out of religious backgrounds who are not critical thinkers. So it was originally imbued with a lot of comments and examples of how non-critical thinking affects religion. And so I've taken most of that out. But I hope, even though most people here are skeptics by nature, I hope you still get something out of it and you learn something. One point is that Linda had some audio issues, at least on my end. Her audio was breaking up. So if anyone sees that hears that happening with me, please put it in the chat, and then Susan can jump in and tell me, and then I'll just shut my video off because you don't need to see my face talking. Just let me know.
Sometimes you'll have a little problem here on Zoom, and then you'll get over to the YouTube channel and it's fine. So it's just a thing. Just bear with it. If we end up having a little bit of problem, I think we can handle it.
Okay, so on my screen, my thing is covered with other things. Do you see the whole PowerPoint presentation with no blocks of it?
Yeah, no blocks. You're good.
Very good. Okay. Okay, so I subtitled this "Inoculating Yourself Against False Beliefs" because, like, hey, in the pandemic, I had to. And by the way, I might be the first speaker with COVID, so I have an active infection and I'm isolating. Luckily, I am triple vax, so not so bad so far. What does this talk about? So our brains evolved on the savanna of Africa, right? And then after that, through the rest of the world for a short time, well enough to allow our species to survive. But our thinking organ, which evolved just to forestall death until we could reproduce, right? That's how it works. It's far from perfect. Understanding this fact, having neuropsychological humility is one key to critical thinking. And that's what I'm mostly going to be talking about. So that term was coined by Stephen Novella. He expounded upon it in The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe book, which I heartily recommend. And here's how he defined it when he actually talked about it in an article in Skeptical Inquirer. I really like this, so I'm going to read it. First, I'm going to hide my controls because I can't read the bottom. Hide meeting controls. There we go. So being a functional skeptic requires knowledge of all the various ways in which we deceive ourselves, the limits and flaws in human perception and memory, the inherent biases and fallacies in cognition, and the methods that can help mitigate all these flaws and biases. I'm mostly going to be talking about the flaws in the perception and memory and the biases part so that we can understand those. Okay, the talk is outlined as follows. There's two main parts: functional limitations of the brain and reasoning errors that we make. The first part's got some sections: sensory input error, the data handling limitations. So the first part is our senses put information into our head, right? And there's limitations to that, the accuracy of that. Then once it's in our head, there's problems with getting it into our head. Then, of course, once it's in there, we have to retrieve it as a memory, and there are issues with that. Now, once all of that flawed and partial information is in our brains, we have to think about it, right? So we have cognitive biases and logical fallacies, which affect the outcome of what we think about the data in our heads. So let's go to the first section, functional limitations of the brain. Right. One important aspect of critical thinking or skepticism is understanding the limitations of human perception and memory. In other words, the functional limitations of your brain. People generally understand that memory isn't perfect, even if they don't realize quite how bad it is. But they assume your senses, your vision, that gives you an accurate view of the world around us, especially if you don't wear glasses and you have 20/20 vision. The common refrain is, I know what I saw. If anyone says something, I saw a UFO, I saw a Bigfoot, I saw, I don't know, the spirit of the Holy Ghost appeared to me, I know what I saw. So the reasons that we can be thinking these things and it not be true is that we don't see the world around us in full or even as it really is. Right? Our vision is unreliable, it's imperfect. Your eyes have flaws that you would never accept if you bought a camera. You'd bring the camera back. You have a blind spot in your retina where the optic nerve exits the retina and you see absolutely nothing in a fairly large spot. But it's actually much worse than that. The rest of your retina, you only see high resolution in a tiny area in the center of your vision. It's the fovea. If you put your arm out and you look at your thumbnail, it's just twice the thumbnail that's in high res. Everything else is not. In fact, it's not even in color for the most part. So that's a cross-section of the eye, very simplistic, but you could see the little blotch, which is the fovea. And if we were to map how well you can see, giving one the best possible with the cells there, it's only one for a tiny, tiny bit at that point, and then it drops off very quickly. As you can see, it goes to almost zero very quickly at any radius around. And of course, it's zero at the blind spot. Well, also, as I mentioned, that's where your actual color vision is. So most of the rest of the part, outside that little two thumbnails at arm's length, it's grayscale. And some proof of this is to support it, approximately half the nerve fibers in the entire optic nerve carry information from that tiny little spot, while the remaining half go to the much larger area all around your eye. So in a nutshell, outside the fovea, your vision is low res, gray, and you're effectively looking at the world through a small tube without the realization of that. Now, why don't you realize that? Because the brain fools you into thinking everything is perfect. It's in high resolution and it's in full color. While a scene is being observed, your eyes automatically, subconsciously are commanded by your brain to shift gaze and bring different portions of the scene into focus on the fovea. And then your brain fills all that in. It fills in the blind spot. It assumes colors where it's not seeing them based on what it sees in the fovea. Your brain stitches it all together in the limited time it has before things change in the view. And that's the view that's presented to you. And then there's another thing. You're blinking all the time. It's approximately 10% of the time that you're awake and looking at things. You're actually having nothing at all fed to your brain. It's black. And you don't even notice this, right? If you were watching a movie and every 10 frames went blank, or every 1 second out of 10 went blank, you would absolutely shut it off, right? You don't see this happening in your real world view right now because your brain doesn't let you see that, right? Your brain's visual cortex combines all the less than perfect input to construct a broad view of the world, and it presents that in a highly edited, it's a manufactured reality that you think is perfectly real. It's just a model. It's just an approximation of your environment that's good enough to get by, so you don't get eaten by a tiger on the savannah, right? Also, if something is not clearly seen, or it's seen for too short of a time, or just it happens to be ambiguous, your brain gets confused. But it has to make you think you're seeing something, so it shows you what it thinks it saw, right? This is how all sorts of perceptual errors happen, including optical illusions and the like. So here's a fairly interesting one, I think. So, how is that done? Is this done in a computer? Is that a computer graphic? No, it's a flat piece of paper that just happens to have lines drawn on it in a certain way, and it's cut at that angle. So that's what it looks like, right? If you just flip it over a little bit, angle the paper down a little bit, now you get a cube instead of a long rectangle. And it's just a flat piece of paper. So this is not a moving image. Most people's eyes and brains will see that as rotating and maybe even get a little nauseous. So close your eyes before that happens. But is everyone seeing that? Susan, are you seeing that move?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Slowly, very slowly.
Yep. Yep. So if you put your hands up to a little tiny portion of it and just look through the little spot on your hand, it's clear it's not moving. So your brain is clearly tricking you in some way and is just wrong, right? So also, if all that isn't enough to convince you that your senses don't actually show you the world the way it actually is, our eyes evolved to only see a tiny, tiny fraction of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Everything else is invisible, but it's just as real as a tiny portion that you can see. This is a graphical representation of that. The top bar shows the frequencies of light from high energy photons, low energy photons, short waves to long waves. And actually the long radio waves go off to infinity. And that little speck in the middle where they're showing it in color is all we can see of all of that. But the rest of it is real. You just don't know it's there, right? Other animals can see portions of that spectrum. They see in IR. Other animals, including mammals, in fact, see in UV. Learned that in Susan's trivia a few weeks ago. No species-specific perception of the world is complete or, in fact, correct, right? And even members of the same species with optimally functioning eyes may experience visual reality very differently. So most people have probably heard of Dressgate, right? This is kind of a fascinating thing. This was a photograph of a dress that became an internet viral phenomenon 6 years ago, 7 years ago at this point. Actually, there's a Wikipedia article, of course there is, the dress. Viewers of this image vehemently disagreed about what color it was. And it wasn't just an internet thing. This was a subject of scientific investigation, because like, why was this happening? It resulted in peer-reviewed scientific papers trying to figure this out, how our brains work here. So what color is the dress? I can't see the chat, but you guys might want to put that in the chat, what you see here. So there was all different versions. Usually it was like, 2 different colors people saw, and they were different from each other. So I'm going to now tell you what the correct answer is. You didn't know there was a correct answer, did you? The dress has no color. So that gets a lot of pushback when I tell people that. But at least it doesn't have color like it has volume, mass, temperature, and any other real property of matter, right? Color is quite literally a figment of your imagination. It's just a computation that your brain makes to try to differentiate the wavelengths for you, right? It tries to extract meaning from the world. And as you saw, not every brain computes it the same way. Susan, do you have pop-ups on my screen? Because I do. With somebody in the waiting room, etc.
Nope.
Okay, somebody's in the waiting room, by the way.
Nope.
So it is a fact that color only exists in your head. There is such a thing as light, and there is such a thing as energy, but there is no such thing as color. This is from a neuroscientist. And at the bottom is the name of the article that he wrote this in shortly after it started to be studied, because people did not believe this fact. So our other senses, such as hearing, also have limitations, right? Some animals' brains use means other than vision, sonar, echolocation to map the world. And they have an entirely different view of reality than we do. Which one's right, right? Does a bat's brain map surface texture as color? Maybe rough is red and smooth is orange. And again, not all members of one species agree on reality. You may have heard this. So put in the chat what you heard. I'll play that one again. So this is another one of those things that
I didn't hear anything.
Oh,
The
did
noise.
you not?
No,
Uh-oh. Okay, so that means I did not share the chat. No, or Laurel. No. All right.
No.
Well, of course, I don't see any place where it says to share the sound. That's right. Share sound. Okay, here we go.
Laurel, Laurel, Laurel.
You hear it that time?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Okay, so put in the chat what you heard, because the first time I ever heard this in real life was in my office environment, and it started fights because some people thought that we were lying to them. No, it's only what I hear. What are you talking about? It's not that. You're pulling my leg. Stop it. It was amazing. All right, so now we're going to go to the second section, data handling limitations. So now that all this fundamentally flawed information is in your brain, well, how did it get there, right? It doesn't go there at the speed of, well, it doesn't go there at the speed of infinity, right? There's a speed of light, your brain and your retina, electrochemical processes. So there's a lag and there's problems like that. Only so much information can be handled at a time, right? Your brain actually ignores much of what the eyes and the senses are sending it. And there's a problem of attentional limitations. The processor, the CPU, can only handle data at a given rate. So much of what happens around you is actually ignored or not even remembered. When you're driving down the road, you're focused on a car in front of you, maybe on the side if he's getting close. You don't see all the signs. You can't read all the words on the signs passing you. If you were looking at them and concentrated on that, you would, but then you'd have an accident. So your brain knows not to do that, right? There's a thing called inattentional blindness. This is a failure to observe visible objects in a scene right in front of you that you are looking at, but that you don't see them because you're distracted. These are rendered effectively invisible. There's a famous example I have in the longer talk about the people in white shirts and black shirts passing a basketball back and forth, and you're supposed to count how many times the white team passes the basketball to each other, and you don't see the gorilla walking across right in front of you. There's a thing called change blindness. It's failure to notice changes in a scene as they happen. And this is in that same one, there's a curtain, which is the backdrop for the entire thing. It actually changes color from gold to green or something like that. full screen, and almost no one ever sees it happen. So that's failure to notice changes as they happen, right? Basically, your brain sees everything as not equally important, and it just doesn't see or remember much of it. So now you have this flawed information that got into your brain at less than optimal processing speed and all that. Now you're trying to remember it, right? So now we're talking about memory issues. I know what I saw, as I mentioned before, everyone says. And they also say, I remember it like it was yesterday. Well, the problem is that's just as wrong as I know what I saw. Human memory is imperfect and it's unreliable, right? Your brain is not an organic recording and playback system. Can you accurately remember what something you've seen numerous times look like? Most people say yes, but they're asked to draw a dollar bill or a bicycle and they get it fundamentally wrong. I'm going to give you just one here. Can you recall what the Toyota emblem looks like? A lot of Toyotas on the road. This is what people, in a random sample of this kind of testing did. Some are more wrong than others, but none are actually right. And that's the actual symbol. And that's a typical thing. It's because your brain sees it, it stores it, well, that's Toyota, but it doesn't really commit it to memory because it doesn't matter. Right? The brain retrieves bits of information from past observations, it stitches them all together, fills in the gaps as best as possible, it feeds it to you as a cohesive story, like this is real, but it isn't. A show that I loved on Nat Geo, Brain Games, had 8 seasons discussing this kind of stuff. It's worth looking up. Elizabeth Loftus, who spoke at SciCon, and I got to interview her for the Skeptic Zone, talked all about her experiments to show that people can be made to remember things that never happened to them, and those memories that are formed by her experiments are just as real to them as the things that actually did happen to them. So given all that science has revealed about poorly we see, poorly we remember, it makes no sense to trust anyone's memory of what they remember as an extraordinary event, paranormal, supernatural, decades ago, last year, last month, or even a minute ago. Turns out yesterday I was watching the show Truth Wanted. It's also a podcast from the atheist community of Austin. And there was a caller in talking about his visit to psychics 20-something years ago. And he's sure that these 2 psychics a week apart told him the same exact thing. And Ross was the Blotcher from Oh No, Ross and Carrie was the guest host. And he told him various ways that he could be wrong about that. One of which was his own experience with Carrie. They visited a psychic medium and then reported on it. And I listened to that episode a long time ago. Ross said, oh yes, she got one thing right. She came over and she told me my grandmother's name was Clara. I don't remember if that's a detail, but basically. And then Carrie was looking at her notes. No, she didn't. She said her name could have been and Clara. And Ross did not remember that. And they were there to evaluate this. So can you imagine just a regular person going to a psychic? So the main point here is, the phrase attributed to Sagan, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And it should be obvious that any claim based exclusively on senses and memory does not come close to qualifying as extraordinary evidence, especially when you're trying to, prove something paranormal or supernatural. And yet, these famous lines all have one thing in common. Play it again, Sam, mirror, mirror on the wall. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Luke, I am your father. Life is like a box of chocolates. Beam me up, Scotty. Does anyone know what's the deal with all of these? What do they have in common? Put in the chat. I'll give you 5 seconds. See if anybody gets it before I say, and I can't see the chat. So yeah, so the truth is none of those were actually said at all, ever in the media that they're supposed to be in. So, except if you believe in the Mandela effect. So this is a conspiracy theory, and these are books and videos, etc., on the subject, all named after Nelson Mandela, because someone decided that they remember Nelson Mandela died in prison and never became Prime Minister, President of South Africa. And then when they were told, yes, he did, said, well, that's not the way I remember it. The universe must have changed. And this is now a thing that people believe the Monopoly man either did or didn't have a monocle in different universes. And some people remember it because their brains are maintaining the memory of the other universe. Pikachu had a black stripe on his tail. Curious George had a tail, that sort of thing. And if you think this is just a joke, this was a review in Amazon. There are a lot of them like this, where somebody was reviewing one of the books about the Mandela effect. Right? It's real. I've been on a journey to discover the truth my entire life. On that journey, I found out my memories, my life, even my blood type was no longer what current reality said it to be. The Simpsons writers captured this, or this might have just been a meme. I don't know. I didn't see this episode, but here's Principal Skinner. And there's 4 examples of things from the Mandela effect around him. Am I just misremembering? No, it's the universe is wrong. And that is a total lack of neuropsychological humility. And that is what these people have. So what we tend to think is, I know what I saw, I know what I remember, right? But the reality, according to neurologist Oliver Sacks, every act of perception is to some degree an act of creation, and every act of memory is to some degree an act of imagination. That kind of covers it all. So everything discussed before this point concerns the physiological failings with the design of our bodies. These are due to how we evolved. They can't be fixed. The only thing you can do is understand those limitations when making decisions about what you think and you believe, right? Now I'm going to discuss the things that you can change because they involve how you process that faulty information, right? Just like the physiological imperfections, our thinking processes, reasoning, is also less than perfect. But we at least can partially control how we process the problematic data. We can change how we reason. But we need to understand the flaws in reasoning so you know what you can work on changing, right? And the rest of the talk is going to concern 2 categories of that. One is understanding what cognitive biases are and also what logical fallacies are. So reasoning errors. So what's a cognitive bias? So that's a heuristic. It's a shortcut in thinking. It influences how we make decisions about what to believe. Your brain is always using heuristics. It could not possibly look at the world and every single scene make a decision based on what it sees from scratch. It's trying to simplify the incredibly complex world and all the data it has, right? Cognitive biases may lead to perceptual distortions, inaccurate judgments, and illogical interpretations. Broadly, what leads to irrationality, right? They're unconscious, but if we understand them, then we can possibly train our minds to use a different pattern of thinking and improve ourselves. The longer presentation, I go into a lot of these in details, but I'm just going to skim over them here. Some cognitive biases of note. Confirmation bias, I call that the mother of all biases, right? Most people here would know what this is. This is, I already believe something, I'm only going to believe the data or even look at data that already confirms what I believe and ignore all the disconfirming evidence. Motivated reasoning, and cognitive biases are somewhat all connected to one another, maybe. This one's definitely connected to confirmation bias, but this is an additional, if you have a reason, besides what Klaus and Sam were talking about before, is that you don't want to admit you were wrong. In general, you might have a really good reason for not wanting to admit you're wrong. Like if you're a company vice president, you got a big bonus for changing the way the company does its, I'll say just randomly, engineering of a Navy defense system. It spends maybe millions of dollars company-wide to implement it because you were told that it's going to improve your productivity by 300%. And then 2 years later, things are worse. Well, you're never going to admit that things are worse because of that. It's people weren't following it correctly. You know, no one's going to get back their bonus. No one's going to admit they were wrong. So you're not going to look at the data that says, oh, I shouldn't have done that. There's a status quo bias. People like the things the way they are. There's a bandwagon effect. The more people that you know that believe something, I'm going to stay with them, must be right, right? There's an interesting one that has to do with your brain and your eyes, pareidolia. Most people know that term, right? It's seeing patterns where patterns don't really exist. There's a common one, seeing things in clouds. People with a religious bent would certainly see some image there. If you're into ballet, maybe it's a ballet dancer. This definitely has a religious connotation to most people. These made the rounds on the internet, and I think one of them actually made money for people because they had a site selling, signed photographs, hypothetically not signed by the people in the image. This is a famous one that came up in the science world. This was from Viking Orbiter in 1976. Blew up big time. There's a face on Mars. That means people built it there. That means there's civilization. There were books written about the cities on Mars, pointing out to every crater, that's a collapsed building. And then we sent an orbiter in 2001, the Mars Global Surveyor, and that's the same feature with a different sun angle and a much higher resolution camera, and no one would have ever said that was a face. So if the Martians intended to signal us by building a face, they did a crappy job. And there's just one that's just wonderful. Chicken church. So how do you overcome your biases? Well, you have to understand that you have them, right? Everyone has biases, all of us. You have to question what you believe to be true, check for alternate explanations of things, and seek out contrary opinions. That's very important. And basically base your beliefs on verified facts, not what people tell you. All right, so the last section is called logical fallacies. So this is a big topic in the skeptical world. I, for one, never heard of these until I started looking into this as a skeptical activist. Certainly wasn't taught in my school. Well, a fallacy is the use of an invalid or otherwise faulty reasoning in the construction of an argument, commonly divided into formal and informal. Informal fallacies contain errors in reasoning other than the use of an improper logical form. And a fallacious argument may be deceptive by appearing to be better than it really is. And again, my long talk we go into these in detail, but short, quick, post hoc ergo propter hoc. Because of this, then that happens, right? Everyone knows it's stupid to say the sun came up because the rooster crowed. But, I had a bad headache and took homeopathy and now the headache's gone. Oh, it must have been homeopathy. Anecdotal evidence. Hey, sticking with that subject, everyone tells me homeopathy works. It must work. Oh, popular. It's popular. That's everyone tells me just by numbers. How could 1 million people who take homeopathy in the United States be wrong? Oh, homeopathy has been around for hundreds of years. I'm picking on homeopathy, but you know what else it can apply to? Everything. Yep. I've actually heard this for religion. Christianity specifically is right because millions of people have believed it for thousands of years. One sentence, 2 logical fallacies. Now, of course, because something is a fallacy constructed like that doesn't mean the conclusion is wrong. Christianity might be right, but it wouldn't be right because of either of those things. And also, maybe homeopathy works. It doesn't, but it certainly, just because you use a bad fallacy to prove something doesn't necessarily mean the thing you're trying to prove is wrong. Just means you had a bad reason for believing it. And there's the argument from personal incredulity and ignorance. The first one, ignorance, is, we don't know how that happened, so therefore, God, magic pixies, Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens made crop circles, or personal incredulity. Sticking with crop circle, I can't believe people can make things that good and that quickly in the middle of the night, therefore aliens. And there's tons of logical fallacies on the web. People can look into them here at logicallyfallacious.com. There's 300 of them. I had a set which I produce one a week for discussion with people at work, and then I put them on Facebook at that URL. There is the Skeptic Zone list, which Michelle Bickismar and Richard Saunders did, fantastic. There's a set of 42 sections at that URL, right? And there's actually a list of fallacies on Wikipedia. Susan J. entered the waiting room. I have a pop-up. So that's pretty much it. What I hope you got from this talk is that due to our flawed senses, computational limitations, and less than perfect memory, what you think you remember experiencing must always be suspect. This is also true, and especially true, for claims made by others. And it's especially true, double especially, for extraordinary claims, right? Those which contradict what science has uncovered about the nature of reality. So our natural thinking process is flawed in many ways. It's heavily influenced by a host of cognitive biases, easily subjected to fallacious reasoning. But by understanding that, having neuropsychological humility, we can inoculate ourselves from harm. And like the vaccines, that won't be 100%, but goes a hell of a long way to preventing you from getting very sick, as I'm currently experiencing. Understanding our fallibilities and altering those that you can by critically thinking will lead to holding truer beliefs and to hopefully making better decisions. So finally, I want to say there's a longer version of this presentation. You can snap this with your phone instead of writing it down at that tiny URL. It was about an hour long. And I'm also scheduled to give an updated version for Adrian and We Can Reason on January 6th. For people wanting to look into what else I've written on the subject of skepticism and critical thinking, you can look at my column in Skeptical Inquirer or snap that with your camera and follow me on Facebook. That's it. Thank you all for your attention.
That was really terrific. I'm really sad that we're not going to have time for questions. As I was saying in the chat, if anybody has questions for Rob, they should take them to Rob himself. You can also join us for lunch, and the lunchtime, Rob will probably be around. You can
Yeah, I'll
talk
be around.
about questions and so on. He's just got a wealth of information. I'm sorry you had to get that down into a little spot like you did.
I had to cut out a little video from the beginning of the Matrix where, Neo had to decide on the red pill or the blue pill. And I said, hey, if you don't want to go and get, see reality, tune out now and don't watch the rest of this presentation.
So anyway, so hang around. If you have questions for Rob, I'm sure I'll be happy to answer them. You can follow him on Facebook, the well-known skeptic, and lots of places you can find. He's done lots of talks. There's a lot of things about him on the internet. So thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you, Susan, for having me.
Okay, next up, keeping up with being on time, believe it or not, we have Kyle Polish, who is a good friend of ours, who is runs the podcast, the Data Skeptic. I hope you guys all subscribe to that. It's a really fun little, well, it's not fun necessarily. It's a serious look at data. And so we're going to start off with Kyle, who has promised he's going to tell us where Walt Disney's head is at.
For sure, we'll get into that. We'll get into a few other details because I wanted to give a quick presentation on cryonics, or the important skeptical question, can the human life be resuscitated? I got interested in this because I was looking into some things about refrigeration and kind of came upon it and was like, oh, that was big when I was growing up. What the heck happened to cryonics? Now, quick disclaimer, I'm really a AI computer science guy. I am not a biologist or a neurologist. I'm doing some casual armchair research here, but luckily a lot of great people had done the real research before me, but there's that disclaimer. So first things first, and I actually screwed this up in the initial description I sent to Susan. If you search for cryogenics, as I've done here on Google image search, you get the idea of what I'm going to talk about today, but technically that is not cryogenics. So there's cryogenics and there's cryonics, which is the term I should be using. So cryogenics is a real science. It's about, all the things that go on weird at low temperatures. How do we get there and why do we do it? Very real thing. Cryonics, on the other hand, is the effort to preserve a person for later resuscitation. So you have a couple of assumptions with cryonics. First, that the freezing process is non-destructive. Second, that later there'll be some resuscitation technique and that the people of the future will want you back. So a few things we'll unpack there. More specifically, cryonics is the low temperature freezing and preservation of human remains. And I want to stress that it's speculative. No one has ever been brought back yet. Although I guess the cryonics proponents would say that's a yet thing, that at some point they will. Nothing so far, of course. Quick few notes on the process. I'm not really going to focus on this. There is one sort of straw man criticism you'll hear that, oh, it's just like you freeze anything like vegetables, they go bad or whatever. That isn't to say that this is a solved problem or it's easy, but they do a few more techniques than that, like your body is flushed of blood and they put other things through your circulatory system to help this preservation process. I don't know that they help, but it's certainly more than just put somebody on ice. There's a fair amount of work going into it. So where did all of this really come from? If you try and trace back the origins, I mean, you could draw it sooner for speculative writers or, people saying this or that, but most of the research I did points to the book, The Prospect of Immortality, as being sort of the genesis moment of cryonics, published in 1964 by Robert Edinger, this guy right here, who went deep into this, went on to form something called the Immortalist Society. And so keep that year in your mind for a bit. Now let's talk about death real quick. This is a word that as you zoom in on it, you will find there are many kinds of death. And these are sort of very high level versions. I'm sure a doctor might be, wanting to give us more specifics on this, but from my reading, I saw three broad categories being used. Clinical death, which is when you are no longer breathing and your circulatory system has failed. It is different from brain dead, of course, because your brain can still be functioning, and there's even MRI research and things like that. I don't know in humans, but at least in dogs, I found that they know the brain continues on for a bit afterwards. Terrifying, though, I guess that might be. But clinical death, by this definition, is the kind of thing modern medicine is getting really good at fighting, right? I could maybe lose all circulation and breathing and still come back. That does happen. So clinical death, not the worst way to die, I guess. Brain death is the number one thing you want to avoid. When your brain, you really lose all brain functionality, most notably involuntary functionality. And then legal death is going to vary quite a bit in a lot of places. I almost didn't want to give a definition because there's so many asterisks on every place I looked, but so I'll give you the circular definition. There's legal death when you're no longer alive in the eyes of the law. Most often, just hand wavy answer seems to be that's brain death, which also can vary by territory. So as will probably come as no surprise, it's very hard to draw a fine line on a topic like this, but you need one when it comes to the topic of cryonics. First and foremost, because you cannot cryonically freeze a living person. That is against the law. That's why you might hear people who are cryonically frozen referred to as patients. That's not just tongue in cheek, like, oh yeah, they're just waiting for treatment. We're triaging them. We'll check in on them in a couple hundred years. But also because technically what you're doing is you're donating your body to science. And it just so happens that your body, in a scientific way, I guess, will be held in a cryonics chamber. So more of an experiment than a promise a company can give you legally. Now let's look optimistically for a bit and bring up the animal that's made it into more talks than any other thing I've ever had in slides, the tardigrade. There's 1,000 cells in a tardigrade's body, quite a few orders of magnitude smaller than us, but they survived quite extreme temperatures, minus 200 C, 150 C. They can even survive a 10-day trip around the low Earth orbit around the sun when dehydrated. And I don't think that's a one-up thing that they also did it while dehydrated. I think that has to be, they need to lose their water and it puts them into some sort of torpor state. They can even survive massive crushing impacts. So super survivors in a lot of cases, if they can go into this space torpor and come back, I mean, we're not them, but it's all biology. Maybe we can do something like that. Why not? Cryopreservation actually goes on a lot in agriculture. This particular picture comes from a rabbit hole I went down about this university that has kind of like a seed bank type program. So they're able to freeze this is a banana right here. They can freeze those cryonically and or cryogenically, I guess in this case, and bring them back. So there's real science going on. And as everybody knows, you can lose a tail. So, if they bring me back and something's gone bad, as long as it's not my brain, maybe they can grow me a new one. I mean, I haven't taken that great care of my body. Maybe a new one's good. There are some species, mostly in fish, that actually produce their own antifreeze. Mostly it's some sort of thing with protein and the sugars get in the right crystal shape and it's able to keep the water liquid in a local area. So there are things that have survived extreme temperatures in that regard. Now, we don't have those biological adaptations, but they do exist. And then there's always the myth. Have you guys heard of this? That you can freeze a bee and it'll come back just in your household freezer? Well, that's a sad myth for a scientifically curious young man to have to learn is not true. Honeybees cannot actually be frozen. They don't really have any of those adaptations. They're endotherms. So no, if you heard that myth, not true. Another kind of interesting one, that process I described earlier where they'll take your blood out and put some kind of antifreeze stuff in you. It's not total pseudoscience. That's a vitrification process. This is a study, and just one-off study, not my field, but something I found, where they put some rabbit embryos through this vitrification process, and others that just didn't do that, regular old embryos are the control group. So you can see, obviously, this doesn't do well for survivability. You would not opt into vitrification if you were an embryo, but it's also not zero. So if we want to draw broadly from a conclusion like this, we might think, well, okay, the vitrification process is solvable. So if our body can go through that, perhaps we can be unfrosted one day. And just another curiosity, the human limb can actually be detached for quite a lot longer than I thought was possible. The hard parts are obviously the brain, the part we want to preserve the most. So there's all these kind of biological things that might seem like, oh yeah, okay, we're on the right track. Perhaps science can get us to do this. There's a number of things that actually can be cryopreserved. Blood, semen, tumors for some reason, human eggs, embryos, ovarian tissue, plant seeds, and the list goes on and on. All these things are much less complex than the brain, but they survive the freezing process with I assume diminished results similar to the vitrification process. And then a second mention for the day of This American Life. I'm not going to go deep into this, but it covers a story, and it's a worthwhile drama if you want to check it out, of this one particular effort to create a actual process and a company around this. It does not go well, as the title would suggest. However, one entrepreneur's failure doesn't mean the whole thing's out the window. There are a couple other companies, one in Russia, one in China, and two in the US. The most popular one in the US is called Alcor. They will do a whole body preservation for $200,000, or a neuropreservation where just your head at some point from the neck up, I guess, for a reduced fee of only 80 grand, I guess, because they store you less. And this is real, as far as I can tell. This is not scammy stuff. People do this. There's a list of people who've signed up. This is a legitimate company. It's similar in regard to what I said earlier. You aren't getting a promise from them. You're technically donating your body to science. And I found these prices to be surprisingly low, actually. Not to be flippant, I certainly don't have 200 grand to just spend on a random thing, or even 80. Like I said, if they can save the brain, I guess they could grow me a body. That stands to reason, I suppose. 80 sounds strikingly low. I looked a bit into the economics of this because that actually was suspicious to me. I couldn't get a whole lot of details. One part I found was that Alcor says they put 120 of the 200,000 into an annuity. So if you don't know what an annuity is, it's a financial instrument. Imagine you had a lot of money, like $1 million, and you just wanted to live off of that. You'd put the $1 million in an annuity and kind of live off the interest, but you also want to correct for inflation and stuff like that. So it stands to reason they could have a very well-structured financial thing set up to do all this. But to my casual eye as a small business owner, I don't know, this seems actually much cheaper than seems viable for a long-term storage kind of thing. But those are the market rates. And actually, the rates get even lower. There's another company called the Cryonics Institute that boasts they can do it for $28,000, and they only do full body. So very contradictory, conflicting things here. There's an FAQ on their site that gives some hand-wavy answers as to why they're cheaper. But if you want to sign up for something like this, you can do it. And it's not just the billionaires of the world that get to do it if they choose. So you can be frozen. Whether or not you can be unfrozen is the actual important question, right? For reference, here is a list from Wikipedia of people who are or plan to cryopreserve. More famous ones on the planning to, for my eyes. One of interest, if you're curious or if you're a Ted Williams fan, there's a lot of controversy around this one. It's not entirely clear that he wanted to be frozen or should have been frozen. But something like this is, of course, kind of expected to be rife with a fair amount of controversy along those lines anyway. So getting to Walt Disney, passed away in 1966, and I'm sure most have heard the rumor that his head was frozen. Some say even beneath a special chamber of the Pirates of the Caribbean. His daughter, if she's to be trusted, wrote in 1972 that no, that was in fact not his wishes. Walt Disney's head is with Walt Disney's body. Nothing quite mysterious here. But there was an interesting connection. Just of note, I asked you to remember a date earlier. We are 2 years out from the publication of the real start of this topic. And it stands to reason, for me anyway, that maybe Walt Disney was the first rich celebrity in the great public eye to pass away close by. And if this was hot in the air, it would be natural for a rumor to get started. I found 3 independent claims of who started the rumor. So didn't want to summarize those here, but not sure where to go with it. Let me go back to this list real quick. The ones I recognize are all wealthy people. If you're Seth MacFarlane, $200,000 is probably a very small portion of what you leave behind, and a risk you're just gambling with. I don't know that, I didn't speak to him obviously, but I don't know that this is necessarily a sign of his massive support or belief in it, as much as it could be a lottery ticket kind of thing. And if so, what's the harm, right? Maybe the effort into this, even if it's not fruitful, will advance refrigeration science. Is this bad? I don't know that it is, but I guess here's the worst what's the harm I could find. This is Elaine Walker, 47, who actually canceled her cell phone plan in order to cover the fees she's paying to get herself cryopreserved. She's an adult, that's her choice, but I don't know. So let's get into the real question. Is cryogenics Sorry, I made the mistake here. This should be as cryonics pseudoscience. Can we actually freeze and recover the human body? A quick note before we get into that, connectomics is the study of how the brain's wired up. And as you can see there, that's kind of one data visualization of what the brain's data, or at least data taken from an MRI, suggests about the brain. I had the opportunity to go to a neurology lab related to Data Skeptic, and they had just finished the installation of their new, fancier MRI scanner. I think they went from like 5 Teslas to 8, some large change like that. And they were showing me the differences. And the lower original model they had, the brains looked blurry to me. Obviously, they got scientific value out of them. But then when I saw these new ones, the amount of structure and details that they got of this advanced equipment was striking in how much more you could see. I was able to identify after a couple of just examples they showed me of what was a severe case of Alzheimer's or not, because there was so much information in those. This is a field that's getting really advanced. We're taking very fine-grained measurements of the brain, studying it, knowing things about it and its structure, though not necessarily how to put it back together or how to make a copy of one or any of the things like that that might be required. But this is real science. And what else is real science? And this is along the lines of what's really convinced me that this is somewhat implausible. This guy up here at the top is the roundworm, or this Latin name I'm not going to even try. It's maybe second only to the fruit fly as the most famous sort of studied model species. Basically, we know everything about it, its brain, how it works. And this scientist reports that even with all of that, there's no way to really simulate one fully. So even though we know kind of every in and out of it, they can't, in a computer as of yet, model it. And I guess the takeaway here is, in short, brain activity cannot be inferred from synaptic neuroanatomy, that just a snapshot of the brain is incomplete. So we would really need to thaw out that brain. There's no like copy process or anything like that. So you are hedging entirely on innovation that has not come to pass and may not come to pass. In addition to that, there are other things besides just sort of how your neurons are wired up that may have an impact on who you are. Hormones, chemicals in your brain, the electrical potentials in your brain, and many other factors I found different people talking about could all be important components of the state of your system and capturing your consciousness. Yet cryopreservation does not capture hardly any of that other things. It captures basically your brain tissue structure at best. So the degree to which any of these other things impact consciousness, there may not even be a possibility here. So my final thoughts and observations in my couple of week foray into this topic. First and foremost, it's considered really a minority position by most of the scientific community. There are a few seemingly serious proponents who have academic degrees and all this kind of stuff, as you'd expect in most fields. My takeaway from looking at it is that this is a little bit like Bigfoot. If you aren't a biologist, if I present you an idea like Dogman, there's lots of quick ways we can reject Dogman as a cryptozoological creature. Bigfoot is different because hypothetically it's plausible. Such a creature could exist, just happens not to. Cryonics could be possible, just happens not to today. And proving a negative is always tough in science. Now, we may get to the point where we say there are structures that are always destroyed in the freezing process, even if you've removed all the water and you've done all these things, or there's some destructive element that cannot for sure be reversed in the future. But it's that for sure that's always a challenging hedge. So, I notate this about as much as like, hey, aliens could show up tomorrow. Could happen. We'll have to wait and see in some regards. There are many notable public supporters, Kurzweil and people like that, but not a lot that I could find that were scientific thought leaders per se. Obviously, there's some people very focused in this field, but not, they're also knee deep in the field. I didn't find a lot of people from other domains kind of pointing at this and saying like, yeah, I think that's all real. I'm going for that. It's certainly not pseudoscience. We can't rule out the possibility of freezing and unfreezing a person and for them to regain some semblance of consciousness and continuity. Yet we are so far from it today. It's not the kind of thing I think science really would debate about. Quantum computing is something we don't have today, but I truly believe there might be a practical quantum computer in my lifetime because I'm seeing advancements in that direction. I was unable to find any of those big milestones in this field, just kind of the hope and the dream that the future is going to figure it all out. And really, at the end of the day, that means it lacks falsifiability. If the claim is always that the problems will be solved later, you have to wait till later to prove it wrong. So in the end of it, I don't think I'll freeze myself. I don't know that anyone who's currently frozen will one day be unfrozen. This seems like, if not pseudoscience, the kind of 1,000-year science scale that isn't really all that interesting to me to learn that much more about unless I've made some errors. So hope you guys found that informative.
I certainly found it informative. That was really interesting. I want to point out that Disney's daughter said that his head is attached to his body, and they're all connected. But she didn't say he wasn't frozen. She just said they're connected. It could have been not his head frozen, but his whole body's frozen. So you just there telling you, maybe.
Well, there was a wink emoji in the original text that I took out. I guess, yeah, maybe that's what she meant.
Yeah. Okay, so what I want to ask is, this is from Mono, does the process preserve the ability to generate and send out neurotransmitters?
I don't believe so. I think a cryonics proponent would tell you that they would have to kind of kickstart you on that process because, yeah, all electrical activity is going to stop.
Okay. From Steen, if Trump were frozen more than he is already, who would defrost him in any future? I'd like to see a pile of mush.
Of course.
I think it'd be kind of interesting to see that. Rob Palmer asks, do you know, or if you could look when you get a chance, what kind of state the Wikipedia pages on these subjects? If they're not in the greatest shape, then please let him know so we can get these.
They were good. No, they were good resources. I think it would be a high bar to move them forward at this point. There wasn't any pseudoscience really to be said, and I sourced a lot of information from Wikipedia.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. I love hearing that. Milo says, if the power goes out, they have to eat you.
Yeah. That was something I didn't touch on enough, like the economics and the power and preservation of this thing is what's really challenging in a lot of interesting ways. Like, you are hedging on a continuity that would be pretty unprecedented.
Yeah, Romero does mention that. He says, do they guarantee they'll have electricity to keep you alive? What if there's a power loss? I guess if it goes out and there's no battery backup or something, that's it, right?
Yeah, if I were running such a facility, I'd have several layers of power backup and all that. And of course, as people, we're getting better at having continuity and alternate source of energy and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's certainly when you think about the long scale you might be dealing with, quite a challenge.
So Janine says, thanks, Kyle. Very good. I worked in plant cryopreservation. It's the sample size that makes it work. Water can be removed and protein structure remained.
Yeah, a lot of science there for sure. And I also thank you, Janine, for the correction on the name that I covered in the first couple of slides.
I'm looking at some of the others. Oh, Lois says there's liquid nitrogen backup.
Sure, that could work. The liquid nitrogen is really how they do the freezing process. And so if you have some extra, that'd be good.
Yeah, might not unfreeze them right away. Like if the electricity went away or something like that, there's probably some kind of time that they have to be able to, well, who's going to complain? Listen, we're talking
the future's problem. They're going to have to worry about that later. All these half frozen people.
Oh, I'd heard I don't know. I'd heard something on this, and they were talking about life insurance policies, that you could take your life insurance policy and have that somehow pay for it. That's
right. Yeah. So it's common for a lot of people to end up with a life insurance policy that if you've had it for a long time could have a major payout depending on, a lot of complexities around that kind of stuff. But it's not surprising for a person to pass and leave a big insurance policy payout behind. And a lot of the way this is set up is basically like you sign up for a special thing that's for sure going to go to the company. And there's a little bit of drama there. Like apparently the family can block this and then the money can go in a different direction. So, that's didn't feel like it was core skepticism, but I think there's some interesting family drama and stories in that area as well.
Can you imagine? Oh, we're gonna freeze dad, and we're gonna use the $200,000 of inheritance that you were going to get.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, you aren't. I want that $200,000. Dad said no. I mean, maybe they could get a seance, or they get somebody to say no. I heard from the dead that he doesn't.
He's cold.
He's really cold. So, the other thing is that when somebody dies, you have a very limited amount of time. I mean, they have to be dead. So you have a very small amount of time to get them into this nitrogen, right? I mean, it's not like you can say, oh, I'm dead, so ship me over to some other area and they'll take care. I don't think there's that.
That's
kind of
right.
time, right.
You have to have people on standby. In fact, one of the companies, I think the one in Michigan, they encourage you to die at their facility because then everyone's on staff.
How lovely. Do you think they walk amongst those bins and talk to them? Like, oh, there's Joey over there and Francis over there. Hey, Francis, your family sent us a nice message saying, I don't know, how do you disassociate yourself from those vials? I don't know.
Yeah. My take. So I looked for two things I didn't find. One was like interesting religious zealotry around this, but it didn't seem there was a whole lot of response. There was some like stuff in like Christian magazines that they said, oh, it's fine. This doesn't conflict with faith somehow. I don't know. I did read one personal account where a man who was an atheist was married to a woman who was a theist, and she was concerned his soul would be stuck in his body if it was frozen.
She wanted the money. What are you talking about? She wasn't cared about his soul. She wanted the inheritance. Like that woman who said she's not got a cell phone plan or something like that so that she could pay for this. It's like,
yeah, she gave up the cell phone plan to cover the payments. Kind of sad.
That's very sad. One more question. I'll let this get in here. My question, I think this is from Adrian, about Trump was not just a joke. Isn't there a major political and ethical issue about whether to defrost whom and when?
There isn't a whole lot talked about around that. And I think it's because of the just broad implausibility of the science. I think if this was something that was more like a quantum computer, like, yes, we'll probably have one at some point, there would be more ethical thought put into it. But this is like the kind of philosophy you do as like a high freshman after your philosophy class, right?
When you're stoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you see all the time is they say, let's freeze ourselves for the future when they have it figured out how to unfreeze us. There's never a timeline or at what point is this, or do we think we're ready? Who's going to be the first one we're going to unfreeze? Who wants to be the volunteer for the first one to be unfrozen and make the mistakes on?
Well, that I would imagine it's the one that's the most likely to be resuscitated. So you look through the details and like there's a little bit of drama about some of those people I listed who have been frozen. Like one person wasn't put in fast enough, so you probably wouldn't pick him. Somebody had a power issue, I'm sure you wouldn't pick that person. So like who's the most likely candidate is probably how that choice would be motivated, I would assume.
Yes, whoever, depends on what they died of. I mean, if it was something, I guess it was
right,
fixable or
I actually think the freezing process is the thing you want to worry more about.
Oh, just the whole idea is just, wow. Anyway. Wonderful questions. I wish we could talk about this longer. Kyle will probably be around through the lunchtime if you want to talk to him. Real quick, what's next on Data Skeptic?
Next on Data Skeptic, I think this week we might have coming up, I'm talking to Richard Saunders about the Great Psychic Prediction Project.
That's a good plug. He's going to be speaking to us later today.
Yeah. So I won't spoil anything, but some great stats.
Yeah. So that's the Data Skeptic.
Data Skeptic.
Find it all your podcast, whatever applications you want to find. He's got a long series of them. Some of my favorites are the ones where he speaks to his wife, Linda, because I can understand those better. She asks questions that makes
good
him
questions.
Kyle slow down and say, oh, okay, let me explain that a little bit better. I really like that. All right. Thank you so much, Kyle, for speaking to us today.
Pleasure.
You always do such interesting talks. We have a whole bunch of talks from Kyle on the Monterey County Skeptics or About Time YouTube channel that this will eventually add it to. But he does unique talks almost every time. Thank you, Kyle.
For sure.
And yeah, I'm back. It's me. And next up, well, I don't have to make this next person a co-host because they're already a co-host. So next up is our very good friend, Adrienne Hill. There she is from Calgary. And she's going to be talking about something that is very topical. Not that the others weren't topical, but this is very current. I think it's all started since the pandemic and it's happening on TikTok. So let's give Adrienne all of our attention. I'm really looking to hear what the answer is to what's been going on TikTok.
You're muted.
Thank you, Lois. You always look after me. I'm just getting everything ready here. And oh, that's weird. Oh. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry about this, folks. For some reason. There we go. There we go. That's better. I have to stop this again.
1,000.
Well, 1,000. Yeah. See, it doesn't matter if you've practiced this a lot. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking.
Just I need to pull up my notes and I'm good to go. Perfect. So today my topic is TikTok ticks with teens and the pandemic. That's a bit of a tongue twister. So the first thing that here we go. First thing I want to do is, since Susan wrote my bio for me, which said I was the galactic overlord of both time and space within the boundaries of Calgary, etc., I thought I should probably briefly give you an overview of what my background is. And first of all, I am not a doctor or a healthcare provider. I originally worked as a volunteer for Tourette Canada and now work as a quasi-volunteer for the Tourette OCD Alberta network. And most importantly, I have 3 children, 2 who have been diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. What do I mean by a quasi-volunteer? Well, I actually get paid a very small stipend for some of the work that I do. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I'm only going to be briefly talking about Tourette syndrome in this presentation, but if you want to learn more about the topic, which I highly encourage you do, please feel free to watch my talk last year for the same Skeptic Camp, or go to the University of Calgary website, which I have linked there, or just Google Tourette OCD Alberta Network. And there's a whole bunch of really great videos with experts talking about the disorder. And if you want teacher strategies, I have some videos up there about how to teach people in the classroom with this disorder. So first of all, we'll talk about this new global tic phenomenon that started in 2020. The Tourette clinic at the Alberta Children's Hospital noticed a difference in the type of patient requiring treatment. The clinic saw patients with a very different presentation of tics that were present almost exclusively in teenage girls and young women between the ages of 12 and 25. And they developed what is called a rapid onset of tics. The patients had no previous history of tics. Most of them didn't anyway, at least not that they were aware of. And the functional impairment was so severe, it prevented those people from attending school, going to work, and many needed hospitalization. So this is really serious. This trend has continued throughout 2021, and I'm guessing it will continue into 2022. So these tics may not be, or most likely are not, Tourette syndrome, but are viewed as a rapid onset tic issue called functional tic-like behaviors. And that's a subset of what would be called a functional neurological disorder, which is quite well established in the neurology community, which indicates that symptoms are incompatible with a recognized neurological or medical condition. And these types of mimicking are well known. There are cases of people showing up at emergency, for example, with seizure-like symptoms, often very similar to what is seen in a movie. But upon testing, they are found not to have seizures, which, and the movie seizures tend to be a little different than what a real seizure looks like. So it's like a mimicking thing. And this is the first time, though, that tics of such a nature have been the culprit. They have seen some tic-like behaviors develop, but not to the same extent as what we're seeing now. The tics are referred to as functional tic-like behaviors because they are not symptoms of a neurological disorder like Tourette syndrome. In essence, functional tic-like behaviors are a problem with the nervous system, whereas a disorder like Tourette syndrome is a problem with the structure of the brain and how the neurotransmitters communicate. So let's now do a brief comparison between Tourette syndrome and these rapid onset tics, why they consider them to be different. With Tourette syndrome, the mean age of onset is usually 6, and they're usually mild tics, and they're mostly male. There's a 4-to-1 ratio of boys to girls. And they usually involve the head. They start up at the top of the body and often start with eye tics, eye rolling, eye blinking, and nose tics. And then over the months or years, they move down the body and become more complex as the person gets older. And the vocal tics generally appear after the motor tics have been around for a while. In vocal tics, I mean noises like coughing, sneezing, and words, etc., versus motor tics, which are movements. During the early years, there is usually only one tic at a time, and it's not until later that they become more complex. The tics are usually very different between patients. If you look at my kids who have Tourette syndrome, their tics are totally different from each other. Though sometimes they might pick up a tic from each other, it was quite rare, and they usually had their own symptoms. And there's a large variety of tics, and they wax and wane. Now, complex tics, which happen when they're older and after they've had the other tics for a while, are seen and develop over multiple years. And complex tics could be something like they have an eye rolling tic, but then they have to punch in the air following the eye rolling. It usually involves multiple muscles. So things like hopping, it's much more complicated than just a single tic. They usually involve 3 or 4 tics or 2 or 3 tics. And the tics tend to really peak at around puberty, at the start of puberty. And they usually improve in the later teens. And the most common comorbidities or co-occurring conditions, and most kids do have something that are diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. And those most common ones are ADHD and obsessive compulsive disorder, or OCD. And so now let's compare this with the rapid onset tics that we've been seeing in the hospital here and around the world, actually. So the onset for these sudden onset tics is usually between the age of 12 to 24, and they're mostly female. So I think you can see a difference right away, mostly female versus mostly male, and a much later age. The main and probably the most interesting thing is how common the cases are. They're not all the same, but most of them have a lot of similarities, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And they tend to have a quick progression from simple tics to complex tics. And it's usually over just a few weeks instead of years, like with Tourette syndrome. But sometimes it's even occurred within a few hours. I think you can imagine how frightening this would be for these young women and their families. It would be quite terrifying, and they usually arrive at emergency in quite a state. The vocal tics that tend to be common that these ladies are saying are things like beans. They've got beans over and over, woohoo, knock, knock. And some of the sounds are the same, like whistling or making a clicking sound. And coprolalia is almost always involved. And this departs from Tourette syndrome. Unfortunately, coprolalia tends to be what has defined it in the past because it's what Tourette syndrome is known for, but approximately 10% of people with Tourette syndrome have coprolalia, versus most of the cases of these sudden onset tics show this feature. So some of the motor tics are commonly seen in the patients, these complex tics, such as the hitting other people. Could you imagine? That'd be awful. Objects or themselves, and large radius arm movements are also very typical. And many have been recently diagnosed with anxiety or depression versus the obsessive compulsiveness and ADHD that we tend to see in Tourette syndrome. Doesn't mean we can't have depression, etc., with Tourette syndrome as well, or vice versa with sudden onset. But it's just most people, it is observed this way. And I think this last bit is one of the things that's really drawn attention to the media. This phenomenon has been seen simultaneously in countries across the world. It's been in Canada, the UK, Australia, Germany, and the US. So one of the findings that many of these cases had in common was that the patients had been watching social media, and mostly TikTok videos of people with Tourette syndrome, and that they experienced a worsening or triggering of tic-like behaviors after viewing. The videos on TikTok site marked with hashtag Tourette have had around 3 billion views. That's a lot of views. And there was found to be a similarity between many of the tic-like behaviors seen in the clinic and the tic-like behaviors that have been shown on this social network. And I like to just introduce you to this girl. Here is an example of somebody that is on TikTok, and her name is This Trippy Hippie, and she's a young and, in my opinion, quite a delightful English woman with Tourette syndrome. She has over 14 million followers on TikTok and hundreds of thousands on Instagram and YouTube. So what did the media do when they got wind of this phenomenon? Well, here's what they started saying. There was a bit of a media sensation, and this was something that it was just a very quick Google, and I found all these. Didn't take long. The doctor's favorite people is TikTok causing tics in teens, followed by the Daily Beast with doctors blame TikTok for surge in teen girls experiencing tics. TikTok causing tics in teens. There's that cause again. Got to blame TikTok. And the New York Post, TikTok is giving teen girls Tourette-like tics. Doctors call it a pandemic. Now, luckily, and these are already many people who think that social media is unhealthy and dangerous, and maybe it is to some degree. There's maybe parts of it, but it is so dangerous that watching videos of people with Tourette syndrome will cause this issue. Is this true? Is it that dangerous? Well, the answer is very complicated, as all media related stuff is. And it's quite nicely discussed, of course, in Snopes, why we can't definitively say TikTok causes tics. And of course, in one of my favorite publications, Science-Based Medicine, don't jump to conclusions about so-called TikTok tics. And reading this article, they mention a German paper that was used in many papers to justify some of these sensational headings, and even some blame, which really makes me angry. And here's a quote. I went to this paper, and it was written in English. And what it says is, moreover, they can be viewed as the 21st, yes, that's not my mistake, that's theirs, century expression of a culture-bound stress reaction of our postmodern society, emphasizing the uniqueness of individuals and valuing their alleged exceptionality, thus promoting attention-seeking behaviors. And I'm going to stop there because that's the part that really gets me. It makes me very angry. The number one thing I hear from parents, teachers, and community members when they don't understand things like Tourette syndrome and ADHD and now this sudden onset tic disorder is that the person is only seeking attention. And it makes me very frustrated because it's very unfair. I don't know why anybody would choose these awful tics that can be quite harmful to do purposefully. So what do we know right now? Well, it's early days for sure, and there's a lot to learn. We know that these patients are real, they're suffering, and that figuring out proper treatment plans is really important. And that means this phenomenon needs to be studied, which leads me to the next part, which there are studies that are ongoing, including at the University of Calgary, but also in the US and around the world. In fact, if you go to the website and you know somebody who has these tic disorders, you can sign up for a study right now. And people tend to imitate. For example, I think it's well known that if one person in a room yawns, then a whole bunch of people will probably yawn as well. So imitation is part of our makeup. People with Tourette syndrome have an exaggerated response to this and will tend to get new tics through imitation. So it does make sense that someone perhaps without a diagnosis of Tourette syndrome would suddenly get worse if they watch videos of people with Tourette syndrome. So it's possible that their tics were very mild, for example. And the same thing could also be true for those prone to the functional tic-like behaviors. There's something about their makeup or their circumstances that makes them more susceptible to this mimicking behavior. And as I just mentioned, it is a possibility that it is undiagnosed Tourette syndrome. When kids are young, particularly, the tics tend to be very mild and may even be hidden. If they have a foot, crunching tic, you'd never see it. So it was even hard with my oldest son, who had pretty severe tics, to get a diagnosis. So it can be a difficult thing to obtain. So it is possible that watching these videos could just make the tics suddenly worse, and now we're noticing them. And when I go to a Tourette conference, it's interesting because people with Tourette syndrome will say it's extremely draining because being around others with tics makes their tics worse. So this is probably the most looked at possibility for what's happening right now, which is this functional neurological disorder, but other possibilities should also be looked at and ruled out for treatment purposes. And the anxiety and depression diagnosis seem to be comorbid for most cases, as I already said. And I think it's exacerbated because of this pandemic. I think that's been a big contributing factor, and that's why we're seeing such big differences now. So should TikTok be blamed? In my opinion, no. If it wasn't TikTok, it could have been movies or music videos, or even meeting people with Tourette syndrome that could cause this mimicking behavior. TikTok just happens to be a popular place for these teens to go right now during a pandemic. So I think it's important to remember that piece. It just happens to be the one that's the most popular with these teenage girls. And based on data collected from the Calgary Children's Hospital, the functional tic-like behaviors, or FTLB, was 1 to 2% of referrals from, every year. And from January to June 2021, it was 30%. So you can see a big increase that happened, and it translates to approximately 3 patients pre the pandemic and about 87 patients in a 6-month period. So you can see there's a big increase. However, the numbers are still pretty small if you think about it. So if TikTok really did cause this problem, then we'd be seeing a lot more people than 87 patients. Our city in Calgary is about 1.3 million, and there's a good percentage of kids. So that's still a pretty small number. It's a huge increase from 3 to 87, well, 3 in a year to 87 in 6 months. But I would guess that if it was TikTok that was causing it, we'd see a lot more cases. So what's also interesting is it's obviously a trigger for these particular women. So one of the first things that's recommended is that the patient stop watching TikToks about Tourette. That's part of their first line treatment, along with cognitive behavioral therapy. Medication for stopping tics is not seen as something that will be helpful just because of the nature of the disorder. So it doesn't mean that all people should stop watching these videos of people with Tourette syndrome. In fact, I like the idea of people watching some of these. Most of the videos I've seen have been very informative, and it brings awareness about Tourette syndrome, which is always a good thing. And I'd like to end with a quote from the Science-Based Medicine article, and just because I think it's a really important thing to take forward. So for now, let's get those studies done and try our best to ensure that all kids who are struggling right now with tics or any other mental health symptoms are seen, heard, and helped, and not blamed for attention seeking. I'll add that one myself. Thank you for watching my TikTok. I'm sorry I couldn't resist. That's the end of my.
That's priceless. That's really good.
You
had to get that.
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love puns. I love all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's see.
Let's get
Yeah, you don't want that.
No, I need to stop sharing. So just give me a sec because I had everything off my screen. Oh, there, it moved over there. That's
Okay.
why. Oh, thank you for doing that.
I actually can do it once in a while. Let me
Yeah,
find,
you got the power.
where in the heck am I? Okay, here I am.
You want me to
make myself.
spotlight you?
I got it. I got it. Oop. Wait,
Oh.
where'd you go?
I don't know. Who knows? I can add me. There we go.
Okay, there you go. Side by side. Okay, very good. Really interesting. I did not know. I was under the impression that that it was a phenomenon because of, you know, financial reasons, people getting attention, trying to get a huge following on TikTok, which may transfer into monetary things eventually, maybe, you know, getting a show or something like that. So I was under the impression because they didn't fit the demographics of mainly women, they're higher age groups. So I was thinking they probably were making it up or so on. And one of the comments we got, I think it was from Jan. Let me look back here a second. She says she asked about mass hysteria as an explanation, which is a real thing. And
yes,
probably what's going on with the Havana syndrome.
Right. Yeah. And there might be an element of that. From what I've read, if you read the Snopes article, it actually says it's most likely not. It's most likely, and I think the SBM article also says it, it's most likely this need to imitate. You know, that's where it comes from. And the fact that there's these few videos that have millions, if not billions of views, they're all watching the same ones. So I think that's the common link. Versus a hysteria where you're kind of all in the same room. I mean, I guess I'd have to sort of look at the definition of mass hysteria as to whether that is sort of a similar thing as to being in the same room and all experiencing the same thing. But it could be. Right. But I think that the fact that these young women have this depression and severe anxiety diagnosis immediately before this happens, I think that's more indicative of whether or not it's going to happen. We just did actually a talk to a school for a classroom with a girl who has undergone this, and she's just in dire straits. She doesn't want to go to school. She's embarrassed. It's awful. She has no control over these tics. And one of the things that actually happened was the students in the class started thinking, what if I get this? Oh, right. If she could get it, maybe I can get it. But nobody else did. So I think if everybody in the classroom did develop this, I think we could now say maybe that's a bit of a mass hysteria happening.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I know that whenever I hear your talks about Tourette's, I always start noticing the things I do more. Like you were saying something about starting at the head and working the way down, something, you know, as soon as you're doing that, I was going like this with my nose, which is something I always do. I have a little line there. I've been doing it since a child. But as soon as you said that, I realized I was doing it. And I thought maybe we're also paying a little more attention to some of the things that we
absolutely. That's part of it
too. And that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So some of the other questions I had, I wanted you to define the word
coprolalia.
Yeah.
Coprolalia. Yeah, I've had a lot more practice than you saying that one. So
thank you for being kind. I can't pronounce things.
I had to practice that one there's quite a few terms within the Tourette community I've had to practice. But that one is just essentially obscene words. So they will shout out a swear word. I'll just say, shut up, you know, sort of in the middle of a sentence, shut up, that kind of thing, but it's usually swearing. It can be of a sexual nature. So it doesn't have to be a swear word. It could be, you know, I want to have sex with you. Like that's not an uncommon coprolalia thing to shout at somebody, which you can imagine how embarrassing that would be. And
extremely.
Yeah.
Wow. Embarrassing and hard to believe that people would do that. Well, or that they would
for
do
attention.
It. Well, you would also kind of think that maybe people are trying to do it for reals. I mean, you know, to be annoying or
part of the problem is they may see somebody that is really attractive, and they're thinking in their mind, oh, they're really attractive, and then they shout out,
we are talking about teens after all, yeah. So I can see them thinking that's a good idea. Yeah. You know, and that is kind of the problem is that we're really we don't have enough information on it, especially as you said about this recent phenomenon. We don't have enough information. There's not been enough studies on it. And it does seem a little different. It does seem a little hard to distinguish between a teenager or a young person just messing around and managing to keep it up long enough that it seems like it, and somebody who actually has some issues. Another thing I asked is that TikTok, and I think you kind of addressed this at the end, that you think that this is probably, all the attention has probably been a good thing.
Yeah, and it depends on the headline, because some of the headlines, which I did not put in, blame the victim, right? Blame the women. And I think that's harmful. When you start saying things like, you know, they're just doing it for attention, they don't really have anything, this is not true, they're just watching these videos and think it's cool, therefore they're going to mimic them, that's harmful. But even those bad headlines that I did post, most of them did say that the teens have no control. So then it's not bad, right? Then yeah, it was just clickbait titles. But how many people do you know? My husband's one of these. He's listening right now, I think. He's a headline reader. And so if you just read those headlines, you would actually think TikTok was causing it and that it was an attention-seeking behavior. So I think that's a problem.
Definitely. And TikTok may have, not only has it just become a phenomenon in the pandemic, but it also seems to be a place where it's very unprofessional videos able to put up in a very short amount of time. It's a new following of a young crowd that's on phones and not necessarily like YouTube or anything like that. Hello, the YouTube watchers. But it seems to have become a safer place for people who have this, and it's to be able to show, hey, I've got a tick, let me show you, kind of thing.
Yes.
You think?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. And the phenomena is short and sweet, right? So you can flip through them very quickly and see a lot of content in a very short period of time. And I think that with the extra time at home, I think these kids are gravitating towards these and spending more time on it.
Also, possibly they're just like to look at young girls.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they have a following. Well, and it could be young girls following young girls
like
for just social reasons too.
The hippie girl she's adorable, right?
I haven't seen her.
You just saw that. You're gonna have to look it up, because I watched a couple of her videos, and she's lovely and she's funny, and you can see how her friends and family just laugh at her tics, and they laugh with her, and they're, oh, don't worry, she's got, when she says something inappropriate to a wait staff, oh, don't worry, she's got Tourette syndrome, she didn't mean it.
Her name is Hippie Girl.
Oh, what was it called? The Flippy Hippie? I had it in my
okay, so
I'll have to look
let me ask you this next question so you can do two things at once.
Yeah.
From our friend Mono, do they react with remorse or embarrassment after an outburst?
Oh, yes, often. In fact, to the point that they stop going to school, they stop leaving their house. So they are so humiliated in many cases. And that's where what we do comes in, where we go into classrooms, we can go into workplaces just to educate people, because if people know that these outbursts are uncontrollable, like a cough or a sneeze, we all experience stuff like this. Nobody thinks about a cough or a sneeze. So if they know the outburst, even if it is of a sexual nature or swearing or whatever, it just becomes background noise. So it's so important to educate people.
Absolutely. And just like we said with Linda. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like the Flippy Hippie,
there it is. The Trippy Hippie.
Trippy Hippie. Thank you.
Yeah,
I always get it wrong. Thank you. The Trippy Hippie. Thank you, Faith. Yeah, she point blank will turn to the people and say, I'm sorry, I have Tourette syndrome. And, people may say, well, just an excuse. Hopefully they don't. But I think that's what she has to do, because otherwise she won't go anywhere. And that's what some kids do. That's what some young adults and older adults will do.
Yeah. And if the more you repress it, the more stressed you are, the more the desire to get this out. And so stress makes it worse. So if you're in an environment where it's background noise, like you say, then they usually are more mild.
Yes, they tend to go down in symptoms. Yes.
Interesting. So here, Karen says, Karen is just got to be the kindest person I've ever met. Okay, first question from Karen is, does it occur in one sleep?
That's a really good question. I know of a few people that do have their tics in sleep. My kids, I used to go and watch them. I never witnessed tics during sleep. So it really depends on the person. I believe, and again, I'm not a doctor, but I believe from everything that I've researched, most do not tic when they sleep. However, they quite often have sometimes very severe tics before they go to sleep because they're tired, and being tired can make the tics worse. So it can be an issue just getting to sleep. That was more of an issue for my kids. Once they were asleep, they were fine. But I do know of some people who do tic while they sleep.
Karen, okay, here's Karen saying, do they blurt out kind things?
Yes. In fact, my youngest son, he used to say, and it was a tic that was specific to me, so that's quite common. And he would look at me and go, "I love you, Mom."
Oh, don't lose that tic.
Don't lose that. And we were talking about that the other day. I said, "You lost that tic." He goes, "Yeah, I know. I like that tic." So absolutely.
Love you, Mom. Love you, Mom. But yes, Karen, you have an absolute fantastic 2 questions in a row. Janine wants to know, she asked, did you say that tics diminish as people age?
Yeah, most people do find that they peak just as they hit puberty, sort of at 12 to 14 years of age. And then as they head down their teens to their 20s, they tend to reduce for most people. From what I understand, about a third of the people get better to the point even of having virtually no tics. A third stay about the same to their pre-adolescent tic frenzy, as I'll call it, and about a third get worse. So some do. I do have a friend who did get worse as an adult, and his tics became very severe gradually over time until into his 40s, and he's on disability now. So it can be very, very bad, but for most people, yes, it diminishes with age.
I think I've heard you say that this is a spectrum of sorts. This
absolutely
is a huge and huge area, and you can't just define it in one way, and that a lot of it is overlapped with other issues like OCD, and so it isn't always that somebody has Tourette's. It would be Tourette's and this and this and this, anxiety, OCD,
in fact,
ADHD.
With my son, and I'm speaking just personally here, this is not necessarily what would happen with other people with Tourette syndrome, but what I did notice is when his tics were really bad, all his other stuff like the obsessive compulsive issues, his severe anxiety, his sleep would get better, ironically. But when his tics went down in frequency, all the other stuff came back. And we always said, hey, bring back the tics. The tics, they're kind of embarrassing. They're kind of goofy, but it's the obsessive compulsive tendencies and the attention issues, attention deficit, and these other things that actually were much more difficult to deal with. And they tend to be part of Tourette syndrome, unfortunately.
Right. We're getting a question from YouTube. I don't know who this is. They want to know, is Vermont maple syrup the best in the world?
I have to say Quebec.
It's a long running joke, you guys. If you listen to Skeptic Zone, Quebec, you listen to the Skeptic Zone podcast. Richard Saunders will be in a little bit. Adrian is one of the contributors. I almost said hosts for the Skeptic Zone, and she does a terrific job. I really do think you're going to be able to start doing voiceovers, but I don't want you to, because I have other things you got to do, and that just is going to take too much of your time. So
I think I'd be too afraid to do that stuff.
Oh, and
so it's fun.
Tracy Glenn had an interesting one. I remember this too, that people would say like all the time.
Oh my goodness.
Valley Girl trend.
Yeah.
Is that, she says, is it a type of tic, or is it just, and like when people say
yeah,
or is it just a habit? We see it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was saying before. It is a spectrum. We all have the imitation parts in our brains, where we want to yawn and everybody else yawns, or, if you touch your nose, everybody else wants to touch their nose. Same thing with these likes and ums that are repetitive in speech. We all have that. That's normal. But Tourette just has that on steroids. Like, it's just out of control, that impulse to say things that are what's the word, that are misplaced. It's the best word that I can come up with. They're out of context words, and like and are out of context words.
Like Janine asked, do ticks reappear when people age and have dementia?
Oh, that's a question I've never been asked, and I don't know.
Janine, she's been doing these talks for years, and you've got a question she's never been asked.
I thought I'd been asked
somebody wins. Winner.
Well, I can answer one thing, which is that if I mention a tick that my kids have had in the past, especially if it was a bad one that they didn't like, they will say, don't mention it, it will come back. So it could. My guess is it could, but it is only a guess.
Yeah, I've heard. Okay. So do we know if ticks occur in animals? Romero wants to know.
Oh, now that is one I have been asked, but it's been a lot of years. And you know how memory is not very good. So I will give you from what I understand, dogs can have it. So I don't know. I can't verify that right now, but I do remember something in my brain that said that dogs can have it. And if dogs can have it, I'm guessing other animals can as well. But that is something I would have to look at. That's just based on a very long time ago memory, because students used to like to ask that question.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, you would see a dog, sleeping and they're doing this leg, and that isn't a tick.
No, that's not a tick.
Different. So
it would be something when they're awake and walking around.
They're blinking at you or swearing at you. That's what they're doing when they're barking. They're swearing at you.
That's it. All dogs have Tourette.
Karen says, this is for the benefit of those people watching the video afterwards. She says in chat, where is it? Gosh, it moves. And I can't.
They blurt out, want to have sex, and they smoke cigars and play poker. Bad dog.
Tracy says, I heard captive tigers will get repeated behaviors like pacing or head bobbing when in captivity. And Jan says dogs can have OCD.
There we go. Yeah.
So I guess we're more alike than we thought.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't surprise me.
Very interesting. As I said, I've listened to Adrian do a lot of these talks on Tourette's. It's really interesting. And I know she's available to do talks to classrooms if she'll zoom in, get it? Zoom in.
Yep. We've been doing a lot of that since the pandemic.
She's very kind about how she does this. From what I understand, this is a big bullying topic, and people they take it personally that, some of the things that are said, and it's a very small percentage of people, like you said, who have the tick where they speak. It's swear words.
Swear. They have most have vocal tics. To have Tourette syndrome, you have to have the vocal and the
vocal. But the swearing thing is not necessarily isn't as common.
Right.
But in a classroom setting, and you've got somebody who's clearing their throat often, making situations that kind of could be distracting and stuff like that. I could see definitely how that could be a problem. And bullying big time. And what Adrian does, and this is from what I've heard how she kind of does it, like if a child in the classroom has tics, then sometimes what she'll do is she will be asked to speak to the classroom as a whole, not to call that child out, but to, hi, we're going to have a talk from somebody today who's going to talk about this phenomena called Tourette's. And she explains it like that, and she explains it to the class in general, not necessarily any way of focusing on that specific child, so the child isn't embarrassed. Is that how it works?
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes the child wants to be acknowledged. Sometimes they take part in the presentation. It depends on what they're ready for. If it's a new diagnosis, very rare that they actually want to be outed, I guess is the way to call it. But if they've had it for a few years, they're usually really comfortable about sharing the information, and I go in and help with that. So yeah, we let them know what's happening, and the kids are very smart. They're not going to think, they're going to know who we're talking about usually fairly quickly. I quite often hear, oh, it's just like such and such, from declared from, and quite often
like the person who's in this room who's always doing that.
Yeah, that will happen. So I always talk with the family beforehand, because just talking about the tics, as I said, make them worse. So usually we see an increase in symptoms for a couple of weeks after the presentation if they are in the classroom. But I also want them to see the change in the mood of the classroom that usually happens. The understanding, the light bulbs that go on and go, that's why they do this, you know, and we do an empathy exercise. And I think the empathy exercise is
Oh, I loved that. Oh, I love that. You guys have got to watch some of her talks. I know that you and I have done a talk, and this empathy exercise is really, really amazing.
It's pretty good.
Two more statements. Deborah says horses do a thing called cribbing where they grab something with their teeth and suck air. Okay. And Romero says, do people, only Deborah would know that. Romero says, do people have ticks in their dreams?
I've never been asked that one either. That one I remember. I
can't believe it. Two. We have two.
I don't know.
That was rude.
I will have to ask my kids, and I can get back to you whether or not they do. And that doesn't mean that everybody does or does not. But my guess is why not?
Well, that makes sense. I had a dream last night that Deborah had come to my house. It wasn't this house; it was a house I grew up in, and she had. I walked outside, and all was set up. We had a little table with a big old, all this food for the camp for today. So I forgot I was going to tell people that I had a dream about Deborah having an all organized big screen TV, and people were outside watching this happening right now. Of course, they were freezing for some reason because it was outside.
They were in Calgary.
And she had it all organized, and I didn't have to do anything. So that was really, thank you, Deborah, for doing that for me. I know it's a dream, but that is, one of the things I wanted to mention is that a lot of times ticks go away in situations where people are concentrating on, like your son is an amazing guitarist.
Yes.
And when he's playing, nothing.
No ticks.
And I've heard that true. Also, like people who are singing or people who are concentrating on some complex, or not complex, but a task like
something they love to do. Yeah.
Something where they're completely absorbed in something
else. It takes concentration and they love doing it. Are
very, very interesting. And Deborah says you were definitely dreaming. It was clear as day. I walked out of the bedroom and there was all these people outside, and there was tables and food and freezing. It was freezing. And yeah, it was, my idea of freezing is like 40, 45. But people, and I was walking around going, hi, hugging people and going, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in ages. Yeah, I know. It was, nobody had masks on, but it was my dream, because that was just totally how it is. But anyway, thank you so much, Adrienne.
Lois just had an interesting comment about stuttering. She says people don't stutter when they are singing, and that's definitely a similar type thing. And actually, stuttering can be a symptom of Tourette syndrome. You can stutter without having Tourette syndrome, but you can have Tourette syndrome and stuttering be one of the symptoms.
As we said, there's a whole, they could all be overlapped on each other. It's complex. Seek out some help with a therapist. And if you guys are running into a situation where you think it would be helpful, ask Adrienne. Maybe she will come and talk to your class. Look how nice she is. And
and not only that, I know that the Tourette OCD, the Alberta network, I know it says Alberta, but I know that they get requests for information from all over the place, all around the world.
Yeah. So just like when we were talking about attachment therapy, the best way to help is to spread these kind of information. And I've learned a zillion things from her, not just from this talk, but I sure learned a lot about TikTok, but not having that my impression of what was going on was completely not correct. So I don't know. All right. So thank you, Adrienne, so much. All right.
Turn myself off.
I
said that thing now.
I'm gonna turn myself off. So, all right, guys, we're midway through. I've learned a lot. I've loved the talks. I think this has just been really interesting. And we're going to go to lunch right now. But before I go to lunch, I'm going to mention that we do have a little donate button. If you guys would like to donate, we are a nonprofit, so we get a higher percentage of what you guys donate when you go through PayPal. Compared to just a normal organization or a person who's doing something like this. We are not asking for an entry fee to come to SkeptiCAMP, but we really would appreciate it if you would donate. It takes obviously it's a lot of work to put these things together and to have them run as smoothly as they have with such interesting talks. I've done it a zillion times. Well, okay, not a zillion times. I've done it many times, and I really enjoy doing this. And I think I would love to see more skeptic groups do these skeptic camps throughout the year instead of just the 2 or 3 that are doing these. It's not that hard, but if you'd like to donate, if you'd like to donate, we would appreciate that. It goes to fund our in-person skeptic camps, which will hopefully, I'm welcoming you to the first Saturday of the year of 2023 in Monterey, which has nice mild weather. Come out and see us. Plus our stings that we do with the psychics, plus all the scholarships we want to do, and the travel that I have to do to be able to go to speak to the smaller groups. Our nonprofit helps with that as well. So it's an hour. Oh wait, are we doing an hour? We're doing 30 minutes for our break. If you want to, yeah, we're coming back at 2 o'clock with Richard Saunders. So if you'd like to come back and hang out with us during the lunch break, please do so. If you'd like to, I'm going to open it up to the gallery and get yourself something to eat, come back and hang out with us. And we will start up again at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to make this gallery view. And you can unmute yourself if you want. Just be nice. If you want to do breakout rooms, we could do that as well. So
why would I get something to eat? It's 4:30. I ate lunch 2 hours ago. I got dinner in 3 hours.
I'm sorry, but it is 1:30 for me here. 1:33.
Most of us can eat any time of the day.
That's true. So I'm gonna put myself on mute and I'm gonna put myself on video, but I'm keeping it open because the recording, because we've got several speakers that are still here, and I really appreciate that if you have questions. So let's try to keep the questions. I'd like to keep talking about the subject of the talks we've seen earlier today. I think that would be really, really interesting. So if you guys want to do that, I think that'd be great. But I'm going to go warm up a piece of pizza and come back. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Okay, Kyle, I want to know if you're going to freeze your head.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I doubt it. I really don't think so.
You're going to hold out for the consciousness transfer into an Android or AI?
I don't know which I find more implausible, actually.
Yeah, there's been a lot of fiction on that subject. Clearly,
oh, sure.
I recently binge watched. I think it was on Amazon. Upload, which is I don't know if anyone's seen that series. Yeah, the near future, and you make a decision when you're about to die if you want to pay to be uploaded to their AI heaven, and you exist there forever or until you can't pay the bill anymore. And heaven depends, the degree of heaven depends on how much you can pay. So it's kind of like real world situation there. And the main character who dies is put into it by his rich fiance. And how long are they going to stay a thing since he's on the other side now, and she's in the real world. And so that's a problem. So it's actually a comedy, but it's got interesting themes in that regard.
That sounds good. What's that called?
Upload.
Yeah, I watched it. It's quite fun.
He was murdered, actually.
Now, spoiler, right? You had to go there.
There's another one that's an upload that was hilarious several years ago. Max Headroom.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't seen Max Headroom. It is fantastic.
I've seen it.
What?
I've seen it.
Max?
Yeah. I watched that in real time whenever that was, so many decades ago. I can't remember.
Yeah, me too.
That was the 80s.
Wow.
The late 80s. Oh, yeah.
I had actually forgotten that was the premise, that it was somebody whose consciousness was transferred. Okay.
They were afraid he was going to die, and they wanted to get his consciousness before he died, but then he didn't die.
Oh, interesting.
You guys are old. Just had to throw that out there.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to the cryonics being perfected in time, but I don't think it's going to happen. Kyle just made me pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I think there's a chance you might speak to an artificial general intelligence, but probably not be frozen.
So there's another current series which is Black Mirror, and one of its episodes, San Junipero, is about this concept too. It's not the cryonics, the uploading of a consciousness. It's also very well done.
Black Mirror, that I don't know if they've been making any more of those for a few years now.
Yeah,
a couple of years at least. That's a great series, though. I really enjoy that.
Yeah. San Junipero, one of my favorite episodes on that subject.
There's a similar series on, is it Amazon? I just can't think what it's called, but it's a very similar concept of weird dystopian futures and crazy stuff. What's that called? Anyway, they're both good. Electric Dreams, is it? I can't remember.
Oh yeah. I saw that too.
So I
Philip K.
can
Dick stories, I think.
That's one of his books, yeah.
I had a friend whose husband had his head frozen. This must have been at least 20 years ago, when that cost only about $30,000. But he died from a brain tumor, which I thought was especially hopeful about cryonics. I think maybe he'll be the last one unfrozen.
So what do they do now, these companies that are actually doing this, to prevent the cells from bursting and causing irreparable damage?
Do you
They
think
do engineering.
but why would they care? They're all going to be dead long before these people are thawed to find out they're still dead.
Well, so that would make it a scam, like Kyle was like leading towards. Not, I mean, if that's what they're doing, then it's if the cells are becoming mush.
It is so utterly implausible and preying on people's hopes of immortality that I would certainly label it a scam.
My experience doing plants is you've got to have a small enough piece of tissue that you can remove the water without destroying the proteins. Then you put in cryoprotectants to protect the rest of the proteins. If you leave water in, then as you thaw or warm the cells burst, just like your pipes would burst after being frozen. So how you could infuse that much cryoprotectant through very large volume of tissue before they degenerate seems very odd. And the cryoprotectants are quite toxic. So we were always balancing the level of cryoprotectants to the toxicity of the tissues. And it was a very fine balance. I preferred not to get the cryoprotectants on my hands because we use DMSO to get pretty efficient transfer through the cell membrane. So it's, it doesn't seem very plausible.
Well, I think I've got it figured out, though. Just get in the teleportation pod with a tardigrade.
Much more likely. Much more likely.
That's a nice microphone you've got there, Craig. What is that one?
That's a Neumann TLM 103.
Ooh, sounds good. That sounds.
It does sound so nice.
Yeah.
It better. It cost a lot.
No, I can hear it absolutely. Even over Zoom, you can hear the quality. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wearing a Skeptoid shirt. That's great.
Seemed appropriate.
Well, they need to do the cryogenics before we can travel in space, because the time it takes to get to any place out, even within the solar system or outside, is so long we couldn't live that long.
True.
Well, on that topic, eggs and sperm do freeze. I'll let you draw your own conclusions.
Well, they have to get together.
Robots can do it for us. Robots will look after them.
James P. Hogan has a science fiction author from 70s, 80s, I think he wrote a story on that principle, that humanity was about to have World War III, so they send off an interstellar vehicle run by robots, and the passengers are human. They were probably embryos, as opposed to, he probably should have done, the placebo later, but They were embryos, and they're raised on this planet away from all societal norms, and a different kind of humanity erupts, which I thought was kind of an interesting story.
Wow.
Sounds like Raised by Wolves.
Well, yeah. But the kicker is that the Earth doesn't destroy itself, and then they send a ship generations later to try to, take command of the colony that they know they sent out. And since the colony wasn't hindered by religious and superstition and whatever, they're so far ahead of humanity that they're the ones who win.
Wow.
Yeah.
Raised by Wolves, which platform is that?
Piece of rebar.
Somebody is talking and they don't know they're talking. I hate that. Bob.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening.
I have a question. What platform is Raised by Wolves on?
I think that was HBO.
HBO. Oh.
Here, I think it was on Amazon. I watched it. I can't remember what it was on. I sort of every episode I watched, I thought, yeah, and then I'd watch the next one, and then I watched the next one. And
Me too.
I thought, that was interesting.
I kept waiting for the wolves. There were no wolves. What was this wolves? I think I took it too literally.
Well, it was. I believe it was a Christian show.
What?
Yeah.
What? Adam and Eve.
That's why it said Raised by Wolves, as in like wolves were the
Romans, like Romulus and Remus, raised by wolves.
The computers, I guess, from what I understand of it.
I just double checked it's on HBO, and yeah, I eventually lost interest in the show myself, but they definitely pull in lots of imagery from.
But humanity on Earth was destroyed because of religious warfare, so that's kind of weird that was a Christian thing.
Well, obviously the wrong religion.
Pascal loses again.
That could be part of it too.
Well, they had this sort of destroying angel in the show.
Oh.
I caught the last part of your talk, Adrian. It's the morning here. And,
yeah,
I
you
was
didn't
on,
want to get up too early.
Well, no, I was on the whole weekend. I did unexpected uncle duties.
Oh.
So I was just sort of getting myself together, but I did see the last part of your talk. And I just published the Skeptic Zone where you read out 30 skeptical trivia questions.
It was fun. It was hard not to laugh.
You did laugh. I kept some of it in.
Oh, good. Well, and actually, speaking of my talk, I got the question, I think it was Romero who asked the question about ticking in dreams. My two kids have gotten back to me and neither recall ever doing a tick while they were dreaming. So just a sample of two. Take it for what it's worth.
Oh, so there was some discussion of mass psychogenic illness, and I think the implication was you had to be in one place for that to happen, and that's certainly not the case.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure.
No, like the whole Havana syndrome, people all over the world, you're basically told something that happened somewhere else and you start thinking about it. It could happen in one place. Like I think there was an example where people got off a bus because somebody spilled something and then everyone on the bus thought they were like victims of a chemical attack. So that certainly could happen. But I think that the phenomenon, if it was caused by people wanting to imitate other people, like we're talking about in your talk, if that was the case, that would be the bandwagon effect.
Right.
Which is a bias. You just want to be like other people. You want to be like people you admire. You want to be like your friends.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. And I think there's more of a neurological thing that's happening with this. For at least that's what we believe at this point. I mean,
there was an interesting bandwagon effect in Ecuador that I saw. It became the belief that people could catch STDs by sitting on bus seats. And what they would do is the person would stand and guard an empty seat until it cooled down, and then they would sit there.
Wow.
Interesting.
There was a case in somewhere around, I think, New England several years ago where high school girls in one high school or a few high schools got dreadful syndromes and like paralysis. And they studied and studied, and I think they finally concluded that it was what do you call it, hysteria or something?
Mass psychogenic illness.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that case was written up.
Mhm.
Ben Radford writes about these kinds of things a lot.
Yeah, he does. And I don't know how they draw the line between, right? Like, where do you draw the line? If I wonder if it's a little bit fluid with some of that, because I would assume they've considered that with these studies, or, but that's an assumption. And I think I've done so much reading and, memory. I think it was mentioned in one of the studies. It might have been the German one, actually, which has been kind of trashed by peers.
One of the more famous cases of that I remember Ben writing about was the whole flashing light syndrome that caused seizures of people in either South Korea or Japan.
Pokemon.
Maybe Taiwan, one of the Eastern Asian countries.
Pokemon, the Pokemon flashing things from the Pokemon thing.
I mean, this was not the recent Pokemon on smartphones. If you're talking about it was a movie.
The
she's
TV
talking
show.
about the Pokemon.
Right, TV show. That's right.
Yeah, the TV show.
Right. And like part of the thing is, of course, like always, the media exaggerates everything, and like what's in the papers is not even true. So he got right into 500 people report to the hospital that day, but no, it was like 3. They do things like that, and the 2 of them had symptoms that had nothing to do with what the other person had. So this is the kind of thing that happens. It's amazing, and then that gets printed in the local newspapers and whatever, and then more people experience it to the point where now they have all these signs that, you may not want to watch this if you're susceptible to this. Mm-hmm. And maybe there's a tiny percent of the population that is, but mostly that all came about because of this nonsense. That this would happen to a lot of people if you did that, if you flash lights at a certain frequency.
And it puts it in their mind to do it also.
Yeah. So, like you're in a movie and the lights are flashing and you get a headache and, post hoc ergo propter hoc. There we go. Yep, flashing lights gave me the migraine. And that's what's happening with Havana syndrome, apparently. So people are on the edge looking, they're told that you're under attack by foreign enemies, by unknown weaponry, and be on the lookout for this list of 100 symptoms. And if you have anything that like on this list or anything like it, tell us, because it's an attack. And duh.
Yeah, and I wonder how it would fit with this TikTok Tourette thing, because most of this came about, like, there were already girls that were coming to hospitals around the world before it made the news, right? So I don't know if there's been an increase. What would be interesting to see is if there's an increase after it went into the media. And I did not see anything written about that.
Saw a dad joke today. He is risen. Take a guess at what he would be. He is risen. Helium. Helium has risen. Took you a bit to get it.
I have to unmute just for that special.
Are we really going to go down the line of these sort of jokes today? I mean, honestly,
I see lots of them.
It's like the company that makes yardsticks. They announced they're not making them any longer.
Right. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. That was also.
Well, if Vincent is around, you'll hear jokes.
Oh.
Oh, you thought that was a joke?
Oh, I am.
Siri knows jokes. You can always ask Siri. She'll tell you a few jokes. Or he, depending on what you have.
Oh, thanks, Karen. I liked it too.
My associate, Jean Mercer, always loves it when attachment therapists claim about restraining kids. When I say we're not doing that any longer, and anymore, or we're not doing that anymore, and Jean will always say, and they're not doing it any less either.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
So, Richard, you're up next, I hear.
Yes.
And I wonder what you're going to be talking about.
Can you predict?
I may be able to.
Maybe you
Oh,
can.
Richard.
There are so
seriously,
many topics he could talk about that it would just be incredible. You know, we were just talking about Richard. I was talking to Brandy. I think she's here. I don't know if she's still here. We were talking about the show that you used to do with Maynard, where he'd stand on you while you did the bed of nails, and he'd play trumpet while he was standing on you.
Well, yeah, the Mystery Investigators. This
That's
is
what it was called.
the live skeptical show we do for high school students and elementary school students in the before times when we could do live performances. Yeah.
We were talking about it because I'm working on a project with Bertha Vasquez about sending skeptics into classrooms. And I think Brandy's really interested.
I've done almost 20 years of.
Yeah, I said yours is pretty visual. And she was asking about young kids and you know, should we think about doing something for the younger kids? And I said, I know that Richard Saunders has been doing these things, and I know that you can do them for the younger kids, and it's possible.
It is, but it's limited because the best thing you can do for young kids is tell them about fun monsters and adventures and things. Then as they get older, then you can then start to work on the critical thinking aspect. But to try and, you know, deliver critical thinking and this sort of level of thought to very young kids is a little bit counterproductive. That means you don't say they're magical creatures, but you can say people have gone out to look for them, and it's really interesting to spark their curiosity. But then, you know, but then that's probably enough until they get a bit older and they've got the wherewithal to start to process and think about these things.
I think that's a reason Santa Claus can be useful, because when they reach a certain age and start to ask questions, you can ask questions back and kind of let them take them. So,
but isn't that a problem if you were to be in a schoolroom setting and one child says, "Is Santa Claus real?" How do you deal with that when you're in a room of other 6 or 7 year olds?
Well, it's never happened because that's not the level of the show. The show is, you know, it really starts with kids who have reached that already.
Right.
Very rarely we'll get a religious question about gods, which we don't, because we're not an atheist group, and it's a little bit outside of our remit and what we do. But that's pretty rare. I think we had some creationist kid once, but the show is more about how your brain is fooled and how spoon bending looks to work and how you can do scientific tests. So it doesn't really go into those topics too much.
I think for young children, maybe one of the great avenues to explore is pareidolia, audio pareidolia, optical illusions.
Yep.
How
we
you
have lots
fool
of
your
that.
brain, how they can see that this looks one way, but it's really something else. I think those are probably the best way to explain to children that there are mysteries out there that can be solved.
That makes up quite a nice chunk of our show. Exactly what you say, and I'm always on the lookout for great examples of pareidolia. Here's one. Can this work?
I don't know.
You see that one?
Oh, the shark? I
shark,
can barely see it.
Yeah.
Rob
Yeah,
had the best today. He had a church that looked like a chicken. That was great.
Our Lady of the Holy Chicken.
It was so good. I love that picture. I'm like, I want that.
So if I turn the sharks upside down, I don't know how well you can see that, but they look like funny smiling faces.
Oh, they are faces like jack-o'-lantern faces.
I see that.
But we have I talk about that a lot, including the face on Mars, because that's a classic.
Oh, I had that one. I had that one too.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the new one with the pics from the China probe? It looked like a cube, and then you get closer to, and I'm looking and going, how does this look like a cube? But it's a new one. It just was in the Washington Post, I think today. They were talking about how, was it the Washington Post? I don't know, but the QAnon people are kind of still thinking that means that there's a base on there's a base on the Mars or something like that because of this rock.
Oh my God! Yesterday,
Don't give it away, Susan.
I came across a show Beyond Majestic. Has anyone seen that? I couldn't watch more than 15 minutes of it.
No.
So on Netflix, it is Yeah, one of the things is a woman talking about she was asked to join the space program, and then they show the bases on Mars, and we have this secret space project started by the Nazis. And it's like all of these people, most of them are like white guys in their 70s, it looks like. So they've probably been at this since the 50s. You know, just saying like it's fact. Like the government's controlled by aliens, and we have the secret space program, and Hitler had, and oh my God, they actually showed submarines that look like, well, rockets that look like submarines, including having periscopes with the swastika on them flying to Mars. It was like, oh.
But Netflix don't care. It's just a show.
If it gets hits, it's gonna work.
I've long since discovered that TV producers and people who write magazines and whatever, it doesn't come into their thinking. Is this a true story? No. Is it a story which people want to see? Yes. Okay.
All right. So here's my pareidolia picks. I had a lot more in the longer presentation. Those are the ones that I had in this one. So I like that one because it looks like an angel. And I originally did this presentation for religious people came out of a religion. There's the famous Jesus and Mary on toast.
Which one's which?
Jesus on the left.
I thought they were both.
Mary.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see
the right
it.
one
on the right.
looks like a child.
Yeah. Then there's the face on Mars. And as I mentioned, this was taken in '76. And then we sent the probe in 2001, and that's what it actually looks like. So not a face.
But there's the NASA sign in the corner now.
Yeah, the strange thing is that's really on Mars. They put a giant sign on Mars that says NASA.
Oh, they should do that, man. Can you imagine product placement on that one thing? Oh.
Hey, does anybody have the latest before I start? Does anybody have the latest on the James Webb? Because I don't know what's been happening overnight.
Where's Leonard these days? He would have that like.
Oh, I've got it. Do you want the latest?
They've opened both. They've managed to unfurl both side mirrors. So now the assembly is complete, and it's now
fully deployed.
Fully.
How come they haven't had any problems? It just.
Because
it's a tremendous feat of engineering. I mean, it's a truly amazing feat of engineering.
I understand that it took so long and cost so much because they spent so much time testing and getting it right. So I'm very pleased it's gone right.
They didn't want to repeat the problem of Hubble. Everyone remembers what happened with Hubble when they first.
Well, we still don't know that because they haven't. Once the mirror starts working, that'll be the final test.
Yeah,
the mirror is
Hubble, by the way, was designed to be serviced by space shuttles. So if it had problems, they'd be able to get a space shuttle up there. The James Webb will not be able to be serviced by space shuttles. It's gotta work.
Another reason.
Or else. And by the way, this is one of my favorite pareidolias. I call this a pair of pareidolias.
Oh!
Wait. I have to zoom in on it. I can't see it.
If just look at there.
What? Oh, turtles.
Little turtles reflecting on the desk.
Faces. Ooh, spooky.
Wearing hats.
That's just spooky.
Coming back to the web, I think people may not realize that the size of the screen is the size of a tennis court. So you can imagine how much it had to be folded and unfolded to become what it is now. It's just an amazing thing that they did.
So 20 years ago, I worked in the space program, as did my sister. And my sister was in the department that made space deployables on our spacecraft. So that's what she did.
Oh, somebody's at the door.
I got it. It was Linda's puppy. I was wondering where that puppy was.
Oh, I never worked in that team.
I thought it was outside my door. So loud.
All right, so we're coming back. It's 2:00. We have been on time and beyond on time. So damn good as far as I'm concerned. I have made Richard Saunders already a co-host so that he's going to be able to show his presentation. And we're coming up to the part 2 of SkeptiCAMP Monterey. I want to mention that we have a lot more terrific talks to go through. Everything is videotaped. Everything will be in a chunk, one giant chunk if you want to watch it just as if you were here originally. Hello, everybody who's watching it. you know, in the background for your day, you want to spend 8 hours or whatever watching this, that's great. That's on the YouTube channel as is, because we're recording it right now. I will also take all the videos and I will make them into little chunks, and then I will put them on our YouTube channel, which is About Time. You should all go to About Time and subscribe to that. It's not the channel that's on YouTube right now. I couldn't get it to, anyway. So yeah, there's our two tortoises. So we had oops, there I am. So we are, this is Monterey County Skeptics, and the About Time Project is a nonprofit. We are not charging our door fee to attend today, but we do ask if it's so inclines your heart to be able to help support the work that we do with conferences, scholarships, speaking engagements to places, psychic stings, and in live person SkeptiCAMPs, and other things I can't even mention right at the moment. We do take donations, and they go through our PayPal, which we get a bigger chunk of because we are a nonprofit. So with that said, I'm going to start off with our very good friend and very, he's been just a wonderful asset to everybody's organization. He's just been gracious, beyond gracious with his time, his valuable space on the Skeptic Zone podcast to be able to promote other people, other works, and so on. And this is our very good friend, Richard Saunders, who has the most unusual background in the world because it is devoted to him getting the best sound out of that amazing microphone that he has, and it just, the absorption, I understand he has towels all over the place, and he's like, he squeezes his cats to keep them from meowing or something like, I don't know.
Something like that.
Something like that. But it's a fantastic podcast. Adrian's on it. Rob Palmer's on it. I'm occasionally asked to be on it. It's phenomenal and weekly, and definitely check it out. So I'm going to turn this over to Richard.
Well, I was just about to say, Susan, you don't have to go anywhere. I'm not going to share a screen, and you can hang out with me.
I'll make faces, and I don't know if that's a good idea because I'll be like, all right. I'm going to let you have it. If you want me back, I'm back.
I'm sure you'll be back soon towards the end of my half hour, so we can take some questions and have a little chat, because you were involved.
Okay.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. What a pleasure it is to be with the Monterey Skeptics once again. One of the last Skeptic camps I attended live in person was in Monterey 2 years ago, when it be in the before times, and we didn't know. I had a wonderful day. I gave a talk about general skepticism, and I noticed too, I just appeared in the local newspaper again as a member of the group. So I'm very touched about that. You know, I really feel like I'm a part of it, which is just fantastic. What happy memories. I'm going to be talking about briefly the Great Australian Psychic Prediction Project, and some people here joining us today were certainly a vital part of that. Now, for those of you who don't know, this was an attempt to get a good understanding as to the accuracy of so-called psychics when they make their yearly predictions about the year or the decade or what is to come. The object was to see how accurate the claims were for those who said they could see the future using magic or psychics or spirits or something unknown to science. Now, prophecy and prediction has been part of human society since the day dot. I mean, various religions certainly have many prophecies and predictions woven into their mythology. The book of Revelation, for example, in the Bible. And we can understand why humans with our big imaginations can, as far as we know, we're the only species that have a truly reasonable understanding that there is a future and what might happen in the future, thanks to our large brains. And it's hardly surprising that in early civilizations there came about people who thought they could see events that were to come. You can understand how important this would be for predicting next year's crops, or would the crew about to launch out in the fishing boat or whatever it is have a successful catch. If they didn't, the tribe might die. Knowing the future was very important. So fast forward over the millennia, various religions, as I say, have prophecies and predictions. And I think you'd agree with me that the most famous, popular person in modern culture going back some centuries would be Nostradamus. I'm sure you've all heard about Nostradamus. Excuse me if I have to pause every now and then. I've just had a slight bout of bronchitis, not COVID. I've had 5 negative tests, so it's not COVID. Who could have predicted that? Nostradamus, who was very popular in popular culture, certainly in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, then he began to peter out. And you don't hear much about Nostradamus, not like you used to when I was younger. And we can speculate as to why that is, probably because a lot of his predictions simply just didn't come true. When examined, they didn't come true. And these fads come and go. But still today, his name is recognized and known and remembered as a great seer. There's still certainly a lot of people who still believe in the prophecies of Nostradamus. If you haven't read the book, The Mask of Nostradamus by James Randi, make it your next book to read. It's a terrific examination of what Nostradamus actually said, why he said it. James Randi did a wonderful job. So now let's fast forward to our recent history. And at the end of the year here in Australia, the December-January period, the Christmas break, and I'm sure it's the same wherever you're listening or seeing this today, TV shows, magazines certain ones will have psychics. They'll wheel in the psychic to say, what's coming up for the next 12 months? What do you see? And normally it's to do with celebrities. And as we work through the 3,811 predictions that we marked in this project, the biggest such undertaking ever undertaken, we discovered that a huge bulk of predictions published in Australia over a 20-year period, the years 2000 to 2020, were about celebrities. And that's what you normally get in magazines, on TV shows, what's happening. And we discovered that Nicole Kidman came up #1 person or subject predicted about. Person. The subject was celebrities, but she was the #1 person predicted about. It's gossip. People who watch morning TV, chat shows, read magazines, whatever, these sort of magazines, these shows are largely based around gossip. And gossip is a very interesting part of the human makeup, psychology. It's to do with getting inside information about people. Why did gossip evolve? Why do we listen to rumors? It's to gain a little bit of information that may benefit us ultimately. This has it's evolved into a great curiosity. Did you hear about Susan Gerbeck? Well, let me tell you, suddenly your brain is going bing, bing, bing. I want to hear what's this? What's happening? You all know that feeling. So if a psychic come along and talk about someone that you might admire, a movie star or a TV star or something like that, a politician, and say, listen, I've got some inside information. Next year, I foresee, you can see how that's interesting. And of course, the TV shows and the magazines pick up on this. It's business. Now, ultimately, they don't care. It's just a 5-10 minute segment or columns in a magazine. The editor, the producers, they don't care if it's true or not. The segment fills a gap in the show, column inches. Let's move on to the next show. Don't get confused here. They're not in the business of fact. They're in the business of entertainment, and that's far more important. Anyway, so I had this project in mind 20 years ago. So I began to collect. What am I going to do? How can I judge? I know I'll collect as many predictions as I can published since the year 2000. This was years and years ago, 2010. So I began collecting. And I thought, I remember there are predictions made in magazines, New Idea, Women's Weekly, Women's Day, whatever magazines here in Australia, more or less focused to the female audience. And I thought, well, I seem to remember when I go to the doctor, there's some magazines. I'll see if I can find some predictions there, but it soon occurred to me that if I was going to do this properly, I would have to do it thoroughly. So I ended up going to state libraries, various state libraries here in Australia, where they have the job of archiving these magazines and so on, newspapers and whatever. So I spent many, many, many hours here in Sydney pouring through thousands of pages of these magazines, flipping through, looking for, here is the psychic column, here is the prediction from this psychic. I would catalog those and keep going. Then I spent a week in Melbourne with my good friend, Dr. Steve Roberts, who is one of Australia's skeptics, leading UFO experts. And we spent a wonderful time. What a happy time it was going to the library there and pouring through the magazines they had. Because we'd pour through the magazines all morning, go out and have a long lunch. Wow, it was so much fun. Stagger back somehow to the library and keep going. But what a happy time that was. Anyway, so that was collecting predictions. Also collecting predictions from online newspaper archives, very important. Collecting predictions from the psychic's own websites where the date could be verified. And this is where the Wayback Machine on the Internet Archive is just such a vital tool in this work. I could go back to a psychic's webpage and look to see when they published a prediction and what it was before they changed the prediction to match what actually happened, which did happen occasionally. And I had thousands of interesting little points I collected from magazines, archives, newspapers, as they were published, TV and radio. I've got hours and hours and hours of psychics on TV and radio I've collected over decades, which went into this project, and they're all archived. Now, it's important to note that every prediction in our database, all 3,811, and counting probably, I have the original prediction also. I've got a list in the database that says, this is the prediction, where it was predicted, who made it, but I've also got the archived copy to back it up. A scan, audio file, a newspaper report, something like that. So it's not, if anyone comes back and said, you just made this up, no, this is what the psychics actually said. Oh, by the way, when I use the word psychic, pretend I'm doing this. It's just a shortcut. This for the people who made predictions using spiritual, occult, tarot cards, astrology. They're all just collectively called psychics for the purpose of this report. It doesn't mean individually they all think they have a psychic power. An astrologer, for example, reading the future in the stars, may not necessarily say they're doing it with psychic powers. They think it's a science they're using. So collecting thousands of predictions, then it was, what do we do? Well, we have to see if they're right, wrong. We have to analyze them. And this is where, originally, with the help of some skeptics here in Australia, I spent some weekends and soon discovered that with thousands of predictions, this wasn't enough. Susan Gerbeck came to the rescue in mid-2020, where she suggested, or I suggested to her, I honestly can't remember, it was just a mutually good idea, that we should try to have a Zoom meeting, see who would come along, and we could start working through predictions. We met every week from the middle of last year, June, I think some date, Susan knows, until just before the results were published late last year, so in December, every week. So for well over a year and a half, we had our regular meeting, and it became our weekly get together with friends, and we'd spend 2 hours plus. And there's many people I think here watching today who are part of this, and we miss it. We all miss it. It's amazing. We all miss it. Anyway, we'd get together, we'd have a laugh, joke about something, and then we'd say, okay, here's the first prediction, and I would copy it from the database and put it into the chat window, and we'd look at it and say, well, what do you think? Let's look. And we'd have 5, 6, 7 people all independently researching the historical archives, where whatever we could, the historical trends of weather, what happened to this celebrity and so on, and we get to a conclusion. Now, either the prediction was correct, which was normally pretty easy to find out. If somebody said, I foresee so-and-so celebrity, they're destined to have 2 children, and they didn't, or they did, and they did, it's correct, easy. They didn't, wrong, easy. This is a matter of historical record. But not all predictions were that easy. Not all predictions were that easy at all. Some were very, what we called, too vague, along the lines of Nicole Kidman. I'm paraphrasing here. Nicole Kidman, I see her having an interesting year of ups and downs. Opportunities will come her way, but sometimes she'll feel like she just has to hide from the world. It's what Adrian Hill called waffle. And we had lots of waffly predictions like that. But in the end, when we decided they were waffle or too vague, or you just couldn't nail it down, they were cataloged as such, too vague. The other one we had correct, wrong, too vague, we had expected. And some predictions we decided were, well, anyone could have predicted that. In other words, and a great example is someone would predict, in the coming year, I foresee earthquakes in California. I kid you not, there are predictions like that in the database. Obviously, there are going to be earthquakes in California. Another great one is someone would predict, I predict several volcanic eruptions around the world this year. Now, what most people don't know is there are always volcanic eruptions around the world every year. They might not make the news, sometimes they do, but they're always happening. Or they might predict a trend in economy. The interest rates will go up or something like that. But when we looked, we could see that that was absolutely happening when they made the prediction. So it was hardly a surprise. It was marked as expected. Now, the good thing about the expected, or maybe even the too vague, and sometimes the right or wrong, is there was at times quite strong debate amongst us. And I thought that was a very healthy sign. We had to reason out why we thought this prediction was ultimately expected and not necessarily wrong or correct or in any other category. It meant that we were just not ticking boxes. I thought that was very useful. And a very few, a tiny percent, were ultimately unknown. We couldn't find out whether this prediction was true, it was wrong, what was really the story behind it, no matter how hard we searched. And that's okay. It's only a tiny percent. Now let me just break here from the flow of what I'm talking about. And I'll read something that was in the official report. And by the way, if you go to skeptics.com.au and look at the journal link or the magazine link, you can download for free the official report about this whole project. And if you listen to the Skeptic Zone podcast about 2 episodes ago, together with Adrian Hill, we read the entire official report, which goes for an hour, explaining in detail our reasoning and our conclusions and what it's all about. But here's an interesting thing that I wrote as I was putting this together, which occurred to me. It's called The Flow of Time and Information. And in the show, this is read out by Adrian Hill, who does a far better job of reading it out than I will. I promise you that. Golden tonsils, I tell you. The flow of time and information. I'd be interested later when we have a brief chat what you might think about this. Modern physics knows of no way for information to go backwards in time. There might be some bizarre loophole that allows it, but there is no evidence for it. In order for an individual to have knowledge of events that are yet to happen, the information about that event would by necessity have to travel backwards in time to reach them, and could only start its journey after the event or after the future event had taken place. If this were the case, the effect, the knowledge of the event yet to happen, would precede the cause, the event itself, contrary to the known laws of physics. If information from the future is traveling backwards backwards in time, then why does it stop at any given point in time? That is the time when the psychic is able to access it. Does it keep on? Does it keep on forever? If so, are all events in the future broadcasting backwards in time until the Big Bang? And I'll just stop here to say that things that this my talk right now, is it now traveling backwards in time? So somebody in the past could predict that I was making this talk now. If information of a future negative event, say a house fire, did travel backwards in time, causing a prediction in the form of a warning, and that warning was acted upon with the result being the fire is averted, then there was no event from which the information could be generated. What exactly would the psychic be sensing? Although such arguments can be considered as to why future events cannot be seen, it must be remembered that for many, if not all psychics, these points are irrelevant, as they, at least in their own mind or worldview, rely on paranormal or supernatural methods which defy normal common sense and logic and remain unproven. And the note here is C. Hyman's maxim, which paraphrase goes along the lines, don't try to work out how something works until you discover that it works at all, or it's actually happening. So that's an interesting point to ponder. These people who say they're seeing future events. How is the information traveling backwards in time? To us, it doesn't make sense. To them, they can simply invoke the spirits, and that covers all bases, at least in their own mind. So yes, we had too vague, we had the expected. And let me get to some conclusions now, overall conclusions. There's much more to this project. That's far too much to cram into a half an hour talk. I promise you that. That's why I encourage you to read the report or hear it being read to you by just going to skepticzone.tv, scrolling down, and you can play it right off the webpage. You'll see that. So after all this work, for me, 12 years of work, for the team, a year and a half of weekly meetings with thousands of hours racked up, the ultimate conclusion, I guess you could put it down to, is there's no reason for us to think that psychic powers are involved because the psychics have not met the criteria of proving that they can actually see the future. The total predictions I said was 3,811. Ultimately, we discovered that the ones that we could mark as correct, yes, they predicted this and it happened without being too obvious, like predicting earthquakes in California, was 11%. 11%. And we did a control group in 2017. We got, just guessing, we got a better score than 11%. The number of expected predictions in the whole project was about 15%. Too vague was 19%. 2% we just couldn't nail down. We didn't know. We couldn't find the answer. That's only 2%. So that's the unknown. But wrong, flat out wrong was 53%. But the important one to remember is the 11%. And this is entirely in line with what we would expect from just guesswork, just guessing. The top topic, as I said before, was celebrities. More predictions made about celebrities than any other topic. Followed a long way back was politics. Political parties, our prime ministers, our various leaders, even in US politics came into it a lot. Donald Trump was mentioned quite a lot, as you might imagine. Sport, there was a lot of predictions about sporting events. The British royal family, with a few other royals thrown in, like the Danish royal family or something like that, who get mentioned here in our newspapers because the future queen of Denmark was actually born here in Australia. So we sort of say, great. Sorry, Rob Palmer. I can hear him grinding his teeth at the moment. But Rob, let me chime back in and say another big topic was natural disasters, which Rob really liked researching about, cyclones and hurricanes and things like that. And terrorism was also got a big mention. So again, all I can say is there's so much more to this project. We spent some time towards the end of the project trying to find out whether other similar projects had been made. And yes, but to a very limited degree, normally covering 1 year and very localized. I think I can safely say there's been nothing of this scale ever undertaken or completed in the history of skeptical investigation, with close to 4,000 predictions analyzed over more than 2 decades. It's actually a 21-year period when you look at the entirety. I can pretty confidently say that the conclusions are quite sound, they're quite valid, and we didn't set out, I certainly didn't set out to confirm my own beliefs. I set out to see what the conclusions would be. And after the huge effort with many people over all these years, the conclusion, which we're pretty confident and pretty secure with, is that people who claim to have psychic powers to see into the future can do no better than simply guesswork and luck. And with that, I'll invite Susan back in to see if there's any questions I can possibly answer at the moment.
That was wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. I've seen this so many times, but it's really important that we
Oh, there you are. You're right above my head. Oh, now you're next to me. Hello, Susan.
Adrian did the magic.
And folks, I can't tell you how important it was that Susan put together the Zoom group. If she didn't do that, the project would not have got finished, because we put in thousands of hours to get this done. And everybody involved, who I thank in the credits, but they can all, really take a deep breath and know they were part of one of the biggest skeptical investigations ever undertaken.
This had never really been done before, you guys. So important to have just, it was insane. And what I did,
we missed it.
Group, and it wasn't that, it wasn't a big deal. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I did something outrageous. It's just, you just help. The thing I tell people all the time who say, hey, what can I do to help out, is show up. When somebody says, I need help in this, then help, if you can. So we're not going to really have time for questions. Let's see if you can get through a couple of them. Like Linda Rosa said, did you have a favorite prediction?
I think, well, too many to mention, but one that stands out is somebody predicted, coming up to the presidential election, somebody predicted that Joe Biden and Donald Trump had a chance of winning.
Yeah, one or the other was going to win.
One or the other would win.
Rob is saying anti-gravity.
Yes.
Many questions about, did somebody do better than other and that kind of thing. And I'm going to suggest that they look at the report, which is in the chat. But there were people who were a little better than others, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, depending, it's statistics. So some people had hundreds and hundreds of predictions in there. And the more we discovered, the more predictions that we could catalog from an individual, the more the score went down to 11%. So some people on paper did very well, 80%, but they only had 3 predictions or 4 or 5 predictions. So you can't really judge. But no, honestly, not really. No. I can't say that I would point to somebody and say, whoa, I think, they might be onto something here. It really didn't turn out that way.
Right. Eric said, is there been one person? Oh yeah, I just asked that. I think I saw somebody say something about a statistician. I thought I saw that somewhere. No?
That was me. I asked.
That was Mono.
Yeah, whether you had an actual professional statistician to help design the project and analyze the results, because the statistics are very tricky things.
No, because it's all on the database, and the statistics we put out are just, the basic statistics of our conclusions and cataloging right, wrong, correct, etc., and the statistics of how many questions revolved around sport, politics, and whatever. But the thing is, the database is there. It's still sitting there, and it's still ready to be harvested for all sorts of statistics, which may be a great project to look at maybe this year. I'm personally just putting my brain off this for a little while, because it was so intense for so many years. I need to just stand back for a little while. But later on we can re-look at it and start really harvesting the statistics. I think our friend Kyle might even be able to offer some
You're going to
advice.
be on Kyle's show, Data Skeptic here.
That's right. But at the moment, Mono, the statistics published are just the easy, obvious ones to harvest from the database.
Mm-hmm. Right. Lois asked, are there going to be any other Zoom-like kind of things like this? And at the moment, Richard has said he's giving it a break, and I'm giving it a break because there was a lot of time put in it. Not that it was really difficult or anything, but I think that this is a valuable resource for people to meet on Zoom on a regular basis to finish projects or put together projects that are sometimes tedious, and it's better to do as a group. So I've been looking at maybe doing something like this with the Jerry Andrus project I'm working on, archiving project, and there's probably lots of things. And if somebody has something that they're working on and they need help with it, please contact myself or Richard. And no, Rob, we're not doing the Great Canadian Psychic Prediction Project, and absolutely not.
Well, what was interesting, because Kyle and other people would come in and help us for a time or two, so to get an understanding, which was like Pontus Berkman, which is important. And I've just remembered that Rob Palmer, the well-known skeptic, also wrote a report about this whole process as well. And Rob, I'll get you to put that into the chat.
He already did.
Oh, here, excellent. So there are 2 reports you can read about it. But honestly, folks, if you want to sit back, put on some headphones and hear the lovely, melodious.
It did not feel like an hour whenever you guys read it. I really enjoyed hearing
voice of, not me, but of Adrian Hill with her professional voice. Go to this page.
Golden tonsils, we're calling it now, I think.
The golden tonsils. Go to there. As I said, scroll down the page a little way, 3 episodes back. Sit back and listen to the whole report, and you'll get a much better understanding.
All right. Thank you guys for bearing with us as long as you have. It's a long day, but I'm really enjoying myself, and I absolutely love that. Richard, you could have talked about anything, and I think there's so many topics you could talk about that would have been interesting, but I asked him to talk about this because it's so important, because it's such a massive survey and study, and he has done a lot of shows on Australian TV or radio about this, and the more we get out there, the better. I mean, we got to talk this kind of thing up, that this has been a
Let me interject that Richard and I are going to go outside the choir. We are going to be interviewed on The Thinking Atheist this coming week.
Oh, that'll be interesting. So it's great to get outside of the normal skeptic choir. Anything that we can do. All right, so I need to end this because we're going to go to our next speaker. But thank you again, Richard. I really appreciate you volunteering all the way from the other side of the world. I'm glad you're right side up. You had to fix the screen, otherwise you're upside down there in Australia.
We all can't be skeptical fairies, I tell you. We all can't just fit around the world.
Michelle. All right. Thank you so much.
The Coriolis effect or something.
Okay, so next up, we have the amazing Mono Sigmund, who is going to be, he's spoken to us before in the past about different kinds of, there he is, different kinds of phenomena or whatever historical fact. I think it was Copernicus the last time he talked to us. He does have at least 1, maybe 2 different videos on our YouTube channel. And today he's going to be giving an interesting talk about time, which is always appropriate at the beginning of the year to talk about time. And so do you have slides? I don't remember if you said Mono.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and audio?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to leave it to Mono. He's got the comm, and I will be right here listening in.
All right, let's see here. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Good. All right, so thank you, Susan. I know you have trouble with pronouncing words, but I never thought you'd mess up mine. It's not Singman, it's Singham. Anyway, let's see. So the question is why the age of the Earth has oscillated wildly over time. And this is an interesting topic, and it's really a detailed case study that I made of this question that's in my book, The Great Paradox of Science, that was published 2 years ago. So the short version of this story, for those of you who find it hard to listen for more than 2 minutes, is that the Earth used to be considered really old, even possibly infinitely old. Then around the year 1650, it became really young, like thousands of years. Then around 1800, it became really old again, possibly infinitely old. Then in 1850, it became younger again, around hundreds of millions of years. Then around 1900, it became yet younger, of the order of tens of millions of years. And around 1950, it became really, really old, billions of years, except for those people who are still stuck at stage number 2 of thousands of years. But that's really the short version of the story that I'm going to tell you. So initially, the age of the Earth, I mean, when I say initially, I mean a long time ago, it was not really considered an important issue. And there were plausible early theories. One was an infinite age. Another was a finite age, but vast and indeterminate. But there were also ideas of cycles of creation and destruction of the universe. And these can be found in Buddhist and Hindu cosmologies. For example, in Hinduism, a universe lasts about 4.3 billion years, which is considered one Brahma day. And it's the current universe has been 51 cycles of the current 100-year Brahma cycle. And the current universe is about 156 trillion years old. So there are various people who have calculated this. But the point is that in the West, the Bible and Christianity changes things, because the Genesis and original sin requires a single creation, not a cyclical process, with a beginning. With the second coming of Jesus requires an end. You can't have multiple sins and falls and redemptions. You have to have just one thing. And people looked in the Bible for clues about when this might happen. And the 6 days of creation was taken as a metaphor for the earth lasts for 6,000 years, taking one day as equivalent to 1,000 years from passages in Psalms and Peter. And the creation of Adam on the 6th day was taken to imply that Jesus would come again in the last 1,000 years. And it is this that led the foundation of what we call end times theology, the idea that the end times are near and we need to prepare for it. So this led to calculations of the creation date. In 1650, Bishop Ussher took the death of Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar in 562 BCE as a fixed reference point to get that the earth was created in 4004 BCE. Now, it is popular to laugh at Ussher and say, what a dope to think that the earth was only 6,000 years old. But actually, if you look at the way he did his calculations, it was a remarkably detailed and precise calculation. You have to remember that at that time, the idea that the earth itself might provide clues as to his age was quite unthought of. People looked for external sources in the literature. And so he combed through the literature, a vast amount of literature, with the Bible as the main source, but various versions of the Bible to arrive at this. And after going over what he did, my image of Bishop Ussher has improved greatly. I think he was a very careful person. And he was not the only person. Isaac Newton and William Lloyd and the Bishop Wooster and many others got similar results as Ussher. They all did similar types of calculations, and they got agreement within 50 years. The reason why Ussher's number became so dominant in Christian dogma is that in 1701, the Bishop of Oxford, who was also the controller of Oxford University Press, annotated the Bible, had an annotated version of the Bible where he put the dates arrived at by Ussher, including the origin date plus the date of Noah's flood and all the other events that Ussher calculated. He put them into the Bible, and this helped create the creation date become a dogma. So modern science, we can attempts at answering the age of the earth, we can mark it with Nicholas Steno and Robert Hooke, who found evidence for geological strata but did not try to use it to estimate the age of the Earth. Hooke was a scientist. Steno should be better known than he is. He was actually born a Lutheran, and he had started out studying biology and geology, and he did some very important work in geology, and some even consider him the founder of geology. He found, for example, in his work, seashells on the mountaintops, and so did Hooke. And they found all this evidence for geological strata. But around the age of 30, Steno, although he was born a Lutheran, converted to Roman Catholicism and became a monk, and then later a priest, and then a bishop. And after that, the age of 30, he really stopped doing any science, which is unfortunate because he seemed to have a real knack for it. But basically, they did not try to use what they found to estimate the age of the Earth. Instead, scientists tried to explain how the Earth's features could have arisen in such a short time of 6,000 years. And this led to what is called catastrophism theory, which was proposed by the philosopher René Descartes and Gottfried Leibniz. And basically, they said that the major features of the Earth, like mountains and Grand Canyon and all these other things, came because of catastrophes, massive upheavals in the Earth. And for example, the seashells on the mountaintop that Steno found was caused by the Noah's flood. And the flood, rather than the Earth having been pushed up to a mountain, the great flood covered the mountains, and that's how seashells ended up there. So the whole idea of catastrophism was to try and squeeze everything, all the features of the Earth, the major geological features of the Earth, into the 6,000-year window, which required dramatic changes. So then we started having new models of the Earth's formation. In 1755, Immanuel Kant and Pierre Laplace created what called the nebular hypothesis of Earth's formation using Newtonian physics, where they said that basically the Earth and all the other planets in the sun were created by clouds of gas and dust particles that coalesced and formed these bodies. And so they coalesced, formed these bodies, and initially, because of the gravitational and kinetic energies of these bodies were very hot. And then over time, they cooled and became the cold Earth that we have now. And this model was used by George Louis Leclerc, the count who's better known as Buffon, who used this model and estimated the age of the Earth to be 75,000 years. Now, that's vastly less than our current estimate. But it was the first, but it was important, it was crude because at that time, thermodynamics was in its infancy and thermometers weren't really widely available. So he had to do his calculations, he had to estimate the hotness of bodies by just holding them in his hands, which of course is very crude. So he arrived at 75,000 years. And the significance of Buffon's calculation was that it was the first clean break with biblical chronology. It just signified a complete break with the 6,000-year-old age. And it even led to demands by the theologians at the Sorbonne that he publish an apology for contradicting the Bible, and he refused to do that. Then geology and paleontology emerged, the fields of geology and paleontology. And in 1785, James Hutton proposed the idea of uniformitarianism, which is, and he suggested the possibility of an infinitely old Earth that might last forever. Uniformitarianism said that unlike catastrophism, changes occurred very, very slowly over time, and the Earth was created over a long period of time. And paleontologists like Georges Cuvier and Jean-Baptiste Lamarck suggested that the ordering of the fossils in the Earth implies that geological formation was slow. So the idea was that the simpler fossils were deeper down in the strata, and the more complex fossils were higher up, and that signified the slow change of fossils along with their being buried in the ground. 1830 marked a major arrival. Charles Lyell argued for actualism. What he said was that by observing the steady rate of change of major geological features now, you could actually calculate the age of the Earth. For example, by looking at the rate of erosion now and extrapolating it back, you could tell when the Earth began. Similarly, with the sedimentation, the salinity in water, by looking at the rate of sedimentation now and calculating back, you could see when the sedimentation started. And he published 3 volumes called The Principles of Geology. The first one was in 1830, where he outlined this model, and it was a very, very influential book, a series of books. So around 1850, the consensus among scientists was that the fossils and the geological features required the age of the Earth to be at least tens to a few hundreds of millions of years of age. And this is very important. That year is very important because this gave enough time for Darwin and Wallace's theory of unguided natural selection to work. So Darwin and Wallace's model required slow changes in organisms to accumulate over time to provide major changes. And that clearly required a long time. And when they published in 1858, at the time that Darwin and Wallace were working, they had this large window of time of hundreds of millions of years with which to play with. So they were unhindered by time limits. But we should remember that many scientists of that time were religious people. They were, and mostly Christians in the West. And they were bothered by Darwin and Wallace's theory of unguided natural selection, where natural selection worked without any external supernatural agency guiding the process. So the religious scientists of that time preferred what would be called guided natural selection, that would require a hidden force, such as a supernatural agency, to guide the selection process. Just as if you are a plant breeder, you can produce new varieties much more quickly than by just letting plants grow randomly and hoping that things will work out well. So guided natural selection requires less time than unguided natural selection. So Kelvin was one of those people. Kelvin, excuse me, he opposed the ideas of an unchanging Earth, indefinite age, and unguided evolution. Kelvin was a religious man. I mean, when I say religious scientists, at that time, none of them thought of a 6,000-year-old Earth. That they had given up. They also all believed in evolution. The key issue was between guided and unguided evolution. So what Kelvin did was he introduced rigorous physics into geological studies. And he repeated Buffon's calculations more sophisticatedly. Kelvin is considered the father of the field of thermodynamics, and he could do those experiments much more precisely than Buffon could have hoped to do. So what were Kelvin's assumptions? He assumed that once the Earth was formed, its interior was rigid and homogeneous, the same everywhere. He also assumed that the Earth's and Sun's energy originated as gravitational and mechanical energy with no other source of energy, and that made the Earth into a hot molten ball that gradually solidified and cooled. The results using this model: in 1862, Kelvin arrived at 20 million years. It could only last for 20 million years. The sun, could last for only 20 million years. He said the Earth could last anywhere between 20 and 400 million years. By 1868, the upper limit had been reduced to 100 million years. In 1893, Clarence King, the first director of the US Geological Survey, arrived at a figure of 24 million years for the Earth, and this figure was endorsed by Kelvin. So by 1895, the physics consensus arrived at estimates of 20 to 40 million years for the age of the Earth. But this was a problem for geologists who said that the sedimentary record needed at least 100 million years to work, perhaps a few hundred million years. And biologists needed at least 200 million years for unguided natural selection to work. So around the turn of the 19th century, there was an impasse between what the geologists and biologists needed and what the physicists were saying. Physicists tend to be the dominant science at that time, so they tended to hold more power. Darwin was not happy with this state of affairs, and in 1880, 2 years before his death, he wrote what was his last words on this subject. What he said was, with respect to the lapse of time not having been sufficient since our planet was consolidated for the assumed amount of organic change, and this objection, as urged by Lord Kelvin, is probably one of the gravest as yet advanced, I can only say, firstly, that we do not know at what rate species change as measured in years. And secondly, that many philosophers are not yet willing, not yet willing to admit that we know enough of the constitution of the universe and of the interior of our globe to estimate accurately the age of the Earth. So basically, Darwin was hoping that something would change that would enable him, the age of the Earth, to become longer. And he was right. The physics consensus started to get unraveled. In 1895, physicist John Perry argued that Kelvin's assumption of a rigid homogeneous Earth would not work. He said the convective flow and inhomogeneity in the Earth's interior could change Kelvin's estimates upwards by as much as a factor of 100. And in 1896, Oxford biologist Edward Poulton dared to suggest at a meeting of the British Association that Kelvin might be wrong. This was very daring because Kelvin was considered almost like a scientific god, and to argue that he was wrong was very bold at that time. But as a result of this work, the age of the Earth was rapid. In 1900, radioactivity was discovered, and that gave us a new method of determining the ages of the Earth by measuring the ages of rocks. And rapidly, the ages started going up as older and older rocks were discovered. In 1905, the age of the oldest age was 41 million years. Then it went to 1.64 billion years, then 1.9 billion years, then 3.35 billion years, until finally in 1953, we arrived at pretty much what the figure we have now, which is 4.5 billion years. But note that before 1940, the age of the sun was still assumed to be 20 million years. So we had the odd situation before 1940, between 1900 and 1940, where the Earth was thought to be older than the sun, which of course was implausible. But fortunately, in 1940, thermonuclear energy fusion was discovered and was seen as the energy source of the sun. And the age of the sun rapidly shifted to 4.6 billion years, solving that problem. But then there was an unexpected new problem. In 1915, the general theory of relativity by Einstein introduced the general theory of relativity and the static universe. In 1922, the universe changed from being thought static to an expanding one. And 1927, we had the Big Bang theory and the Hubble's law, which said that the velocity of the receding galaxies was proportional to the distance. This law was actually proposed by Lemaitre. So this was enabled people to calculate the age of the universe, or estimate the age of the universe. And in 1929, the initial data estimated the age of the universe as 1.8 billion years. But that was a problem because at that time, the age of the Earth was more than that. So we had a problem where the age of the Earth seemed to be older than the universe. But that problem too went away. With the use of Einstein's general theory of relativity and the Einstein general relativistic field equations describe the universe, and with the certain assumptions that the universe is currently flat, what we call is the total density of the universe is equal to its critical value, we now feel that the mass density, the density of ordinary matter in the universe is about 5%, dark matter is about 26%, and dark energy is 69%. These are the best estimates that we have for the universe as a whole now. And using those, we can actually calculate, get an expression, a simple expression for the age of the universe, which is this one. Now, some may wonder whether I should call this simple because you have this inverse hyperbolic tangent function. But what I mean by simple is that this age, t, depends only on two things. The ratio of the dark energy density to the total energy density and the current value of the Hubble constant. And if you know those two numbers, you can take your iPhone out and its calculator feature will enable you to calculate this. But I've done it for you. And here you get that the age of the universe is 13.8 billion years. So this is where we stand now. Finally, as of today, the age of the Earth is believed to be 4.5 billion years, which is less than the age of the Sun, which is 4.6 billion years, which is less than the age of the universe, which is 13.8 billion years. So we can see that, or say that all's well that ends well. Oops. At least for now, until something maybe comes along that upsets this sequence. But right now, things are good. All right, thank you. That's my talk. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me get to the, Adrian, can you pen me, please? I would appreciate that. Mana, you should know that if a word can be mispronounced, you know I'm going to pronounce it. I'm sorry. There's just no way. The more I look at it,
teasing you.
I know you are. We're good friends. With Kyle, I had his name written on a darn post-it for 2 weeks. It's been sitting here to look at it to say it correctly. Pol itch. As soon as we started talking and I was introducing him, totally forgot about it. But anyway, really interesting. I had no idea. There's a few different comments in here. GY, people weren't sure what GY means, and they've explained that's giga years or giga equals a billion. Does that sound right?
That's right.
Okay. Episode 1 of The Good Omens tells the tale, or should I say God tells the tale about this story or something like that. I guess Good Omens is a podcast. I haven't heard of that.
No. Good Omens is a book by Gaiman and became a limited series. Excellent, very funny limited series. If you get a chance to see it, you should see it.
Okay, fantastic. From Jade.
Very funny.
That was a discussion in the chat, not regarding what Mana was saying directly, but it was about that what the age of the Earth, what day was it created on? So we were having some argument about that.
Yeah, we've been. Do you know what day? Because we're hearing Thursday.
No. I found the citation. Bishop Usher said it was a Sunday because hey, that's the holy day. It had to be on Sunday.
Well, I always thought it was a Tuesday. Well, we didn't have days of the week like we have now, did we? So it's a moot point, right? I don't know. Okay, so one of the questions is Jay Diamond, from our good friend Jay Diamond. What are the chances that the age of the Earth, the Sun, the universe will change going forward? What paradigm shift might cause a new change in age? It's hard to read because of the things jiggling.
No, that's a very good question. Well,
that's a shock that Jay asked a very good question. I'm just kidding.
No, the changes come because of changes in the theories. But as time goes on, what's happening is that more and more theories from a diverse area region of fields are getting interlocked. So now you can't say in the early days of the age of the Earth, if you used a different Bible translation, you could get a different result or you get something new. But now you have to be consistent through fields in biology and geology and paleontology and physics and so on. So a change in one field will take a long time to impose a change on the other. So for example, if you might have some radical new theory that would change one result, but if the other theories are not able to accommodate that change will find it hard to be accepted. So one of the things that's interesting with science is that as theories get more and more interlocked, they get more and more difficult to change. You have to have multiple paradigm changes in multiple fields. So that's why things may not change so easily now as they did in the past.
Very, very good. Eric asked, and he says, this is a little off topic, but we have a few minutes if you want to expand on it. What are the current theories about what started our universe?
Okay, so what started our universe? There are various theories. And as you can imagine, they're not easy to test. One is that the universe has gone through cycles of expansion and collapse. And what we call the Big Bang was really the transition point between the collapse of the old university and the universe and the beginning of the new universe, the current universe. Another theory is that universes expand and then they spin off little bubbles that after a while, the fabric of space-time can be treated as form, and there could be bubbles that occur that spin off into new universes. So that in that model, universes are always being created, and we could be just one of those. All these theories are kind of difficult to find experimental signatures. People, not that people are working on them, but those are the various theories that we have for our universe.
Now, the last talk you gave was on Copernicus,
Yeah.
and then the talk before that is you'd given us when we were in the before times, as Richard Saunders keeps saying. What was it was a chapter in your book, right? What was the title of the talk? I can't remember.
No, that was about the book in general, why theories of science work so well, even though we can't prove them to be true.
So those two videos are on our YouTube channel. Lois says, what is the theory of multiverse?
Okay, so the theory of the multiverse is similar to what I mentioned before, that the universe starts off as a compressed thing, then as it expands, it becomes flat, and then these bubbles form and new universes pop out. And the multiverse is one of those theories. And according to the multiverse, you could have as many as 10 to the 21 universes in existence. And this is this multiverse theory helps answer one problem, which is that the parameters of our universe are such that the universe can exist and things can happen. So that's called the fine-tuning problem, meaning that how can it be that the parameters of our universe, like the masses of particles, the forces, and so on, are tuned so exactly as to produce the universe that we have? So one answer to that is, well, that the universes, there are multiple universes, 10 to the 21, a huge number, and each of those has its own parameters. And at least all that is required is for one of those universes to have the required parameters for us to exist. And we happen to live in that universe. Coming back, like what you did with the predictions thing, if you make have a large number of predictions, some of those are going to come true, right? I mean, by just chance. So if you have a huge number of universes, at least one might have the parameters needed for life as we know it to emerge.
Right.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, I hope it answers the person who asked the question. So here we have another one from Eric. If we are in cycles of expansion and contraction, how long until the next crunch?
We don't know. So the point is we don't know because right now, so the question is to have a crunch, the gravitational content of the universe should be such that the current expansion will stop and come and collapse again. And that's a tricky question right now. So the idea is if the density of the universe is greater than a certain critical value, the universe will stop its expansion and come back and collapse. Just as if you throw a ball up in the air, if you throw it with a certain velocity, it will go up, reach up top, and come back. Now, if the density is not sufficient, the universe will expand forever and never come to crunch again. Just like if you throw a ball up in the air fast enough, it might go out into space and you'll never get it back. Mm-hmm. So currently, the best estimates of the density of the universe are that it is at the critical value. We are not sure. It's not enough to collapse it for sure. It's not enough to expand it for sure. It seems to be at that sweet spot of being flat. What they mean by flat is it's at the cusp of being able to collapse or expand forever. And we don't know that. So that's an interesting question too. Why is it that it's flat? Because it seems so unlikely that the density of the universe could be such that it would be exactly flat. And that's, again, another one of those big unsolved questions in physics.
Something to learn and more reasons for people to go into science and answer these big questions. Rob has a question for you. He asked me to ask you your opinion on the SIM hypothesis, which Neil deGrasse Tyson indicates maybe 50%, and Musk, I don't know who Musk is, says 99.999%.
Elon Musk, typo.
Oh, Musk. Oh, Musk. Yeah, you know him.
So the idea is that,
and explain what that is, the SIM hypothesis.
As I understand it. So as technology advances and we are capable of producing more and more elaborate computer simulations, it could be that at some point we create computer simulations in which the characters in the simulations think that they are actually real. The characters in the simulation develop a consciousness or can have a consciousness that makes them think that they are real and not in a simulation. If that is the case, could it not be that we have reached that stage and we are the characters in that simulation, thinking that our existence is real when actually we are in a simulation of a superior? So, I mean, I find it interesting, but I don't know what I would do with it. I mean, okay, so if you are in a simulation, we are in a simulation. Okay, but we still live a life. It doesn't change my life in any way.
Oh, come on now. You live differently if you found it. Well, I guess if you don't know.
Yeah. How would it change anything? At least it wouldn't change anything for me. It's like, it's an interesting idea, but I can't see any practical significance.
If we're living under a globe in a hollow earth or a matrix,
all on the matrix.
Yeah, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. So what I'm going to do, since you're still going to hang around a little bit, is I'm going to bring us back to the gallery, and then that'll give us a little bit of break if people need to go to the bathroom or whatever. But I'm hoping that you'll be able to stay and answer any questions that people have.
Sure.
We start up again at 3:15, so it's only just a few minutes from now. But I think I'll throw it open to the crowd and let everybody you guys can talk science for a little bit because it's kind of cool. All right, thank you so much, Mono. It's always great listening to you.
By the way, Jim Stubbe, the comments makes a good point that the inflation theory is one of the explanations of why the universe is flat. I said it's, so the question of why the universe is flat, there are theories as to why it's flat, but why inflation is one.
Okay, I missed that one. All right, so let's go back over to the gallery and let's go and if you guys have questions for Mono, that would be great to talk about. And then we're going to be reconvening in just like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. So have at it.
First question, Mono. Are you going to make a trivia category on this subject?
We've got many trivia names.
Would I tell you in advance, Rob, so that you could read up? No.
No.
I don't know if he sees that.
Mono, Eric, and I apologize if this question doesn't make sense, but presumably, whatever the density of the universe is now, it was denser some time ago because it's expanding, right? Because there's presumably roughly the same amount of matter. Or is there something wrong with either of those assumptions I just made?
Okay, so when we talk of the density, we have to talk of three kinds of density. One is the ordinary matter.
Yeah.
That is protons, neutrons, electrons, the usual stuff that makes up our tables and chairs and so on. That density is definitely decreasing because for the same, that amount of matter is fixed, but the volume of the universe is expanding. So, dark matter is also a finite size. It's sort of unknown matter that has not been directly detected as yet, and it's in a halo around galaxies, and that is also a finite size. So the density of dark matter will also decrease with that.
Right.
Dark energy is a different fish altogether. It's believed to be constant in the universe, and as the universe expands, in fact, that is what's causing the universe to accelerate its expansion. The dark energy is believed to be unchanged even as the universe expands. So that is unchanged.
Well, that leaves me perfectly confused. So thank you.
but okay. So the dark energy is a big mystery. We don't really know what it's made of. Well, we say it's energy. We assume it's not matter, but why it is the way it is, why it is exactly the amount needed to make the universe flat is still an unanswered question. We can say, okay, the inflation theory says the universe should be flat, but then that's assuming that the inflation theory is the correct one.
Some years ago on Star Talk, Neil deGrasse Tyson had a question and answer show. And the question was, what is dark energy and dark matter? And he said, well, I actually am sorry they ever called them that because we don't know it's energy and we don't know it's matter. They should have just called them Fred and Ethel.
Well, I mean, we think it's matter because we think it has mass, and we think it's energy because we don't think it has rest mass. So I think the names are not bad ones. I mean,
You think something has changed? That was probably a decade ago.
yeah. Well, I think, it's dark. They call it dark matter because we can't directly see it. We can't detect it. And not that people are not trying. People are trying very hard. A couple of colleagues of mine are working very hard to detect dark matter, and they're coming up unsuccessful, and which is frustrating for them. But they keep trying, and so it's dark. They do believe that these dark matter has mass. It's like matter, except that we haven't detected it. Dark energy, again, is like energy in the sense that it has no mass, but we also haven't detected it. So I think the labels are pretty good.
Well, about the naming, I heard complaints about the opposite, that people didn't like dark because it connects them as though they're siblings, and they need not be, that these could be independent things. Would you agree, Mano?
Oh, yeah, I think they're independent things. I think the word dark is simply show that we haven't detected them. They're hard to detect. Like, if you're in the dark, it's hard to find things. And yeah, so I think that's the only significance I give to the word dark. I don't think it implies that they're connected in any way.
So you showed the formula, which used the amount of dark energy and dark matter to estimate the age of the universe. And that kind of surprised me, because I thought it was something in reverse, that they had figured out the age some other way. And then they would say, okay, this is how much matter we know about, and therefore it has to be this much. So how do we know how much dark energy and dark matter there is if we haven't detected either of those things?
Oh, okay. So the idea is we know if the universe is flat, then we know that the sum of them adds up to 100%, right? If the universe is if the universe is flat, we know what the total critical energy density of the universe is. Because if there's a certain number called the critical energy density. If the actual energy of the universe is greater than that, then the universe is closed, meaning it will collapse again. If it's greater than that value, it will expand forever. If it's exactly that value, it's called the critical density. If the universe is said to be flat, in the sense it has no curvature. But so if you start out with that assumption that the universe is flat, then we have a way of estimating the actual amount of ordinary matter by just the way we calculate the density of stars and matter in the universe. We have ways of calculating the dark matter because we postulate that their mass has to be such that it explains properly the properties of galaxies, like the spiral velocities of the stars in the spiral arms of galaxies. So we have ways of calculating dark matter. And then since the total adds up to 100%, we can then infer the value of the dark energy as what's left after you've taken into account the ordinary matter and dark matter, and assuming that the total adds up to 100%. So the expression for the age of the universe, is based on the assumption that the three matters add up to 100%. If that is not true, the expression for the age of the universe becomes more complicated. What I gave you was, in that case, it becomes very simple, and that's what I gave you. So that ratio of the dark energy to total energy is because we have subtracted out the other two masses, because we assume that they can be related to the dark energy ratio. Do you understand? Am I being very...
Sort of. I'm not getting the equation in my head enough to know that that's not circular, though, regarding what the age is.
Okay, shall I put the equation up again?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to go on because we're at that time. I would love to have the conversations continue, but
fascinating subject.
Yeah, very interesting subject. So thank you again, Mano. Thank you for even having that impromptu 10-minute Q&A that's kind of in a gallery view. I really appreciate that you're able to do that. You could just go on and we would just be listening, and that would be great. But please don't do a trivia topic on it. I don't think I could handle it. I don't think I'm really going to be able to do it. Oops, I was hitting a button I shouldn't have. Okay, so here we go. We're back with a new speaker now. Craig is you've been a Facebook friend and so on for a while, and I've known of you, and I guess you've known of me for a long time, but this is the first time you're speaking at Monterey County SkeptiCAMP, which is really cool. And welcome to to the universe of Monterey County Skeptics, which is always fun. And I love your shirt, by the way, the Skeptoid shirt that you have.
Like
Mark
that.
Edward has that same one. Science is greater than pseudoscience. And it's really, really cool to see that. I love it. So Craig is going to be giving us a talk on food and how to eat skeptically. And I'm really looking forward to this. I've just been eating junk since we started this. I had a piece of leftover pizza, which wasn't all that appetizing. So hoping you're going to be able to give us some great information, and plug your book. All right, you're set.
All right. Is that showing up all right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. One thing that'll probably, thanks for having me, by the way. One thing that'll probably change is that after this, you won't call any food junk. I'm going to start off by getting the keyboard focus where it needs to be. Start off by letting you know that everything I'm going to tell you is good news. I have to preface it that way because it's entirely possible that at some point you may feel a little threatened or defensive. And that is not your fault. It's because some very big industries have spent millions of dollars and decades of time filling our minds with misinformation. I do have the science to back all this up, but don't have the time to give you all the footnotes in this presentation. But I hope that what I'll be able to accomplish here, I need to move some faces so I can see my notes. How's this going to work? There we go. I hope to not only help you get a little healthier today, but help you save some money. And I'm going to go really fast. First, we are so incredibly lucky. We live in a time when that's unprecedented in the history, as we know, the variably long history of the earth. Our ancestors all evolved in scarcity, right? You ate what you could when you could. We get to choose what we eat. Most of the people on this call get to make that choice, and that's just an amazing thing. We have the safest food supply in history. It's amazing how good it is. And yet, why are we so stressed about our food? Everyone worries about food. We're going to learn why. But just before I tell you why, I'm going to give you all the information you need about nutrition. You should enjoy a variety of foods, mostly plants, including plenty of fruits and vegetables, not too much and not too little. Anybody giving you advice more specific than that is probably selling something. An important disclaimer, listen to your doctor. If your doctor tells you something different than what I'm telling you, go with the doctor. I'm not going to claim expertise I don't have. I do ask that it be a real doctor or a qualified practitioner. That means not a naturopath, homeopathist, chiropractor, anybody like that. Stick with actual medicine. But yeah, if they tell you something different than what I say, go with them. Let's talk about what food. Oh, this talk also, sorry, it does assume that we're talking about people with no specific food allergies or conditions that impact their diet. This is just a normal baseline sort of case. All right, what the heck is food? Food is just something that gives you some combination of one or more of the following 7 things. You can get carbohydrates, proteins, or fats. These are known as the macronutrients because most of the nutrition you get are from these. You also get hydration, which is just a fancy word for water. And then there are vitamins and minerals, which are chemicals your body needs, but which it can't synthesize itself. You either need some other organism to synthesize it, or you need to get it out of the ground. And there's fiber, which is a sort of weird category because your body only sort of uses it directly. It mostly uses it indirectly, but it is something you need, and it's something that's part of food. So that's all food is. Gives you some combination of those 7 things. This implies a number of interesting things. It means that There is no such thing as a superfood. There are no health foods. There are no unhealthy or junk foods. Feel better, Susan? There is just food. If it gives you some of those 7 things, it's just food. So this also means that all food is healthy. Now, this is where people usually, I hear record scratch sound effects. People, what? What are you saying? Are you saying all food's the same? No, I'm not saying all food is the same. That would be silly. What I'm saying is that any food can be part of a healthy diet. And what I want you to start thinking of is in terms of your overall diet and not individual foods. You can't compare 2 foods and say one is healthier than another because there's no single axis metric for healthy. Let me give you a hypothetical. Pardon me a sec. When I say, which is healthier, broccoli or Nutella? The correct answer is it depends. If you happen to be a recovering anorexic, that Nutella will probably save your life. If you're diabetic, you should probably minimize the Nutella and have a little more broccoli, right? You just can't call one healthier than another. So there are no unhealthy foods, but there are many unhealthy diets. Here's another way to think of that. What you eat today doesn't matter. What you eat this month matters a lot. Getting the idea? I want to talk big picture. By the way, you are not what you eat. When you eat a hamburger, the hamburger becomes you. You don't become a hamburger. So you can you can forget that old idea of you are what you eat. Myth. So I promise to save you some money, reduce your fear. Let's take a look at some fear-based marketing. First, why does fear work? Because as everybody in this audience knows, it's much easier to frighten people than to educate them. That's our burden as skeptics, right? So, where do food fears and fads come from? One is just misinformation. We will talk about some sources of that misinformation in a little bit. There's also confirmation bias. We're all familiar with that. That's exactly how the MSG scare happened. And then a really interesting one is the fear of modernity.